Chapter 1667. Jing Suzi. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also shifted his gaze to Jing Suzi. Please search for the most complete. Yes. He had long heard about this genius Dao cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. He knew his strength was on par with the flowery monk. Moreover, both of them were stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Of course, saying that they were stronger than Su Jing only meant that they used to be stronger than Su Jing. Tomorrow would be the day the Rising Sky ranking battle would officially begin. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, must have been fully prepared for this day as well. In fact, even the Rising Sky Mansion must have spared no effort in nurturing him and had invested a lot of cultivation resources in him. Due to this reason, even Duan Lingtian was not certain the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would be able to defeat Su Jing. Of course, although he was not certain, he still subconsciously felt that the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were stronger than Su Jing. Zhonggu is here as well. Another exclamation resonated in the air, attracting the attention of many people, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw an ordinary-looking young man dressed in plain clothes flying over from afar. He carried a broad saber on his back. The broad saber did not have a scabbard and was only wrapped in layers of plain cloth. It made him seem low-key. However, although this plain-clothed young man kept a low profile, his appearance in the Nimble Valley still caught many people's attention. This was because he was Zhonggu. If the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were the most outstanding among those in the prime of their lives who were below the age of 50 in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, then, apart from Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he would be ranked below them. When Zhonggu was at the peak of the Pristine Saint stage, he had defeated Su Jing, who was also at the peak of the Pristine Saint stage. However, after Su Jing had broken through to the early refined Saint stage, he was no longer a match for him. However, Zhonggu had also broken through to the early refined Saint stage. If Su Jing was still at the early refined Saint stage, he might not be a match for Zhonggu. Naturally, the possibility of Su Jing being at the early refined Saint stage was very low. After all, he was the young mansion master of a fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion. The appearance of the flowery monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu attracted the attention of most of the people in the Nimble Valley. Duan Lingtian, who was floating in the air not far from the flowery monk, did not attract much attention because he looked unfamiliar. Only the flowery monk seemed to be interested in him at first. However, after probing for a while, the flowery monk couldn't find anything different about Duan Lingtian, which made him a little puzzled. In the end, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left and returned to the corner of the Nimble Valley where the Brahma Temple's people were. As for the people from the Pure Yang Shrine, including Jing Suzi, they had also settled down in the Nimble Valley. As a rogue cultivator, Zhonggu did not have such a grand display of extravagance. He found a place by himself and quietly rested. From beginning to end, he did not speak to anyone, appearing incomparably cold. As time passed, the last person from the fifth-rate force arrived in the afternoon. Naturally, someone from this fifth-rate force had already taken the lead and occupied a corner of the Nimble Valley as their resting place. For this reason, after these people arrived, they stayed there. Although this fifth-rate force did not have outstanding genius disciples like the flowery monk from the Brahma Temple and Jing Suzi from the Pure Yang Shrine, they did not lack disciples with extraordinary innate talent. This time, many of them came to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle tomorrow. Naturally, they did not dare to think about being in the top 3 of the Rising Sky ranking. Moreover, they did not even dare to think about being in the 4th place of the Rising Sky ranking. In the opinion of most people in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, if there were no accidents, the top 10 of the Rising Sky ranking this time would definitely be the flowery monk, Chong Suzi, Su Jing, and Zhonggu. Naturally, although it was said that there would be no accidents, how could there be so many accidents? Due to this reason, many people were almost certain that the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking this time would undoubtedly be the 4 of them. This fifth-rate force's goal for their disciples was to be in the top 10 of the Rising Sky ranking. Soon after evening arrived, the sky above the Nimble Valley seemed to have been dyed red. It was completely blood-red. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion haven't arrived yet? Many people were looking around, but they did not see the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, there were people from the Rising Sky Mansion in the Nimble Valley, but they were sent by the Rising Sky Mansion to lead the way. The person leading them was only the 9th elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. What's going on with the Rising Sky Mansion? Don't tell me they're only coming tomorrow? Impossible. According to the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle in the past, it always starts when the sun rises. This time should be no exception. Due to this reason, it's impossible for the people from the Rising Sky Mansion to come tomorrow. They won't be able to make it in time. It's not just the Rising Sky Mansion. There are also people from 2 other fourth-rate forces who haven't arrived yet. The powerhouses from the 2 fourth-rate forces follow the rules of their respective forces and come to our Rising Sky Mansion's district every 50 years to maintain the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking in our Rising Sky Mansion. Usually, they'll come with the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. The Nimble Valley was bustling with discussions. The other 2 fourth-rate forces, even Duan Lingtian only found out recently that the people from the other 2 fourth-rate forces would come to the Rising Sky ranking battle. The people from the fourth-rate forces were all powerhouses from their respective forces. These powerhouses came to the Rising Sky ranking battle not because of the Rising Sky Mansion's invitation, but because they were following the rules of their respective forces. A long time ago, when the Rising Sky ranking was first created, in order to ensure fairness, the person who presided over the Rising Sky ranking battle was not the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, it was the powerhouses from the other 2 fourth-rate forces. The 2 fourth-rate forces were so powerful that they were not inferior to the Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, the powerhouses from their respective forces were not afraid of the Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, they did not have to worry about the people from the Rising Sky Mansion suppressing them or cheating. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky ranking battle could be said to be very fair. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. In this case, even if I kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, during the Rising Sky ranking battle, the powerhouse from the Rising Sky Mansion won't dare to make a move on me in front of the powerhouses from the other 2 fourth-rate forces. There was only one purpose for him to appear here today, and that was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and save Xuanai from this calamity. As for the ranking in the Rising Sky ranking, he did not care at all. Put aside the fact that he was not from the Rising Sky Mansion's district and did not need such an honor, even if he was not interested in the Rising Sky ranking at all. It was just an empty title. He had experienced too much along the way, and he had long become indifferent to this matter. They're here. They're here. It was only when a cry resonated in the air that Duan Lingtian regained his senses. At the same time, he looked in the direction where most of the people in the Nimble Valley were looking. In the distant sky, a group of people was making their way over in a mighty manner. When these people got closer, they could faintly see that they were divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups of people were walking side by side without any order. It's the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Sutsun. It was unknown who had a sharp eye as he looked at the group of people walking in the middle. To be more precise, he was looking at the person who was leading the group of people. It was an old man with a face full of curly beard. The old man had snow-white hair, snow-white eyebrows, and even the curly beard on his face was snow-white. From afar, he looked like a white lion, imperceptibly giving off a certain pressure. He was none other than the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Xian. In the Rising Sky Mansion, even if Sutsun's strength could not be ranked in the top 3, it would not be a problem for him to be ranked in the top 5. Due to this reason, his arrival had shocked many people. Sutsun's position in the Rising Sky Mansion was only second to the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, the 2 Vice Mansion Masters, and the elusive Supreme Elder. I can't believe Elder Sutsun personally came. It seems like the Rising Sky Mansion values the Rising Sky ranking battle very much. Don't you think that's nonsense? The Rising Sky ranking is the most authoritative ranking in our Rising Sky Mansion's district. As the most powerful force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, isn't it normal for the Rising Sky Mansion to value it? Huh? Why don't I see the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? That's right. Where's Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? As the discussion spread, Everyone noticed that one of the main characters of the Rising Sky ranking battle this time, Su Jing, did not come with the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and the others. Don't tell me Su Jing isn't coming? That's impossible. No matter what, Su Jing is the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, his innate talent is not bad as well. How could he possibly miss the Rising Sky ranking battle this time? That's right. The Rising Sky ranking battle is held once every 50 years, and there's an age limit. In other words, a person only has one chance to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle in their lifetime, so how could he not come? Even if he doesn't want fame, he must want to become the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, right? As far as I know, in the Rising Sky Mansion, those who don't enter the Rising Sky ranking battle in their lifetime are destined to never become the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. This is the rule of the Rising Sky Mansion. It's also an ironclad rule that has been like this since ancient times. I've heard of this before. However, the young mansion master, Su Jing, has yet to appear even though the Rising Sky Mansion's main force has arrived. What's going on? Perhaps he's met with some unexpected situation. In the Nimble Valley, the fact that Su Jing had yet to arrive had caused a commotion. Humph! What arrogance! In terms of strength, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi are much stronger than him. Why is he still not here yet? Why is he putting on airs? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, if he didn't have such a halo and was placed in the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine instead, I'm afraid he would have been suppressed by the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi until he couldn't even lift his head. The Nimble Valley was getting more and more lively. Many people even began to mock Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Chapter 1668. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, although Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was quite famous, it was mostly because of his identity. In terms of strength, he was no match for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. In fact, he was not even comparable to Zhonggu if they were on the same level. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the strong were revered. Su Jing's performance and his reputation was not inferior to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. It was only natural that many people were dissatisfied with him. In everyone's opinion, Su Jing had only achieved what he had today because of his background. If it was not for his good background, he would be nothing at all. He might not even be able to enter the top 10 of the Rising Sky ranking. When Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, heard the discussions in the Nimble Valley that were getting more and more brazen, his expression turned grave immediately. If it was any other time, he would have suppressed them with his strength and shut them up. However, with the presence of the powerhouses from the other two fourth-rate forces, the strength of the strongest powerhouse from any of the forces was not inferior to him. Due to this reason, he did not do anything even though he was enraged by the discussions in the surroundings. Our young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion has gone out to train some time ago. He'll naturally show up in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. There's no need for all of you to worry. Finally, Su Tsun could not help but speak up. The moment he spoke, his voice that contained true origin swept out and spread in the entire Nimble Valley. Everyone heard it. At once, most of the people who were still discussing among themselves fell silent. They could tell that the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion was angry. Naturally, there were also a small number of people who seemed to know that the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to do anything with the presence of the people from the other two fourth-rate forces. Due to this reason, they continued to whisper among themselves. As for the content of their whispers, it was all about Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Elder Su Tsun, it seems like the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion will only show up after the Rising Sky ranking battle begins. The old man who led the group on the left of the Rising Sky Mansion's people looked at Su Tsun and said with a smile. This old man was dressed in green and held a walking stick in his hand. His eyes were narrowed, and he looked very amiable like an old man next door. Upon hearing this, Su Tsun could only smile awkwardly. I think so. The two of you, let's go over there and rest first. Su Tsun pointed to a corner of the Nimble Valley with verdant hills and limpid waters as he spoke to the green-clothed old man and the leader of the other group. His tone was very polite, and he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Whether it was the green-clad old man or the other person, both of them were from fourth-rate forces. Moreover, their strength was not inferior to Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. The place Sutsun pointed at was the place the ninth Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion had occupied previously. The people from the 3 fourth-rate forces rested in the Nimble Valley just like that. The other 2 fourth-rate forces, Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian did not know much about the other 2 fourth-rate forces powerhouses who presided over the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, he had heard of these 2 fourth-rate forces since he had been in the Rising Sky Mansion's district for a long time. The Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were both powerful fourth-rate forces whose strength was not inferior to the Rising Sky Mansion. The Green Wave Han Mansion was within the territory of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. I can't see through that Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. I'm pretty sure he's an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, he's not an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the disappearing silhouette in the distance. When Duan Lingtian faced the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, Sutsun, he could clearly feel a certain amount of pressure. This pressure was even stronger than when he faced the Green Wave Han Mansion's Mansion Master, Han Zhengtian. Due to this reason, he was almost certain the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, Sutsun, was much stronger than Han Zhengtian. After the powerhouses from the 3 fourth-rate forces, including the Rising Sky Mansion, settled down, the leaders from the Brahma Temple, Puryang Shrine, and the other 5th-rate force went up to pay them a visit one after another. It was as though they were afraid they would be in trouble if they neglected them. As a 5th-rate force, although their strength was not bad, it was nothing in front of a 4th-rate force. The evening gradually faded away as night fell. At this moment, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, still had not appeared. Does Su Jing really plan to come after the Rising Sky ranking battle has started? Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air at a corner of the Nimble Valley, frowned imperceptibly as he thought to himself. In fact, the reason he came this time was because of Su Jing. Until now, he had not seen Su Jing, so it was normal for him to feel a little agitated. As the night fell, although there were many people in the Nimble Valley, it gradually quietened down. Nobody spoke anymore. The night was silent. On the morning of the second day, almost everyone opened their eyes and stepped into the air as the sun rose from the horizon. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the green-clad old man from the Sky Hurdle Mansion shook the crutch in his hand and pointed it at the void in the middle of the Nimble Valley. In an instant, the void trembled. Ripples that looked like water ripples spread out, wave after wave gradually spreading out. What's he doing? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the leader of the Raging Wave Mansion's group had also made his move. It was a bald, brawny man dressed in blue. With a raise of his hand, a plain-looking gigantic hammer appeared in his hand. The gigantic hammer flew across the sky and smashed toward the void in the middle of the Nimble Valley. The gigantic hammer smashed toward the place where the green-clad old man from the Sky Hurdle Mansion had pointed his crutch at earlier. Both of them hit the same place. In the void, the ripples that were spreading out like ripples shattered with a loud bang as the hammer smashed down. At this moment, a crack appeared in the void in the middle of the Nimble Valley. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, causing Duan Lingtian to shudder in fear when he saw this. What's going on? In fact, it was not only Duan Lingtian who was shocked. Many people present on the scene were also shocked by the scene before their eyes. Naturally, there were also some people who were not surprised by this. These people were all people who had participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle before. They had either participated in it or watched it from the side. So, it's the effect of the formation. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that the shocking scene he saw earlier was actually just an illusion of the formation. To be more precise, the void in the middle of the Nimble Valley was just a part of the illusion of the formation. However, the powerhouses from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion had made their move and destroyed the formation, causing a crack to appear. Not only that, but it also revealed everything behind the formation. As everything behind the formation was revealed, What appeared before everyone's eyes, including Duan Ling Tian, was a chessboard. A chessboard that was constantly getting bigger in their eyes. In the beginning, the chess pieces were normal-sized in their eyes. After a while, the chess pieces became the size of a fist. After that, the chess pieces became the size of an adult. In the end, each chess piece could stand up to hundreds of people. At this moment, the chessboard and the chess pieces on it no longer grew bigger. Instead, they were frozen in place. Is this inside the illusory formation? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses from the shock, he discovered that he was inside a chessboard that stretched as far as the eye could see. Beneath his feet was a gigantic chess piece. If they were willing to squeeze, it would not be a problem for them to stand up to 200 people. Duan Lingtian gasped as he looked around. When he discovered that the chessboard had no end, he raised his head again. He saw a gray sky above his head. The gray sky pressed down on him as though it was trapping him and the others in the chessboard. This is the nimble chess set? At this moment, a cry of surprise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to be stunned. The nimble chess set? Soon after, Duan Lingtian finally found out what the boundless chess set in front of him was from the whispers of some people. As it turned out, it was the nimble chess set in the Nimble Valley. Of course, this so-called nimble chess game was essentially an illusory formation. The nimble chess set was also the stage for the Rising Sky ranking battle, and the Nimble Valley was named Nimble because of the nimble chess set. Duan Lingtian only found out about all this now. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw the old man from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the bald burly man from the Raging Wave Mansion rising into the air. In just a blink of an eye, they were high up in the sky, looking down at everyone. At the moment, most of the people in the vast nimble chess game were still in a daze. The scene before them also stunned them. Most of the people present on the scene were here to watch the Rising Sky ranking battle for the first time. Everyone, our Sky Hurdle Mansion will send someone to preside over the Rising Sky ranking battle every 50 years due to the instructions passed down by our old ancestor. This time, our Sky Hurdle Mansion has sent me to preside over the Rising Sky ranking battle. The old man who was holding a walking stick said loudly. He looked very old, but his voice was filled with vigor. It did not sound like an old man at all. My name is Renjong, and I'm the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. You can address me as Vice Mansion Master Ren or Elder Ren. The old man continued to say. Boom! The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the scene burst into an uproar. The Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion? Most of the people present on the scene did not know much about the Sky Hurdle Mansion. After all, they were only from the Rising Sky Mansion's district, and it was difficult for them to come into contact with a force at the level of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Naturally, although they could not come into contact with a force at the level of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, it did not mean they knew nothing about the Sky Hurdle Mansion. They were both fourth-rate forces. In their opinion, the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion was no different from the Vice Mansion Masters of the Rising Sky Mansion's district. I can't believe he's the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Chapter 1669. As Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, introduced himself, the bald burly man who was the leader of the Raging Wave Mansion's group also chimed in. Everyone, what Elder Ren said is what I want to say as well. Since he has already said so, I won't say anything else. I'm Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. The bald burly man was also the representative sent by the Raging Wave Mansion to preside over the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. After Renjong finished speaking, he introduced himself. Similar to the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Rising Sky Mansion, the Raging Wave Mansion was a fourth-rate force. However, compared to Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, was nothing. It seems like the Raging Wave Mansion doesn't really care about the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. They actually only sent a second elder to preside over the Rising Sky ranking battle. Soon after, someone could not help but whisper after learning about the bald burly man's identity. Since someone had taken the lead, It was only natural that someone else would follow suit. In just a few moments, the gigantic chessboard that stretched as far as the eye could see began to bustle again. The second elder of Raging Wave Mansion seems to be on a completely different level from the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. I really don't know what the Raging Wave Mansion is thinking. To think that they actually only sent a second elder. That's right. How can a mere second elder of Raging Wave Mansion uphold the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking battle? In our Rising Sky Mansion's district, only the people from Rising Sky Mansion have the strength to uphold the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking battle. This time, if the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion isn't here, and the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion wants to ignore the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle, how is Elder Ri going to stop him? That's right. In my opinion, the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion is only here to go through the motions. At the critical moment, with his little strength, he won't be able to do anything at all. When they saw that Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, did not seem to care about their discussion, more and more people on the nimble chess set began to join in the unbridled discussion. Lu Hongguang stood in the air with a calm expression, as if he didn't hear the discussions around him. In fact, with his cultivation level, even if the people present were only whispering, he would be able to hear them clearly. Not to mention, those people were talking about him without restraint. Therefore, the reason why he looked so calm was because he didn't care about these discussions at all. However, even if Lu Hongguang didn't care, it didn't mean that the people from the Raging Wave Mansion who came with him didn't care as well. These elders and disciples from the Raging Wave Mansion had angry expressions on their faces. Several people even opened their mouths to defend themselves. However, before their voices could come out, they were drowned out by the noisy discussions around them. The corner of Sutsen, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, twitched imperceptibly when he heard the discussion in the surroundings. These people were saying that Lu Hongguang was inferior to him. Although he was slightly older than Lu Hongguang's strength had already surpassed his 10 years ago. At that time, he had followed the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion to the Raging Wave Mansion as a guest. He had fought with Lu Hongguang, and he was defeated in less than 100 moves. During that battle, other than using Saint Inscriptions, Dao Talismans, and other external forces, he had used all his techniques, but in the end, he was still inferior to Lu Hongguang. For this reason, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. When he heard the people around him saying that Lu Hongguang was inferior to him, his face flushed red. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. The second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang, isn't as simple as he seems. Among the people present on the scene, apart from those who were familiar with Lu Hongguang, there were only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, who disagreed with the discussions around them. When the people from the three great fourth-rate forces arrived, Duan Lingtian had already noticed a problem. Sutsen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was not only polite to Renzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, but he was also extremely polite to Lu Hongguang, the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion. They were both from fourth-rate forces, and Sutsen was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Even if it was out of respect for the Raging Wave Mansion, he would not have been so polite if Lu Hongguang was weak. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. It was impossible for those who were of the same background and stronger to treat those who were weaker in this manner. The few powerhouses from the three great fifth-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansion's district who shared the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian were present as well. Apart from them, there was the Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhong Gu. Based on their expressions, it was obvious they did not agree with the discussions around them. Everyone, can you please listen to me? Just when the situation was getting out of hand, Renzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, finally spoke. His voice contained true origin and suppressed the voices of everyone present on the scene in just a blink of an eye, causing those who were still discussing fervently to shut their mouths. After these people shut their mouths, their eyes shifted to Renzhong in unison. All of them wanted to know what the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion would say under such circumstances. When Renzhong saw the scene had quietened down, he continued to look at Lu Hongguang. His voice was still filled with true origin as he said, In terms of seniority, this second elder of Raging Wave Mansion can be considered as my uncle and nephew. However, in terms of strength, even I'm not confident I can defeat him. The moment Renjong's words left his mouth, the scene that had already quieted down fell silent again. Renjong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, said he was not confident he could defeat the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion? Was this even possible? What a joke! How can a mere second elder of Raging Wave Mansion strength be compared to the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion? Is this even possible? I think the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion only said such words because he doesn't want to embarrass the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. I think so too. Although Renjong had spoken up to help Lu Hongguang, not many people present on the scene believed his words. All of them thought he only said such a lie because he wanted to help the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion resolve this embarrassing situation. When Renjong saw this, he could not help but frown. Just as he was about to explain himself, he was stopped by Lu Hongguang, who was standing at the side. Lu Hongguang said nonchalantly, "Elder Run, even I, the person involved in this matter, don't take it to heart. You don't have to bother about it. I appreciate your kindness." Since Lu Hongguang had said so, Renjong, naturally, did not say anything else. "Hongguang, you're much calmer than an old man like me." In the end, Renjong could not help but sigh emotionally. No matter what, the main topic today was the Rising Sky ranking battle that was about to begin. For this reason, as time passed by, the discussion about Lu Hongguang gradually died down. Everyone's attention was now focused on the Rising Sky ranking battle. When the sun shrouded the land, Renjong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, who was one of the hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle today, said, "Today is the first day of the Rising Sky ranking battle. Among those who came to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle, I'm sure many of you already know the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, I'm sure there are some who are unaware of the rules as well. Now, I'll explain the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle in detail so that the people behind you don't know about it." The moment Renjong's words left his mouth, he began to explain the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. He began by explaining the rules that Duan Lingtian also knew about. The Rising Sky ranking battle did not allow for life or death. Naturally, if one party took the initiative to admit defeat, the other party would not be allowed to make a move. As the hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle, Renjong and Lu Hongguang would also make a move to save the person who admitted defeat. It did not allow for life or death. Although almost everyone who came to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle already knew about this rule, they still could not help but tremble when they heard it from Renjong. It was a matter of life and death, so they could not control their emotions. Some of them even had thoughts of retreating. Although they could admit defeat, if they really fought, it would be a matter of life and death. Unless they were evenly matched, it would be difficult for them to admit defeat. There were no specific rules in the Rising Sky ranking battle. The 10 people who stood at the end would be the people who would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking this year. No external force, including Saint weapons, is allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Once it's used, the person will be disqualified from the Rising Sky ranking battle. Renjong continued to explain. This was also very important. No external force was allowed. One could only rely on one's own strength to compete for the right to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. The reason there was such a rule was because the person who set up the Rising Sky ranking was worried that the disciples from the major forces would be given external resources by the major forces. The major forces did not lack high-grade saint inscriptions and high-grade Dao talismans. If they were allowed to rely on external forces, it would be unfair to the sectless cultivators who came from ordinary backgrounds. All of you should have heard that the Rising Sky ranking battle doesn't have any specific rules. As long as one stands at the end, he'll be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. The Rising Sky ranking battle will only truly end when there are no more challengers. At that time, the Rising Sky ranking battle will truly end. Renjong continued to explain. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Renjong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and lifted the walking stick and giant hammer in their hands in tacit understanding before they struck at the void above the nimble chess set. This time, both of them struck at different directions. Bang! Bang! Along with two soft sounds, the people present on the scene could clearly feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the nimble chess set was in chaos. It took a while before it calmed down. At the same time, they could clearly see 10 chess pieces suddenly flew up from the nimble chess set's chessboard. They were 5 black chess pieces and 5 white chess pieces. After the 10 chess pieces rose up, they hovered in the air as though there was an invisible force supporting them. This Chapter 1670. The 10 chess pieces in the air continued to grow. In the end, each of the chess pieces seemed to have transformed into a vast platform. Of course, although these chess pieces had become very large, they were nothing compared to the chessboard of the nimble chess set. However, the 10 chess pieces hovering in the air still gave Duan Lingtian a strong visual shock. Such huge chess pieces hovering in the air. Is this the mirror image of an illusory formation? However, when Renjong spoke again and asked everyone present to stand on the 10 huge chess pieces in the air, Duan Lingtian realized the 10 huge chess pieces hovering in the air were not an ordinary mirror image of an illusory formation. When he landed on them, he felt as though he was standing on solid ground. What kind of formation is this? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock. It can actually make the mirror image of an illusory formation so realistic. Although Duan Lingtian knew a little about formations, the formations he could set up were nothing compared to the formation that set up the nimble chess set before his eyes. Even the illusory formation that the illusory formation compass in my hand can set up is nothing compared to this illusory formation. Who's the person who set up this illusory formation? It's so powerful. Duan Lingtian was filled with shock. Previously, when Duan Lingtian obtained the 3 formation compasses in the Moon Illumination sect, he had only used the formation compass that could set up the illusory formation. As for the other 2 formation compasses, one of them had yet to be repaired while the other one was almost fully repaired. According to Hualao, it would take at most half a year to repair it. However, Duan Lingtian, who possessed the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet, was not very reliant on the formation compasses. Due to this reason, he was not in a hurry to repair it. Hualao had said that the 3 formation compasses would be of great help to him as long as he had sufficient energy. Of course, Hualao had also said that the 3 formation discs were not as helpful to him as the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, the difference was that the Jasper Celestial Sword consumed a lot of energy. As for the formation discs, they did not consume the energy in his body. Therefore, although Duan Lingtian did not rely on the formation plates, he still hoped that Hualao could fix them. Perhaps they would be of use in the future. Isn't the effect of this illusion array too realistic? Unbelievable. I felt like I was really stepping on this chess piece. If I squatted down, I could reach out and touch this chess piece. What kind of illusion array is this? It's so miraculous. I can be sure that the chess pieces under our feet aren't real. But even if they aren't real, there's some sort of power that's materializing into chess pieces that's supporting us. This is the first time I've seen such an illusory formation in my life. I guess I haven't lived in vain. These 10 chess pieces are the venue for the Rising Sky ranking battle? Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard the commotion. He quickly regained his senses and shifted his attention back to Renjong. Although there were 2 people presiding over the Rising Sky ranking battle, Lu Hongguang did not say anything apart from introducing himself. Renjong was the one who spoke the whole time. Due to this reason, almost everyone present on the scene acknowledged Renjong as the host. As for Lu Hongguang, it was as though he had been forgotten. However, Lu Hongguang did not seem to care much about this. He stood quietly next to Renjong and faced the situation calmly. Everyone, the 10 chess pieces in front of you are the venue for the Rising Sky ranking battle. You can treat the 10 chess pieces as 10 arenas. These 10 arenas will give birth to 10 ring masters. At this moment, Renjong continued to speak. Anyone who's qualified to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle can challenge any of the ring masters. As long as you can defeat him, you'll be able to replace him and become the new ring master. Any of the 10 ring masters will be considered to have advanced if no one challenges them within a day. they'll be qualified to participate in the real Rising Sky ranking battle. If they don't become the ring master, they won't be qualified to participate in the real Rising Sky ranking battle. Renjong continued to speak. The real Rising Sky ranking battle. Although his words were a little exaggerated, they were not wrong. Although it could be said that the Rising Sky ranking battle would take place in the following days, more than 90% of them were not fated to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. This was because the Rising Sky ranking would only take in 10 people every time since ancient times, and this time was no exception. Only the final 10 ring masters would be listed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. In other words, the final battle between the 10 ring masters would be the real Rising Sky ranking battle, since they would be competing for a specific ranking in the Rising Sky ranking. Now, everyone, please retreat to the edge of your chess pieces and empty the space in the middle. Then, anyone who meets the requirements can go to the middle of the chess pieces and become the ring master. You can wait for your opponent or challenge the current ring master. Renjong's voice resonated again. At this moment, the people on the 10 chess pieces began to retreat to the edge. At the same time, the vast space in the middle of the 10 chess pieces was emptied. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. 5 people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and 5 people from the Raging Wave Mansion walked out. A total of 10 people appeared on top of the 10 chess pieces respectively as they looked down at the ground. It was as though they were divided into 10 people who corresponded to the 10 chess pieces to monitor the situation. Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, and I will be the main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle this year. As for the others, they'll be the vice hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle this year. Each of them will be in charge of one chess piece, which is also a ring. As for their responsibilities, apart from checking the age of the participants, they'll also have to ensure the fairness of each ring, Renjong said. Everyone was enlightened. At this moment, everyone present on the scene finally understood. Earlier, many people were still thinking that the Rising Sky ranking battle would be divided into 10 spots at the same time. Each time, there would be 20 people fighting at the same time. If there were only 2 hosts, Renjong and Lu Hongguang, even if they could manage it, would they be able to interfere? If there were 6 or 7 spots at the same time, would they be able to intervene in time even though they were strong? Many people were skeptical about this. However, when they saw the addition of 10 vice hosts, they finally understood. As it turned out, the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion had long been prepared. There was no need for them to worry at all. Is it finally going to start? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hugged his sword and stood at the corner of one of the black chess pieces. Chapter 1671. The Jasper Celestial Sword looked simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it at all. There was a reason why Duan Lingtian was hugging the Jasper Celestial Sword at all times. Not long ago, he discovered to his surprise that his comprehension of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, seemed to have deepened a little when he came into contact with the Jasper Celestial Sword. As long as the Jasper Celestial Sword was in his hands, he had a feeling he would be able to find an opportunity to break through to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Ever since he discovered this, he no longer kept the Jasper Celestial Sword in his spatial ring or the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Up until now, my Sovereign Heart Sword is still stuck at the first stage, the sword in the heart. I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the second stage. According to the introduction of the Sovereign Heart Sword, even if I've only comprehended it to the second stage, the power I'll be able to unleash is enough to suppress 99% of the techniques in the Earth Rank Saint Grade martial tactics. The reason it was not able to suppress all the techniques in the Earth Rank Saint Grade martial tactics was because there were variants in the Earth Rank Saint Grade martial tactics as well. For example, there were variants in the Earth Rank Saint Grade martial tactics. There was a technique in the top human rank Saint Grade martial tactics that was not inferior to the techniques in the ordinary Earth Rank Saint Grade martial tactics. There were such variants in the Earth Rank Saint Grade martial tactics as well. There was usually a technique in the top Earth Rank Saint Grade martial tactics that was not inferior to the techniques in the ordinary Heaven Rank Saint Grade martial tactics. Duan Lingtian's Sovereign Heart Sword was still lacking compared to such a technique even though he had cultivated it to the second stage. Naturally, this was not embarrassing at all. After all, the Sovereign Heart Sword had a total of 5 stages. It was only the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword that was inferior to such a technique. Although I haven't grasped the opportunity to break through to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, with my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to kill an intermediate refined Saint Stage Martial Cultivator without using any external force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On this point, he was still very confident. Although he was only at the intermediate pristine Saint Stage, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin in his body, his true origin was comparable to refined Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators. As an intermediate refined Saint Stage Martial or Dao cultivator, it might be a little difficult for him to rely on the Sun True Origin alone. However, if he relied on his 10,000 swords territory or his brute strength, he was confident he could easily defeat an intermediate refined Saint Stage powerhouse. In addition, he also had the Strange Pupil. Although the Strange Pupil would not have much of an effect in front of an intermediate refined Saint Stage powerhouse with his current cultivation base and divine consciousness, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. It would still be of some help to him. If I'm not mistaken, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, has most likely broken through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage. However, even if he has broken through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage, he might not necessarily be a match for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Previously, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi were already at the intermediate refined Saint Stage. Currently, it's very likely that they have broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Even if they haven't broken through yet, their strength can't be underestimated. Naturally, if they haven't broken through yet, I'm confident I can defeat them. However, if they have broken through, it'll be extremely difficult for me to defeat them. The strength of a Mastery Refined Saint Stage powerhouse is not something an Intermediate Refined Saint Stage powerhouse can compare to. However, that's not important. My purpose in participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time is not to obtain the first place in the Rising Sky ranking, but to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Duan Lingtian did not forget his purpose in coming here. He changed his appearance and came here under the alias of Li Feng. He wanted to kill Su Jing and help Han Xuanai, whom he regarded as his own sister. As long as Su Jing was dead, the engagement between him and Han Xuanai would naturally be annulled. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he finally regained his senses. At this moment, he discovered there were already 2 people fighting in the empty space in the middle of the chess piece he was standing on. In just a short period of time, it was hard to tell who was the winner. Based on the thickness of the true origin on their bodies, they're at least at the intermediate refined Saint Stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It seems like this nimble chess set is not as simple as an illusory formation. These 2 people are so powerful, but when their energy touched the void, it seemed to be devoured by the void. It did not affect the surroundings at all. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been awakened by them. Duan Lingtian's attention quickly shifted to the nimble chess set. 16 intermediate refined Saint Stage powerhouses. At this moment, a low voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Is this even fun? As soon as the game starts, there are already 16 people at the intermediate refined Saint Stage on the 10 chess pieces. It seems like there's no need for me, an early refined Saint Stage powerhouse, to join the game. Even if I join the game, I'll only be humiliating myself. Similar discussions rose and fell one after another. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked around and discovered that, including the chess piece he was standing on, the other 9 chess pieces were also included. There was a total of 20 people who were divided into 10 groups and fighting fiercely. However, among the 20 people who were fighting fiercely, only 4 of them were slightly weaker. However, even these 4 weaker people had already entered the pristine Saint Stage. As Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he quickly confirmed that the 4 of them were at the early refined Saint Stage. This place is completely different from the Mound Hill city that I went to when I first arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Previously, in Mound Hill City, Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses were already people he had to look up to. However, currently, in the Rising Sky Mansions district, The weakest person participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle was at the early refined Saint stage. They were all Saint stage powerhouses. Once upon a time, Saint stage powerhouses were still unreachable to Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, Saint stage powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also knew that the reason he sighed was because he had climbed all the way up from the bottom. His horizons were broadened step by step. He was unlike some people who had a very high starting point from the beginning. For example, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was very different from him in this aspect. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, the two people who were fighting on the 10 gigantic chess pieces were defeated one after another. At this moment, ring masters began to emerge one after another, waiting for the remaining people to challenge them. As time passed by, the battles continued to sound, and people continued to be defeated. Naturally, there were also people who were killed before they could even admit defeat, and their bodies were thrown into the wilderness. This was a world where the strong were revered. Unknowingly, evening had arrived. Chapter 1672. Alright, today's Rising Sky ranking battle has come to an end. We'll continue tomorrow. When a ringmaster appeared on each of the 10 chess pieces, Renzhong said, "Tomorrow, the 10 of you will be the ringmasters and wait for other people to challenge you. Disperse." As soon as Renzhong finished speaking, the walking stick in his hand shook again. At the same time, Lu Hongguang, who was standing next to him, took out his gigantic hammer and smashed it in the air. Bang! Bang! Another 2 loud bangs resonated in the air. Before Duan Lingtian and the others could react, they discovered everything before their eyes had changed. The 10 gigantic chess pieces and the nimble chess set had disappeared. They were back in the nimble canyon again. What a magical, illusory formation! Many people who were witnessing the nimble chess set for the first time could not help but exclaim. Among the 10 ring masters today, there are 3 at the peak of the pristine saint stage and 7 at the mastery pristine saint stage. Tomorrow, there should be a refined saint stage ringmaster. It seems like the day after tomorrow at the latest, or the day after that, the people who will be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking will be decided. Many people were paying attention to this. That Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, hasn't arrived yet. Some people noticed that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had not arrived yet. Humph! If he doesn't dare to come before the last day, he'll definitely miss the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. It seems like he doesn't care about the Rising Sky ranking at all. That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps he's just putting on airs and waiting for the last day to arrive? That's possible. Unknowingly, many people began to mention Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Some of them were dissatisfied with him. The Rising Sky ranking was undoubtedly a sacred ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. In their opinion, Su Jing's actions were blasphemous to the Rising Sky ranking. If they had the authority, they would definitely disqualify Su Jing from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Jing hasn't arrived yet. Hugging the Jasper Immortal Sword, Duan Lingtian quietly found a corner in the Nimble Valley. He leaned against the mountain wall and narrowed his eyes, looking very calm. At this time, Duan Lingtian also saw that the people from the 3 fourth-rate forces had also returned to a corner of the Nimble Valley to rest. The people from the 3 fifth-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansion's district also went to rest. There are a few people from these 3 fifth-rate forces in the arena today. As for the Rising Sky Mansion, nobody has entered the arena yet. After watching the battle today, Duan Lingtian also realized this point. As for the Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu, they did not participate in the battle. Otherwise, they would definitely be one of the 10 champions. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a gaze fall on him. At first, he thought it was the Flowery Monk's gaze. After all, the Flowery Monk had taken the initiative to talk to him before, although he didn't talk to him after that. However, when he turned to look at the source of the gaze, he discovered that it was not the Flowery Monk. Instead, it was Jing Suzi. What's he trying to do? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not think there was anything attractive about him. If there was anything attractive about him, it would be that he was more of a loner. Among the people present in the Nimble Valley, apart from Zhonggu, he was the only one who came and went alone. The others were at least in groups of 3 to 5. It was precisely because of this that he and Zhonggu were like cranes in a flock of chickens. Looks like he's only looking at me because I'm alone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he noticed Jing Suzi had quickly shifted his gaze away. After a while, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhonggu's gaze had also shifted to him. Due to his previous experience, he was much calmer this time. Zhonggu's gaze did not stay on him for long. Perhaps the flowery monk took the initiative to talk to me earlier because I was alone. At that time, Zhonggu hadn't come yet, so I was the only one who came and went alone among the group of people in the Nimble Valley. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had guessed the first part correctly and the second part incorrectly. To a certain extent, the flowery monk took the initiative to talk to him because of his intuition. Naturally, the flowery monk also felt that his intuition was wrong in the end, so he did not bother with him anymore. In the flowery monk's opinion, he was just a sexless cultivator who wanted to be in the limelight in the Rising Sky ranking battle. He wanted to make a name for himself through the Rising Sky ranking battle. A night was extremely short for the people present on the scene. As the sun began to rise, everyone opened their eyes. When the sun shrouded the land, the two hosts from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, joined forces to start the Nimble chess game again. The group of people present on the scene also entered the Nimble chess game without any warning. 10 huge chess pieces, 5 black and 5 white, were still suspended in the air. Duan Lingtian randomly picked a white chess piece and stood on it. He stood at the edge and quietly hugged the Jasper Celestial Sword as he stared at the vast field in the middle of the chess piece. Soon after, the 10 ring masters who were born yesterday appeared one after another. Following that, people went up to challenge them one by one. They were either defeated, won, killed, or killed. All in all, the scene was extremely grand and bloody. Soon after, the 10 ring masters changed a few times. In the end, it became 10 powerhouses who were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At this moment, there was an awkward silence for a while. "I'll do it." A young man with a sturdy body walked out from the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Every step he took caused a gust of wind to blow. It was as though he was a gorilla that walked out of the forest. In front of this gorilla, the ring master who was challenged by him seemed extremely weak. "The people from the Rising Sky Mansion are going up. I know him. He's the grandson of the second elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. His name is Su Gang, and he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage." It said that ever since Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had broken through to the refined saint stage, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing about him as well. When Su Gang made his appearance, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to him. At the same time, many people began to whisper among themselves as they revealed his identity. The grandson of the second elder of the Rising Sky Mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at Su Gang. He was looking forward to seeing the strength of the grandson of the second elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Su Gang must be quite strong since he's known as the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. At the same time, the ring masters on the other 9 chess pieces also appeared one by one. However, nobody continued to challenge them. Chapter 1673. As the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Gang's strength did not disappoint the crowd. Faced with an opponent who was also at the peak of the pristine saint stage, he only used 3 moves to kill his opponent before his opponent could even recognize him and became the new ring master. How powerful! When Su Gang killed his opponent, there was a burst of exclamations in the surroundings. In the past, although some of them had heard of Su Gang, he was not eye-catching because of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It was only when Su Jing had broken through to the refined saint stage that Su Gang's reputation began to spread. However, although his reputation had spread, it was just hearsay after all. Su Gang's attack today could be considered as helping him gain fame. Elder Sutsun, it seems like other than the young mansion master, there are quite a few outstanding geniuses in your rising sky mansion. Renjong smiled as he looked at Sutsun, the grand elder of Rising Sky Mansion. When Sutsun saw Su Gang easily killing his opponent, a smile had already appeared on his face. When he heard Renjong's words, he nodded. Although the most outstanding person in our Rising Sky Mansion is young mansion master Su Jing, there are still many outstanding geniuses below him. Su Gang is just one of them. Based on his words, there was a hidden meaning. Apart from Su Jing and Su Gang, there were many other geniuses in the Rising Sky Mansion. I've heard about this before. I heard Elder Sutsun's grandson is also an outstanding genius. Among the middle-aged people in the Rising Sky Mansion, his reputation is only second to Su Jing. He should be here this time, right? Lu Hongguang asked as he looked at Su Xian. Sutsun laughed before he turned to look at the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. His gaze landed on a black-robed young man with a cold expression. No one knew what Sutsun said through voice transmission, but the black-robed young man with a cold expression appeared next to Sutsun in just a blink of an eye. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu. This is my good-for-nothing grandson. Sutsun introduced. Although he said that Sukan was a disappointment, it could be seen from his expression that he was very satisfied with this grandson of his. Although Renjong and Lu Hongguang came with Sutsun, they did not have much interaction with each other, since they only came to the Nimble Valley after meeting each other, let alone the group of Rising Sky Mansion's elders and disciples behind Su Xian. Greetings, seniors. Sukan nodded at Renjong and Lu Hongguang as a greeting. Please don't mind him. My grandson is a loner. Even when he meets the Lord Mansion Master of our Rising Sky Mansion, he's still like this. Even though Renjong and Lu Hongguang did not express their displeasure, Sutsun still explained. In his eyes, Renjong and Lu Hongguang were both existences that could not be offended. It doesn't matter. This is my true nature. Renjong expressed his understanding. Not bad. Lu Hongguang nodded in agreement. Of course, the conversation between the higher-ups of the three fourth-rate forces was also heard by the people present. For a time, the gazes that were originally on Su Gang shifted to the black-clad young man by Sutsun's side. This black-clad young man was called Su Kan, and he was Sutsun's grandson. He is Su Kan? Many people exclaimed softly. Su Kan? Who's Su Kan? This was the first time many people had heard of Su Kan. Their faces and eyes were filled with confusion. It's normal that all of you haven't heard of Su Kan compared to Su Gang. Su Kan keeps a low profile in the Rising Sky Mansion. However, among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Kan's innate talent is definitely higher than Su Gang's. In fact, he's not inferior to Su Jing at all. Someone sighed. He's even 5 years younger than Su Jing. If he's the same age as Su Jing, even if he can't surpass Su Jing, he's definitely not inferior to him. There's such a genius disciple in the Rising Sky Mansion? Many people exclaimed. My goodness, looks like I'm really ignorant. I've never heard of such a genius in the Rising Sky Mansion before, someone said. It's normal that it's normal. It's normal that you haven't heard of him before. I only found out about his existence 6 months ago. Unlike Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, who keeps a high profile, Su Kan keeps a low profile. He usually stays in the Rising Sky Mansion to cultivate. In his world, apart from the martial Tao, there seems to be nothing else. I've heard about this as well. In the past 10 years, Su Kan has rarely appeared in front of people. 10 years ago, his innate talent is not inferior to Su Jing's. In these 10 years, Su Jing has been enjoying himself while Su Kan has been in closed-door cultivation diligently. Even if Su Kan's current strength is not comparable to Su Jing's, it's definitely not too far off. In another few decades, if Su Jing is still as unmotivated as before, he'll definitely be surpassed by Su Kan. The people present on the scene discussed animatedly. Those who had heard of Su Can before even gave him a high evaluation. Su Can? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze followed the crowd's gaze and landed on Su Can, speaking of which. Su Can was quite similar to him. Naturally, he was only similar to his cold appearance after the disguise. At first glance, no matter if it was Su Can or Duan Lingtian, both of them were cold. Their bodies emitted a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. They were like two icebergs. Since Su Can is stronger than Su Gang, and Su Gang is known as the strongest powerhouse below the Refined Saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Can must be at the Refined Saint stage as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Su Gang stood in the middle of a huge black chess piece. When he saw everyone's attention had shifted to Su Can, and Su Can had stolen his limelight, a wry smile appeared on his face. However, he was not displeased at all. He knew his own limits when facing Su Can. Su Can was even younger than him. 10 years ago, he was already not a match for Su Can. Now, he was even less of a match for him. Moreover, as far as he knew, Su Can had broken through to the Refined Saint stage not long after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had broken through to the Refined Saint stage. If Su Gang was asked who he admired the most among his peers in the Rising Sky Mansion, it was undoubtedly Su Can. As for a good-for-nothing rich kid like Su Jing, he had never taken a liking to him. Due to this reason, he did not feel anything when Su Can stole his limelight. Instead, he felt it was normal. He merely smiled wryly for show. After Su Gang killed his opponent and became the ringmaster, the other ringmasters on the other 9 chess pieces began to face powerful opponents one after another. They were either defeated, or killed by their opponents. All in all, an entire morning had passed, and the ringmasters on the 9 chess pieces were replaced one after another. As time passed by, the number of challengers became fewer and fewer. In the afternoon, it went on for half an hour, but no one went up. Naturally, this did not mean the current 10 ringmasters would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. This was because up until now, none of the people who went up were at the Refined Saint stage. The current 10 ringmasters could only represent the peak of the pristine Saint stage among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, although there were not many people below the age of 50 who were at the Refined Saint stage or above, there were still quite a number of them. Some of these people came from various forces, while some of them were sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district. In comparison, there were more of the latter. Naturally, in comparison, the latter was not as famous. Now, it's time for the Refined Saint stage powerhouses to go up. Many people whispered among themselves as they watched the battle with anticipation in their eyes. Duan Lingtian hugged the Jasper Celestial Sword as he stood quietly at the corner of the white chess piece. Until now, he had no intention of making a move at all. The reason he did not make a move was not only because he felt there was no need to make a move for the time being, but he also felt it would be bullying if he made a move now. Although he was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin allowed his true origin to be on par with a refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. In fact, it was even stronger than an early refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. Coupled with his other trump cards, it would be considered bullying if he made a move now. Moreover, his purpose of coming here was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He only planned to make a move after Su Jing made a move. He only needed to kill Su Jing in one move and he would have achieved his purpose. Su Gang, I'll deal with you. As a loud voice resonated in the air, a person flew out from the group of people from the fifth-rate force, Pure Yang Shrine. It was a young man dressed in a Taoist robe. There was a hint of gloominess between his brows. His eyes gleamed coldly, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person seems like Viper. Soon after, someone could not help but whisper. Although he had lowered his voice, the people present on the scene had good hearing, so they heard his words clearly. For a moment, more and more people joined in the whispering. The moment this Pure Yang Shrine's disciple makes a move, he gives off an eerie feeling. Although he's alone, I can sense Viper's aura on him. Usually, people with such an aura aren't good people. This person is very dangerous. Moreover, he must be at the Refined Saint stage. Refined Saint stage, less than 50 years old, and he's from the Pure Yang Shrine. In the Pure Yang Shrine, apart from Jing Suzi, there seem to be two other people who meet this condition. They're Yu Suzi and In Suzi. Jing Suzi is the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Pure Yang Shrine. Although Yu Suzi and In Suzi's innate talent and strength are not bad, they're inferior to Jing Suzi. However, there's not much of a difference between them. This person should be either Yu Shuzi or In Shuzi. I just don't know who he is. Although I've never seen Yu Suzi and In Suzi before, I think he must be In Suzi. The name In Suzi suits his disposition more. Chapter 1674. It's said that In Suzi is a Dao cultivator who cultivates the Devil Dao. He belongs to the category of Devil cultivators. Soon after, someone revealed another piece of shocking news. Devil cultivator. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the Pure Yang Shrine's disciple who had just made his appearance. There were many Devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, there were not many Dao cultivators among the Devil cultivators. Dao cultivators were usually people who were filled with righteous energy. They usually claimed to be righteous, so it was rare for Devil cultivators to appear among Dao cultivators. However, it was rare. The Dao Martial Saint land was so big. Although it was rare for someone to be both a Dao cultivator and a Devil cultivator, it was not impossible. However, in the Rising Sky Mansions district, especially among the middle-aged generation, In Suzi from the Pure Yang Shrine was the only one who was a Dao cultivator and a Devil cultivator at the same time. "You're In Suzi?" A hint of dread flashed in Su Gang's eyes when he saw the young Taoist priest who walked out from the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine. "That's right. I'm In Suzi." The young Taoist priest stood not far away from Su Gang, facing him as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Whoosh! Seeing that the young Taoist priest admitted that he was In Shuzi, there was an uproar again. Everyone, including the 9 ring masters who were standing in the middle of the other 9 chess pieces, looked at him one after another. He's really In Suzi. He's the only Dao cultivator among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district who cultivates the Devil Dao. It's said that Dao cultivators who cultivate the Devil Dao are even more terrifying than martial cultivators who cultivate the Devil Dao. Most of the people present on the scene stared at In Suzi intently. They were eager to see how In Suzi would make his move. A Dao cultivator who cultivates the Devil Dao? That's interesting. Duan Lingtian's interest was piqued as he looked at In Suzi. It had not been a day or two since he came to the Dao Martial Saint land. Naturally, he knew it was good to be a Dao cultivator who cultivated the Devil Dao in the Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, In Suzi was the first Dao cultivator he had ever seen who cultivated the Devil Dao. Although he had seen many Devil cultivators in the past, all of them were martial cultivators. None of them were Dao cultivators. "You're a Rising Sky Mansions disciple, so I won't kill you. However, if you don't want to be hurt, it's best if you admit defeat." In Suzi. In Suzi said as he glanced at Su Gang indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain. As a Devil cultivator, In Suzi would usually not show mercy unless he was attacking someone from the same sect, especially in a situation like this. However, since Su Gang was from the 4th-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, he had no choice but to show mercy even if he did not want to unless he was not afraid of dragging the Pure Yang Shrine into this. Perhaps, the Rising Sky Mansion would not openly do anything to him due to the Rising Sky ranking battle's rule of life and death. However, after the Rising Sky ranking battle, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely cause trouble for the Pure Yang Shrine. As a 5th-rate force, the Pure Yang Shrine was completely powerless in front of a 4th-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion. There is no such thing as surrender in my dictionary. Hearing In Suzi's words, Su Gang was naturally able to detect the disdain in In Suzi's words. A pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator actually dared to shout in front of him. This also triggered In Suzi's ruthlessness as a Devil cultivator. His eyes flashed coldly as his eyes turned red. In Suzi, be careful and show mercy. At this moment, Jing Suzi reminded In Suzi through voice transmission. At the same time, The other people from the Pure Yang Shrine also reminded him through voice transmission. They knew Yin Suzi's temper very well. Once he became ruthless, he would not care about anything else. At that time, let alone the fact that Su Gang was from a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force might have already been thrown to the back of his mind. However, after the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine reminded him through voice transmission, Yin Suzi regained his senses. The redness in his eyes faded a lot, but his gaze still gleamed coldly when he looked at Su Gang. You should feel lucky. If you're not a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion, you'll definitely be a corpse soon. From Yin Suzi's words, he was implying that it would be extremely easy for him to kill Su Gang. Let's see if you're capable of killing me. Su Gang sneered. Although Su Gang was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine Saint stage, his strength was comparable to an ordinary early refined Saint stage martial or Dao cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion. Although it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent, he would not be defeated for a long time. Due to this reason, when Yin Suzi entered the arena, although he knew he would most likely be defeated, he had no intention of retreating or admitting defeat. He was a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he was going to be defeated, he would be defeated fair and square. He would fight with all his might until the end so that he would not tarnish the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. I'll let you know soon enough. Yin Suzi laughed eerily. His laughter sent chills down one's spine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Yin Suzi's words left his mouth, a gust of chilly wind started to blow within a 100-meter radius around him. Within the chilly wind, one could even hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, causing one's hair to stand on end. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some skeletons could be vaguely seen in the territory that Yin Suzi consolidated. Black snakes with glowing green eyes could be seen crawling out of the skeletons. They looked extremely disgusting, causing fear to rise from the bottom of the hearts of many people present on the scene. Not only that, but there were also wisps of black mist surrounding the bodies of these snakes, emitting a terrifying aura. If it was any other time, they would not feel anything when they saw such a scene. However, under the influence of Yin Suzi's territory, fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, these people who felt fear from the bottom of their hearts were those with weaker cultivation bases. You have a territory, and so do I. Break. When Su Gang saw that Yin Suzi had formed a domain with his true origin, he did not show any signs of weakness. In an instant, his true origin surged out from his body and the space within a 100-meter radius started to tremble. His domain started to appear. However, before his territory was fully consolidated, Yin Suzi laughed eerily. You're just a pristine Saint stage martial cultivator, and yet you're thinking of consolidating your territory in front of me? How naive. As Yin Suzi shouted, the territory that was formed within a 100-meter radius of him began to tremble. Following that, the snakes with glowing green eyes that originated from the skeletons charged out like a storm. They landed on Su Gang's territory that was about to take shape, shattering it before it could even form. As Su Gang's territory shattered, Yin Suzi raised his hand and shook it. In an instant, the sleeves of his Taoist robe fluttered as if there was a gust of wind. As they spun, they whizzed out, forming a small tornado that was clearly visible, heading straight for Su Gang's face. The small tornado was surrounded by wisps of black mist. This black fog was the same as the black fog surrounding the snakes. It was the symbol of a demonic cultivator. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated in the air. Before Su Gang could even react, a gust of energy that made him feel despair had already struck him and sent him flying. Barf! Su Gang, who was sent flying, threw up a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapsing as he struggled to stand in the air. However, based on his condition, it was obvious he could not continue to fight. I've lost. Su Gang took a deep breath before he regained his senses. When he looked at Yin Suzi, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, he realized the strength of the early refined Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators in the Cleansing Void Mansion was no match for Yin Suzi at all. He could still deal with the former, but he could not deal with the latter at all. The moment In Suzi made his move, he was easily defeated. He won so quickly? The scene in front of them made the onlookers dumbfounded. Although they did not think there was any suspense in this battle since it was a battle between a refined saint stage and a pristine saint stage, they did not expect the battle to end so quickly. However, it did not cross their minds that the battle would end so quickly. No matter what, Su Gang was the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he was not a match for an ordinary early refined saint stage martial cultivator, he would still be able to hold on for a while. Chapter 1675. Pure Yang Shrine's In Suzi entered the ring and heavily injured and defeated Su Gang, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, in just one move. Su Gang was different from an ordinary pristine saint stage martial cultivator. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the refined saint stage. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, even those famous martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the pristine saint stage did not dare to say they could defeat Su Gang. However, such a person was defeated in just a blink of an eye by In Suzi, who seemed to be at the early refined saint stage. At this moment, the other 9 ring masters had a grave expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with helplessness at the same time. They knew very well that among the participants of the Rising Sky ranking battle this time, there were no less than 20 people at the refined saint stage who were below the age of 50 who were participating in it. Apart from the outstanding disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion and the other 3 fifth-rate forces, there were also many genius sectless cultivators from everywhere. These sectless cultivators did not care about fame and fortune since it was just a fleeting moment. They would soon forget about it. However, the Rising Sky ranking battle was different. Once one was listed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, one was destined to be famous for eternity in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only a handful of people whose cultivation base had broken through the shackles of lifespan and lived as long as heaven and earth. Although most of them were able to live longer, they would eventually turn into a pile of dirt. Due to this reason, most of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land hoped to leave something behind in this world before they died. In that case, they would not have lived in vain. Due to this reason, in the Rising Sky ranking battle that was held once every 50 years in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, there would always be many genius sectless cultivators who had never been heard of before. Naturally, although these sectless cultivators were outstanding, they were still slightly weaker compared to those from the major forces. Perhaps their innate talent was not inferior to the former, but the resources they enjoyed could not be compared to the former. Due to this reason, it was normal for them to be inferior to the former. In Suzi is so strong. Everyone's eyes landed on In Suzi in unison. Shock could be seen on their faces. In the past, although they knew there were 3 great prodigies in Pure Yang Shrine, Jing Suzi's existence had completely overshadowed the other 2 prodigies. Therefore, not many people paid attention to the other 2 prodigies. At that moment, one of the 2 individuals, In Suzi, had proven his strength to the crowd. Although I've long heard of the 3 prodigies of Pure Yang in the past, I thought that the other 2 had only benefited from Jing Suzi. Now, it seems like Jing Suzi aside, they're worthy of the title as well. Someone could not help but sigh. His words also received the approval of many people. Among the Pure Yang 3 prodigies, apart from Jing Suzi and In Suzi, there's also Yu Suzi. There's no doubt about Jing Suzi's strength. In Suzi had also displayed his strength just now. To be able to stand on the same level as them, Yu Suzi's strength is definitely not weak. More and more people said this. Instantly, many people's gazes fell on the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine. When a few people's gazes landed on one of the young Taoist priests, the rest of them also shifted their gazes to him. He's Yu Suzi? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Yu Suzi. Yu Suzi was a Taoist priest with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was not eye-catching at all when he stood among the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine. If one did not know him, perhaps one would think he was a young Taoist priest who had followed the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine to join in the fun. It would not cross one's mind that he was one of the 3 prodigies of Pure Yang Shrine. This Yu Suzi is not simple as well. Although Duan Lingtian had his own way of judging people, all he could see from Yu Suzi was an introvert. It was precisely because of this that he felt Yu Suzi was unfathomable. Very good. At this moment, Renzhong spoke up. Even I've long heard of the 3 prodigies of pure yang. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed true. Currently, there's already a refined saint stage powerhouse among the 10 great ringmasters. This also means that the Rising Sky ranking battle has entered its climax and is nearing its end. I'm looking forward to everyone's performance. It was obvious Renzhong's words were directed at the group of refined saint stage powerhouses who had yet to make their moves in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Perhaps Renzhong's words were effective, or perhaps they were influenced by Yin Suzi's strength. Another person stepped out and arrived in front of one of the ringmasters at the peak of the pristine saint stage in just a blink of an eye. Just as he steadied himself, a vast amount of true yuan gushed out from his body. The aura of the true origin spread out, causing the expression of the ringmaster at the peak of the pristine saint stage to change. Refined saint stage powerhouse. The biggest difference between a refined saint stage powerhouse and a pristine saint stage powerhouse was the true origin. The true origin of both of them was not on the same level at all. The aura of the true origin of both stages was different as well. Due to this reason, the ringmaster at the peak of the pristine saint stage could tell the person who challenged him was a refined saint stage powerhouse just by sensing the true origin's aura. Who's he? I've never seen him before. He should be a sectless cultivator. It's said that the Rising Sky ranking battle can produce a group of outstanding sectless cultivators. Looks like it's true. Refined saint stage. There's no suspense in this battle. The spectators shifted their gaze to the refined saint stage sectless cultivator. They felt there was no suspense in this battle at all. As it turned out, their judgment was right. Although the ringmaster at the peak of the pristine saint stage was quite strong, he was still slightly weaker compared to Su Gang. He was defeated in just one blow by an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator. It was fortunate the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died. Although the Rising Sky ranking battle did not care about life and death, under the circumstances where there was a huge difference in strength, unless there was some enmity between them or the powerhouse was naturally ruthless, the stronger party would usually not kill the weaker party. Thank you for showing mercy. The former ringmaster at the peak of the pristine saint stage, who was lucky enough to survive, expressed his gratitude to the current ringmaster, who was also an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator. The latter nodded nonchalantly. The former was not angry at all. With the other party's strength, he could have completely ignored him. He had already shown him enough respect by responding to him. Subsequently, another 8 refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators entered the ring and occupied the remaining 8 ring masters. At this moment, the 10 ring masters were all refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. Naturally, they were all early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. Among the 10 ring masters, there were outstanding disciples from fifth-rate forces like Yin Suzi. However, there were also many sectless cultivators. Half of the 10 early refined saint stage ringmasters are sectless cultivators. I can't believe there are so many outstanding sectless cultivators hidden in our Rising Sky Mansions district. If they were nurtured by a powerful force, their current achievements would have been even greater. Many people sighed emotionally. Hermf, it's easy for you to say. Do you think everyone is willing to be a sectless cultivator? It's good to be a powerful force, but if you don't have a suitable backer, you won't be able to obtain anything. Which powerful force isn't controlled by those high-ranking officials? Some sectless cultivators said disdainfully. The words of these sectless cultivators made many of them fall silent. That was right. Although one could join a force like the Rising Sky Mansion, Pure Yang Shrine, and Brahma Temple as long as one had sufficient innate talent, one would still need a backer to obtain resources. Otherwise, one would be neglected or sacrificed in the open and covert fights. Otherwise, why would there be so many sectless cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Naturally, it was undeniable that some people became sectless cultivators because they wanted to be independent. However, there were more people who chose to become sectless cultivators because they were afraid of the deceit in the powerful forces. I can't believe there are so many refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 50 in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with the Jasper celestial sword in his arms as he sighed emotionally. Ha! At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed another gaze on him. This time, the owner of the gaze was none other than the flowery monk from Brahma Temple. However, although Duan Lingtian noticed his gaze, he did not look at him at all. From the beginning until the end, he's actually so calm. Don't tell me he's really a powerful sectless cultivator? Or perhaps, he's just here to join in the fun. And the reason he's so calm is because he's deliberately mystifying himself. The flowery monk thought to himself as he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. Initially, when he saw Duan Lingtian came alone, and he could not see through Duan Lingtian, he instinctively felt Duan Lingtian was not as simple as he seemed. However, he felt he was overthinking things. However, earlier, Duan Lingtian's calmness in the face of the 10 refined saint stage powerhouses crushing the 10 ring masters one after another made him realize Duan Lingtian might really not be as simple as he seemed. Naturally, he could also be deliberately mystifying himself. All in all, he felt he could not see through Duan Lingtian anymore. The 10 refined saint stage sectless cultivators were the ring masters. Each of them stood in the middle of a huge chess piece. They were high-spirited like undefeatable gods of war as they looked around arrogantly. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. It was none other than a person who swiftly flew out from the group of people from Brahma Temple. It was a young monk with a face full of stubble. He had a pair of tiger-like eyebrows that gave off an awe-inspiring aura. His medium build gave off a valiant feeling. In Brahma Temple, there are only 2 refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 50. One of them is the well-known flowery monk. Don't tell me this is the wine and meat monk from Brahma Temple, the flowery monk's senior brother? When the young monk with a face full of stubble came out, someone could not help but exclaim softly, "The wine and meat monk." Upon hearing his words, many people's eyes lit up immediately. The wine and meat monk? I've heard of him before. He's the flowery monk's senior brother. Before the flowery monk rose to prominence, he was the most outstanding genius martial cultivator among the middle-aged generation in Brahma Temple. He was only ranked second when the flowery monk appeared. Chapter 1676. Although he's currently ranked second and his strength is lower than the flowery monk, the difference between them shouldn't be too big. This wine-meat monk is definitely not simple. Most of the people agreed with this statement. Flowery monk, wine-meat monk. This Brahma temple is quite interesting. This wine-meat monk must be a glutton for wine and meat. That's how he got his name. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. In the Brahma temple, the flowery monk did not abstain from sex, and the wine-meat monk did not abstain from meat. This was an open secret. The wine-meat monk chose an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator as his opponent. Under the circumstances where both of their territories were consolidated, the wine-meat monk defeated his opponent in just 3 moves. Intermediate refined saint stage. When the wine and meat monk unleashed his final move, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, who were high up in the sky, could not help but be startled. They did not expect that the Brahma temple would have such a genius martial cultivator other than the famous flowery monk. Based on the true origin that burst out from the wine-meat monk's final move, they could tell he was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, they were so shocked. Although they could see the wine-meat monk's cultivation base was still unstable, it was apparent he had just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage not long ago. Even so, they were still shocked. The Brahma temple, a mere 5th-rate force, actually had such outstanding disciples like the flowery monk and the wine-meat monk. In terms of nurturing the younger generation, the Brahma temple was not inferior to the 2 great 4th-rate forces behind them. This made them feel pressured. This was because the rise of a force was usually due to the powerhouses born in that force. Just like their respective forces, they were not 4th-rate forces a long time ago. They had climbed up step by step. Naturally, if there were those who climbed up, there were also those who fell down. There were many forces that were fourth-rate or quasi-third-rate forces many years ago. However, they were only fifth-rate or sixth-rate forces now. All of this was due to the decline of each generation. The decline of each generation was due to the importance of sections. They were reluctant to hand over some of the important cultivation resources to outsiders. This was also one of the reasons there were so many genius sectless cultivators wandering outside. Perhaps the Brahma Temple was currently inferior to the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion, but what about after a few hundred years? When the Flowery Monk and the Wine and Meat Monk had fully matured, they might be able to lead the Brahma Temple to the next level and become a fourth-rate force. In fact, the Flowery Monk and Monk Jiro weren't the only ones feeling pressure. The person who felt the most pressure was Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Sutsun looked at Monk Jiro with killing intent. It wasn't obvious, but it was there. Indeed, after seeing Monk Jiro's strength, his heart was filled with killing intent. It was still fine for the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion since they were fourth-rate forces that were on par with the Rising Sky Mansion after all. However, the Rising Sky Mansion was different. The Rising Sky Mansion was the only fourth-rate force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. If the Brahma Temple rose to power, it would mean the Rising Sky Mansion would be in danger as well. As the saying went, a mountain cannot have two tigers. It would appear that after I return, I should suggest to Lord Mansion Master to dispatch people to kill the Flowery Monk and the Wine-Meat Monk of the Brahma Temple. Sutsun thought to himself. In the history of the Rising Sky Mansion, such things were not rare. Many genius martial cultivators and Dao cultivators who rose to power in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had died an unnatural death because they were not from the Rising Sky Mansion. Up until now, the cause of death was still unknown. Although some people suspected the Rising Sky Mansion was the culprit, nobody had any evidence. Moreover, the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, so they could only let it go in the end. However, Sutsun did not notice that when the killing intent flashed in his eyes, the abbot of the Brahma Temple was also looking at him. It seems like my previous decision was right. After the Rising Sky ranking battle ends, I'll let the Flowery Monk and the Wine-Meat Monk leave the Brahma Temple and the Rising Sky Mansion's district to cultivate. When they return in the future, they'll lead the Brahma Temple to glory and the peak. This was the decision the abbot of the Brahma Temple had made since a long time ago. The reason he did this was to protect the Flowery Monk and the Wine-Meat Monk. Secondly, it was for the future of the Brahma Temple. In the history of the Rising Sky Mansion's district, among the genius martial cultivators who died an unnatural death, there were also disciples from the Brahma Temple. The senior brother of the Brahma Temple's abbot had a much higher innate talent than him back then. He was not inferior to the number one genius among the younger generation in the Rising Sky Mansion. The number one genius among the younger generation in the Rising Sky Mansion had already become the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. He was also widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. He believed if his senior brother did not die an unnatural death, his current strength would definitely not be inferior to the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, if his senior brother was still alive, the current Brahma Temple would most likely not be a fifth-rate force anymore. With such a lesson in mind, how could he let the two most outstanding people in the Brahma Temple suffer the same fate? He had long thought of a countermeasure that would render the Rising Sky Mansion helpless. Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. At this moment, the group of onlookers had also learned about the Wine-Meat Monk's cultivation base from many powerful sectless cultivators who came to watch the show. All of them were shocked. The Wine-Meat Monk has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage? The Wine-Meat Monk has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. Doesn't that mean the Flowery Monk has already broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage? Many people were shocked. The Flowery Monk instantly became the center of attention. Even the Brahma Temple had become the center of attention. Swoosh! At this moment, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling resonated in the air, causing everyone's attention to shift from the Flowery Monk to him. This person was none other than Pure Yang Shrine's Yu Suzi. Yu Suzi had also entered the arena. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Even Duan Lingtian was looking forward to Yu Suzi's performance. One of the three prodigies of the Pure Yang Shrine. Indeed, I'm looking forward to it. Among the three prodigies of the Pure Yang Shrine, there's no doubt about Jing Suzi's strength. Yin Suzi's strength has also been proven earlier. He's definitely one of the best among early refined saint stage powerhouses. Coupled with the fact that he's a devil cultivator among Dao cultivators, he might even be able to fight an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. Someone said with anticipation, I wonder how strong Yu Suzi is as one of the three prodigies of the Pure Yang Shrine. Yu Suzi, who had become the center of attention, picked an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator as his opponent in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he defeated his opponent with just one move. Boom! The strength he displayed also shocked everyone present on the scene. Another intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. As the hosts, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's eyes widened in unison. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were already shocked that the Brahma Temple had two genius martial cultivators at the intermediate refined saint stage below the age of 50. However, the Pure Yang Shrine actually had two Dao cultivators at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. Apart from that, the Pure Yang Shrine had Yin Suzi as well. Although Yin Suzi's strength was still at the early refined saint stage, the strength he displayed was almost invincible among those at the early refined saint stage. Soon after, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang seemed to have recalled something as they looked at Sutsun, who was standing nearby in unison. They believed Sutsun was even more shocked than them. He was the one who did not want to see this happen the most. After all, whether it was the Brahma Temple or the Pure Yang Shrine, both of them were forces in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The Debussy subterranean was only so big. Whether it was the Brahma Temple or the Pure Yang Shrine, if they wanted to become a new fourth-rate force and occupy a vast area, the best choice was to step on the nearest fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion. As for the other fourth-rate forces, they were usually not the best choice. After all, even a powerful dragon could not defeat a local snake. Die! All of them must die. If someone approached Sutsun, they would see the muscles on his face were trembling. It was obvious he was furious. It was not a good thing for the Rising Sky Mansion that the junior disciples from the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine were so outstanding. Hermth! In the distance, the sect master of the Pure Yang Shrine had also noticed Sutsun's cold gaze when he looked at Yu Suzi. He snorted inwardly. Rising Sky Mansion, I won't give you the chance to destroy the future of my Pure Yang Shrine. It was apparent the sect master of the Pure Yang Shrine had already come up with a plan to protect the outstanding disciples in his sect. The Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine. How shocking! Although they're both fifth-rate forces, the Greenwave Han Mansion still has a long way to go compared to them in terms of the quality of their junior disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As far as he knew, Han Xuanai was the most outstanding among the younger generation in the Greenwave Han Mansion. There seemed to be no refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 50. Naturally, he believed with Xuanai's innate talent, she would definitely be stronger than Yu Suzi and the Winemeat Monk before the age of 50. In fact, she might even be stronger than Jing Suzi and the Flowery Monk. As time passed by, refined saint stage powerhouses entered the ring one after another. During this period of time, there were also a few refined saint stage powerhouses who died. All of the refined saint stage powerhouses who died were sectless cultivators without exception. Everyone present on the scene knew the reason for this. It was because sectless cultivators did not have any backing, so they did not have to worry about being retaliated against. Due to the fact that some of the refined saint stage powerhouses who entered the ring at the end were evenly matched, they spent quite some time fighting each other. For this reason, there were still many people who did not enter the ring when night fell. The Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, Zhonggu, Su Kan, and Duan Lingtian did not enter the ring. Naturally, nobody noticed Duan Lingtian at all. Almost everyone thought he was just a sectless cultivator who came to watch the show and had no intention of participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, at the end of the day, among the 10 ringmasters, 2 of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. They were both early refined saint stage martial cultivators. Chapter 1677. It was a silent night. The next day, when the sun was about to rise, everyone in the Nimble Valley opened their eyes. They knew the most crucial moment of the Rising Sky ranking battle had finally arrived. The 10 people who would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking would be decided today. The 10 people who will be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking will be decided today. If Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, doesn't show up today, he'll be disqualified from being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Until now, many people still could not forget about Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps Su Jing was not the most outstanding person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, but he was undoubtedly the one with the highest status among the middle-aged generation. This was because his father was the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and he was known as the most powerful person in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Unless he doesn't want to be the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he'll definitely show up, someone said. Yes, we'll see whether he'll show up or not today. Some people began to look forward to it. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, you must show up. Otherwise, I'll have come for nothing. Duan Lingtian, who was hugging the Jasper celestial sword, muttered to himself in a corner. His voice was so soft that nobody could hear him. As Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, made their moves, the majestic nimble chess game appeared before everyone's eyes once again. Similar to the day before yesterday, everyone was placed in the unpredictable illusory formation with 10 huge chess pieces hovering in front of them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the sound of wind blowing, most of the people landed on the 10 chess pieces and stood at the edge of the chess pieces, leaving an empty space in the middle. At the same time, the 10 ring masters who stood at the end yesterday entered the middle of the 10 chess pieces one after another, waiting for the others to challenge them. To them, today was undoubtedly the most critical day. It would determine whether they would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking or not. Only those who stood at the end today would be qualified to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Among the 10 people, 3 of them were the calmest. These 3 people were none other than the Winemeat Monk, Yu Suzi, and In Suzi. The 2 people in front of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage, so they were destined to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Although In Suzi was only at the early refined saint stage, with his strength, it was not difficult for him to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking today. Among the other 7 people, the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion had the most solemn and anxious expression. Among the current 10 ring masters, their strength could only be considered as the weakest. If someone were to issue a challenge, they would definitely be chosen first. If there's no accident, we'll be able to determine the 10 names in the Rising Sky ranking today. Tomorrow will be the real Rising Sky ranking battle, and we'll determine the exact ranking based on our strength. Renzhong's voice rang out. The rules are clear, so I won't waste any more time. Let's begin. Renzhong said indifferently. As soon as Renzhong's voice fell, a person flew out like lightning. This person came from behind Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. He was dressed in black and had a cold expression on his face. He was none other than Su Tsin's grandson, Su Kan. The moment Su Kan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if there was anyone who could be compared to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, it would be Su Kan. Moreover, it had been a long time since Su Kan appeared in front of others. Nobody knew how strong he was currently. However, one thing was certain was Su Kan was younger than Su Jing. Moreover, he was already on par with Su Jing many years ago. Due to this reason, even if he was still not on par with Su Jing, he was definitely on par with him. Moreover, it was obvious the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion were scouting for him. His strength was definitely higher than the 2 of them. After Su Kan appeared, he did not choose the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he chose an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator. It was obvious this Seckless cultivator was much stronger than the two Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. However, in front of Sukan, he was killed in just one blow. With just a raise of his hand, his true origin surged out and killed his opponent in just one blow. This was Sukan, Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. After witnessing Sukan's strength, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were slightly taken aback. They could see Sukan's Intermediate Refined Saint Stage cultivation base was different from Yu Suzi and the Wine Meat Monk. The Wine Meat Monk's Intermediate Refined Saint Stage cultivation base was the most unstable. It was obvious he had just broken through not too long ago. Although Yu Suzi was slightly better, he was not much better. However, Sukan's Intermediate Refined Saint Stage cultivation base had long stabilized. This meant he had broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to control the true origin of an Intermediate Refined Saint Stage powerhouse like it was his own arm. Elder Sutsun, I've heard about your grandson's innate talent, but I didn't expect him to be so outstanding. I'm afraid even the young mansion master of your Rising Sky Mansion can't compare to him, right? Your grandson has really hidden his strength well. Renzhong sighed as he looked at Sutsun with a complicated gaze. That's right. In the past, although I've heard about Elder Sutsun's grandson, rumor has it that he's even stronger than the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, based on what I've seen today, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion is no match for your grandson in terms of innate talent, Elder Sutsun. Lu Hongguang chimed in. When Sutsun saw Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looking at him with a hint of envy in their eyes, he felt as if he was floating. Everyone liked to hear praises. Moreover, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were praising his grandson. This made him even happier than praising him. I can't believe Sukan has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. At the same time, the group of Rising Sky Mansion's elders and disciples behind Sutsun were shocked. They whispered among themselves, revealing that even they did not know Sukan had already become an Intermediate Refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Based on the true origin Sukan displayed earlier, it seems like he has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage for quite some time now. Some of the Rising Sky Mansion's elders who had sharp eyes added. The group of Rising Sky Mansion's disciples was even more shocked. Then, doesn't this mean Sukan has broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage earlier than the young mansion master? Although the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples were not certain if their young mansion master had broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage, they believed in the Rising Sky Mansion behind them. They knew with the help of the Rising Sky Mansion's cultivation resources, it would be difficult for their young mansion master to not have a breakthrough. Even if the young mansion master has broken through, he might not be a match for Sukan. That's right. After all, Sukan has already broken through. Chapter 1678. Based on the words of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was obvious they thought Sukan was stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. No matter what, the strength Sukan had displayed had shocked everyone present on the scene. The Rising Sky Mansion is the Rising Sky Mansion after all. Sukan's innate talent and strength are even stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Most importantly, he's still young. In terms of innate talent, even the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi might not be a match for him. Soon after, someone could not help but sigh. The Rising Sky Mansion is a fourth-rate force after all. It's normal for them to have such an outstanding young genius. Many people chimed in. Sukan's attack was as though he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. To a certain extent, he had proven the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. At this moment, the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, including Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, felt elated. Sutsun, in particular, looked at Sukan with pride in his eyes. This was his grandson, his biological grandson. He was proud of him. Sukan was the first to enter the ring. Could be considered as a good start to the Rising Sky ranking battle. After killing the early refined Saint Stage Seckless cultivator in just one blow, Sukan stood quietly in the middle of the chess piece and began to meditate with his eyes closed. He completely ignored the gazes from the surroundings as though he did not notice them at all. Up until now, he was the only one among the 10 ringmasters who was meditating with his eyes closed. It was as though he did not care if anyone challenged him. It's rare to see someone so calm. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. They had seen many geniuses before. However, most of the geniuses they saw were proud and arrogant people who considered everything beneath them. Especially in a situation like this, they were even more arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Su Ken, on the other hand, gave them a different feeling. Su Ken was neither arrogant nor impatient. He ignored the praises from the surroundings. Even when those people said his innate talent and strength were stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he did not seem to care at all. This Su Ken, what a tenacious heart of martial arts! A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He could see a martial Dao heart that was almost flawless in Su Ken. If such a person is given enough time, he'll definitely soar to the top. I'm afraid even the Rising Sky Mansion won't be able to tolerate him. Although Duan Lingtian did not know Su Ken before this, it did not affect his admiration for Su Ken. In Su Ken's body, he saw the purity that a martial artist should have. It was a purity that only had martial arts in his heart and eyes. No matter how the wind blew on the grass, he would remain unmoved, and his heart would only focus on martial arts. Elder Su Zhen, you have a good grandson. Renzhong looked at Su Zhen enviously. Vice Mansion Master Ren, I heard that your grandson's innate talent is not bad as well. He's one of the best among the younger generation in the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Su Zhen smiled humbly. Although that is the case, he is far inferior to your grandson. Renzhong smiled bitterly. Everyone's attention that was focused on Su Ken gradually shifted away. After staring at a blockhead like Su Ken for a long time, they would start to feel bored. I wonder who's going to fight next. Everyone's eyes began to scan the surroundings. Naturally, most of them were paying attention to 3 people. These 3 people were none other than the Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu. Time continued to pass by quietly. Half an hour had passed just like that, but still nobody was going to fight. This caused the people present on the scene to feel a little impatient. Why aren't they fighting yet? Finally, just when many people were feeling impatient, someone made a move. An ordinary-looking young man dressed in plain clothes stepped out in the air. He carried a broad saber on his back. The broad saber did not have a scabbard. It was only wrapped in layers of plain cloth, making him seem low-key. However, although this plain-clothed young man kept a low profile, he still became the center of attention when he stepped out. He was destined to be the center of attention when he stepped out at this moment. This plain-clothed young man was none other than Zhonggu. Zhonggu finally decided to fight. Zhonggu. I wonder how he'll pick his opponent. Many people stared at Zhonggu intently. He definitely won't challenge those sectless cultivators. After all, he's a sectless cultivator, and sectless cultivators are very united. Someone said, I think he'll challenge one of the 2 people from the Rising Sky Mansion. As it turned out, the person who said this was right. After Zhonggu appeared, he indeed picked an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator from the Rising Sky Mansion as his opponent. When the early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator was chosen by Zhonggu, his face turned pale immediately. Who was Zhonggu? He was someone who could suppress the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion with the same cultivation base. He knew he would be crushed if he encountered the young mansion master who was also at the early refined Saint Stage, let alone Zhonggu. However, even if he was afraid, he knew he had to stand up straight. He was not representing himself, but he was also representing the Rising Sky Mansion. If he admitted defeat hastily, it would be an embarrassment to the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he knew very well that as a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion, he was not worried Zhonggu would kill him. Perhaps Zhonggu would kill him because the powerhouses from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion were present. It was not convenient for the Rising Sky Mansion to seek revenge now. However, they would have thousands of excuses to seek revenge from Zhonggu in the future. Due to this reason, he was not worried at all. However, it did not cross his mind that Zhonggu did not intend to spare his life at all. As a sectless cultivator, Zhonggu had a sense of closeness to other sectless cultivators whom he did not know. In his heart, they were the same kind of people. When he saw sectless cultivators dying in the hands of people from various major forces, endless rage rose in his heart. He tried his best to suppress it, but it was extremely difficult. However, when he faced the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, he could no longer suppress his anger. Swoosh! Zhonggu did not consolidate his territory. He merely raised his hand and formed a saber before slashing it at the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. His true origin instantly surged and transformed into a gigantic saber ray that shot toward the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Based on the true origin that was rolling on the saber ray, one could tell it had already surpassed the early refined saint stage. In other words, Zhonggu was already an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Stop! When Su Tsun saw Zhonggu's intermediate refined saint stage cultivation base, his expression turned grave immediately. When he saw Zhonggu was trying to kill his Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, he finally could not hold it in any longer and shouted. At the same time, he instinctively wanted to save his disciple. However, before he could make a move, he was stopped by Lu Hongguang. At the same time, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple did not even have time to react before he was slashed into two by Zhonggu's saber. From the beginning until the end, let alone using his territory, he did not even cast a single move. Crushed. Absolutely crushed. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. After a while, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the Rising Sky Mansion's people. The Rising Sky Mansion's people, including Su Tsun, had a grave expression on their faces. Although life and death were not allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, they were not worried about their own safety at all. This was because they had the Rising Sky Mansion behind them. It was the most powerful force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, a fourth-rate force. How would ordinary people dare to openly offend the Rising Sky Mansion? However, someone had just killed their Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. This was no different from giving the Rising Sky Mansion a resounding slap to their face. They were instantly enraged, completely enraged. However, although they were enraged, they knew there was nothing they could do. At the very least, they could not do anything in this situation. Even if they wanted to seek revenge, they would have to wait until the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Great! Soon after, the group of sectless cultivators who were watching by the side also regained their senses. They cheered in unison, feeling proud of Zhonggu. Earlier, when they saw the sectless cultivators being killed one by one, they felt extremely depressed. As sectless cultivators, they did not dare to kill people from major forces. However, the people from major forces treated their lives like weeds. However, now that Zhonggu had made his move and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, the depression in their hearts was gone. Zhonggu! Zhonggu! Some of the sectless cultivators even called out Zhonggu's name excitedly to express their joy. At this moment, they no longer cared if their actions would offend the Rising Sky Mansion or not. Zhonggu had even killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to avenge the sectless cultivators. If they were still afraid, it would be too unkind of them. When the people from the various forces saw how valiant Zhonggu was, to the point that he even dared to kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, they were all shocked. They only regained their senses when the group of sectless cultivators shouted excitedly, "This Zhonggu is quite a man." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhonggu with admiration. He admired this person who dared to stand up for the sectless cultivators who were killed earlier. Currently, Zhonggu's expression was the same as before. There was no change in his emotions at all. It was obvious he did not take the matter of killing the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to heart. Earlier, Zhonggu killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple and this Rising Sky Mansion's disciple without batting an eyelid when they killed the sectless cultivators. Duan Lingtian, who originally planned to wait for Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to appear, felt the blood in his body boiling due to Zhonggu's influence. Right now, I'm also a sectless cultivator. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he flew out. Immediately, the gazes of many people landed on him. Who's this person? I've never seen him before. He's always standing alone at the side. He's as unsociable as Zhonggu. I think he's also a sectless cultivator. Such an unsociable and cold person must be a sectless cultivator. Currently, Duan Lingtian had changed his appearance completely. His face was cold and aloof. Li Feng? Chapter 1679. To be honest, up until now, the flowery monk still could not see through Li Feng. From the very beginning, his intuition told him that this Li Feng was not simple. However, after a while, he felt he was overthinking. Although there were many sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district, even if their innate talent was on par with or even better than his, without the resources from a major force, how far could they go? Take Zhonggu for example. In terms of innate talent, let alone Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi from Pure Yang Shrine might not be a match for him. This was because Zhonggu did not have the resources from a major force. Not only was he inferior to Jing Suzi and him, but he was also inferior to Su Jing as well. However, based on the strength Zhonggu displayed, he was not certain Zhonggu was inferior to Su Jing. Based on Zhonggu's current strength, it did not seem like he had just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. In terms of strength, even his senior brother, the Winemeat Monk, and Pure Yang Shrine's Yu Suzi might not be a match for him. However, even then, Zhonggu was still inferior to him and Jing Suzi. He was certain of this. However, based on the aura of this cold-looking young man called Li Feng, he was most likely not even 40 years old yet. Even if a sectless cultivator who was not even 40 years old had some fortuitous encounters and innate talent, how far could he go without the resources from a major force? He's challenging another Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Don't tell me he wants to learn from Zhonggu and stand up for those sectless cultivators? The flowery monk thought to himself when he saw Duan Lingtian was looking at another early refined saint stage Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. This is an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Even if he has just broken through, I don't think a young man who's not even 40 years old can handle him, right? Subconsciously, the flowery monk did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than the opponent he had chosen. However, when he saw the calm expression on Duan Lingtian's cold face, doubt arose in his heart. Is this young man who's not even over 40 years old really confident? Or is he just deliberately mystifying? However, the flowery monk did not know that in terms of actual age, Duan Lingtian was already in his early 40s. However, due to the mysteries of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, the time Duan Lingtian spent inside was almost static compared to the time outside. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he was no more than 40 years old. If the flowery monk could notice this, the others would naturally be able to as well. After all, among the people present, there were more than one or two people who were stronger than the flowery monk. This young man is not more than 40 years old? Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, immediately regained his senses. His eyes widened as a horrified expression appeared on his face. He's also a loose cultivator? The second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang, turned pale with fright as well. When he released his divine consciousness, he discovered that the young man was not even 40 years old. Not more than 40 years old. And he's appearing at this time? Even among the junior disciples in the Raging Wave Mansion, there was no refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator below the age of 40. However, this young man had appeared and challenged the early refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Rising Sky Mansion. He found it hard to believe. In the Debussy subterranean, apart from the few quasi-third-rate forces, he had never heard of any force that was able to produce a refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator below the age of 40. Moreover, even among the three quasi-third-rate forces, not all of them were able to produce such a martial or Dao cultivator. My goodness! He's not even 40 years old. At the same time, the group of people present on the scene had also learned about this. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly stirred up by Duan Lingtian's appearance. The gazes that landed on him were filled with surprise, horror, and shock. However, most of them were filled with doubt. They were doubting whether this young man who was not even 40 years old was really strong or if he was just putting on an act. Perhaps he was just an idiot. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had completely overshadowed Zhonggu's limelight. Humph! A young man who's not even 40 years old actually dares to challenge the early refined Saint Stage disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion? Isn't he seeking death? An old Taoist among the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine snorted disdainfully. He was an elder from the Pure Yang Shrine. Many people agreed with his words. I think he's just trying to stand up for the sectless cultivators like Zhonggu. However, doesn't he know the price of standing out might cost him his life? The people from the various forces discussed among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian had overestimated his own strength. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene, on the other hand, felt their faces burning. A young man who was not even 40 years old had stood out so resolutely for their dead sectless cultivator brother. On the other hand, they could only watch from the sidelines. This made them feel ashamed. However, they did not have the courage to fight. Little brother, come back. There's no need to throw your life away. Soon after, a kind-hearted sectless cultivator transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian lose his life because of this. Brother, those sectless cultivators already know about your kindness. Come back. The Rising Sky Mansion's disciples won't show mercy to you. Soon after, more sectless cultivators transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian. They knew very well that the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples must have been enraged by Zhonggu's attack earlier. If someone challenged a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple at this moment, they would definitely not show mercy. They might not be able to openly seek revenge from Zhonggu, but they could still kill other sectless cultivators to vent their anger. Just as they had expected, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple who was chosen by Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. His heart was filled with disdain. A sectless cultivator who's not even 40 years old dares to challenge me? In his opinion, this sectless cultivator before him was a hot-headed idiot. However, since he had delivered himself to his doorstep, he, naturally, would not show mercy. Earlier, Zhonggu had stood up for the sectless cultivator and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's people. That person was related to him. He could be considered as his distant cousin. Due to their similar innate talent and strength, they were usually close. Boy, are you sure you want to challenge me? The Rising Sky Mansion's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian provocatively. Upon hearing the voice transmissions from the sectless cultivators, warmth rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He felt he had made the right choice by standing up for the sectless cultivator, even if it was all because of Zhonggu's influence. In the face of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple's provocation, Duan Lingtian merely looked at him calmly. However, the determination in his eyes was undoubtedly the best answer. In the middle of another huge chess piece, Zhonggu hovered in the air. His gaze was also trained on Duan Lingtian. He had paid attention to Duan Lingtian before this because he was the only one who came to the Nimble Valley alone apart from him. Moreover, he seemed to be a sectless cultivator just like him. Put everything else aside, just this alone made him feel a sense of familiarity with Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had stood up, it made him feel a sense of camaraderie. If it was possible, he did not mind being friends with this aloof young man who was also a sectless cultivator. If you're not confident, just admit defeat. However, when he realized Duan Lingtian was not even 40 years old, Zhonggu still reminded him through voice transmission. Upon hearing Zhonggu's reminder, Duan Lingtian glanced at him and smiled faintly as a response. In Zhonggu's eyes, the faint smile on his cold face revealed a strong sense of self-confidence. For a moment, Zhonggu felt that he had somewhat seen through this cold-faced young man. Su Ping, kill him. Among the Rising Sky Mansion's people, Grand Elder Su Tsun's eyes gleamed sharply as he ordered Duan Lingtian's opponent. Naturally, he had spoken to his opponent through voice transmission. Su Ping was also Duan Lingtian's opponent. He was a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple with a cultivation base at the early refined saint stage. When he heard Su Tsun's words, The killing intent in his eyes intensified. True origin pulsed on his body, emitting a terrifying aura. It was killing intent. At once, the sectless cultivators present on the scene broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. You overestimate yourself. Su Ping suddenly shouted coldly as the true origin on his body swept out like a hurricane. In just an instant, the area within a 100-meter radius around him had turned into a sea of wind. The wind continued to grow stronger. After a while, it seemed as though he was in the middle of a storm. His robe fluttered loudly in the wind. In the area within a 100-meter radius around him, wind blades could be seen everywhere. The wind blades whistled as they tore through the air, causing the air to tremble. It was as though they were going to cut open a hideous hole in the air. Although these wind blades were swirling around Su Ping's body, the group of people who were standing far away could vaguely feel the sharpness of these wind blades. Wind blade territory. Such a territory was not rare in the Debussy subterranean. Of course, although it was not rare, it was extremely powerful. Ordinary people who entered it would be minced into minced meat without even having the chance to react. Because Duan Lingtian was standing more than 100 meters away from Su Ping, the wind blade territory did not touch him. The edge of the territory was still more than 10 meters away from him. However, even so, Duan Lingtian's robe was still swept up by the oncoming wind. It fluttered in the wind and fluttered loudly. Die! At the same time, Su Ping roared loudly. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged straight at Duan Lingtian. Moving along with him was the wind blade territory that was constantly whistling. The wind blades in the territory broke through the air with him, causing the void to constantly emit ear-piercing whistling sounds as if it was really going to tear the void apart. For a moment, the world seemed to be dark and colorless. Many of the sectless cultivators could not bear to watch and closed their eyes. They really did not want to see Duan Lingtian being killed by the wind blades. Chapter 1680. If his territory could not even block it, there was no need for him to fight anymore. He would have died in his opponent's territory before he could even make a move. Naturally, such a situation would only happen when the disparity in strength was too great. If Duan Lingtian was not so young, the group of sectless cultivators might not have thought so. However, the problem was Duan Lingtian was just too young. So young that it was a little ridiculous. As the saying went, a young man can't be trusted. These words were applicable even in this world. Overestimating himself? When Duan Lingtian heard Su Ping, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, shouted, a faint smile appeared on his face. In just a blink of an eye, Su Ping charged over with his territory, but Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. Although there was no change in Duan Lingtian's expression, a scorching aura began to surge out of his body. As the scorching aura spread out, waves of vast true origin that emitted a dazzling golden light suddenly surged out of his body. 10,000 swords territory. In just a blink of an eye, the area within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian had turned into a golden ocean. It was as though a scorching sun had shrouded Duan Lingtian. Many people present on the scene could not help but close their eyes instinctively. After closing their eyes, they slowly opened their eyes but still squinted. This was because the golden light in front of them was so dazzling that it was difficult for their eyes to accept it. What's this territory? Many people were shocked. It was their first time seeing such a territory. In fact, they had never even heard of such a territory before. In the sky, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's expression turned solemn as well. It was also their first time seeing such a territory. With their eyes, they could only barely catch a glimpse of the figure in the golden light. This filled their hearts with shock. What a terrifying domain! Although the territory in front of them had yet to unleash its full power, the aura it emitted caused their hearts to tremble. What's this young man's cultivation base? He can actually condense such a powerful domain. Renzhong looked at Lu Hongguang and expressed the shock in his heart. He must have cultivated some secret method to conceal his cultivation base. Even we can't see through his cultivation base. Initially, I thought I'd be able to determine his cultivation base when he uses his true origin. However, his true origin is so strange. It seems like it's only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. Lu Hongguang also expressed the shock in his heart. You have this feeling too? Renzhong was shocked. He thought that it was just his own illusion, but he didn't expect that even Lu Hongguang had the same feeling. When Duan Lingtian displayed his true origin, he discovered that the aura emanating from Duan Lingtian's true origin was only the intermediate pristine saint stage's true origin. However, he also discovered that Duan Lingtian's true essence wasn't that simple. Even he couldn't explain why he had such a feeling. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian's true origin condensed a domain in just a blink of an eye. Not only that, but the speed at which it was condensed was much faster than his opponent. He was deeply shocked. Impossible! It's impossible for it to be the intermediate pristine saint stage's true origin. At this moment, he did not think Duan Lingtian's true origin was at the intermediate pristine saint stage. What a joke! How could the true origin of a mere intermediate pristine saint stage cultivator possibly condense a domain so quickly? Moreover, it gave them an indescribable feeling. That feeling seemed to be telling them that in front of this golden ocean-like domain, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples' wind blade domain was like a piece of paper that could not even withstand a single blow. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang had lived for so long, but this was their first time seeing such a strange scene. Who's he? For a moment, both of their hearts were filled with inexplicable shock. Since Renzhong and Lu Hongguang noticed the problem, Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, naturally noticed it as well. As soon as he noticed it, horror dawned on his face. At the same time, he did not even have the time to send a voice transmission as he shouted, "Su Ping! Quickly admit defeat!" Whoosh! The moment Sutsun's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar among the people present on the scene. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion actually asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to admit defeat? Could it be that he felt the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple was not as good as the Sectless cultivator who was not even 40 years old yet? Only a handful of people present on the scene could vaguely see the situation inside the golden dazzling domain that appeared around Duan Lingtian. Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Sutsun could see it. The sect master of Pure Yang Shrine, the abbot of Brahma Temple, and the other fifth-rate force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district could also vaguely see it. As for the others, they could not see it at all. Perhaps they would only be able to vaguely see it when they entered the domain. Sukan's shout was completely instinctive. He realized he had underestimated the young Sectless cultivator. Earlier, he had only asked Su Ping to kill the young Sectless cultivator because he thought the young Sectless cultivator was seeking death. However, he did not expect the tables would turn in just a blink of an eye. Although the young Sectless cultivator's true origin seemed like the true origin of an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse, the feeling he gave off after he consolidated his domain was not any weaker than an intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse at all. Due to this reason, he had lost his cool and reminded Su Ping. Unfortunately, his reminder was still too late. How could an arrow that had left the bow be retracted as and when one wished? Su Ping brought his wind blade domain and charged into the golden dazzling domain that enveloped a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian. The 5 powerhouses present on the scene could clearly see that as Su Ping charged into the golden dazzling domain, streaks of solidified sword rays suddenly appeared. After these sword rays appeared, it seemed as though the golden dazzling domain had transformed into a world of swords. The figure in the center of the golden dazzling domain raised his hand and pointed his finger at the sky. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of ear-piercing sword cries resonated clearly in their ears. Stop! At this moment, Sutsun, who realized Su Ping did not have the time to admit defeat, immediately shouted at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. He wanted to use this to warn Duan Lingtian to back off. He knew Su Ping was not a match for Duan Lingtian at all. Stop! When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, he had no intention of stopping at all. He merely stared coldly at Su Ping, who had a panicked expression on his face. It was time for everything to end. Thousands of swords charged toward Su Ping, who had charged into Duan Lingtian's domain with his wind blade domain. The scene was majestic. Unfortunately, among the people outside, only 5 people could vaguely hear what was going on inside. The others could only hear the thousands of ear-piercing sword cries that vaguely suppressed the sound of wind blades slicing through the air. Coupled with Su Tsun's shout earlier, their hearts jolted as they figured out what was going on. How's this possible? Many people felt that this was somewhat inconceivable, as if it was a fantasy story. A sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old was actually stronger than an early refined Saint Stage disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person as before. His cultivation base had already broken through to the intermediate pristine Saint Stage. Due to the fact that the true origin in his body was the Sun true origin that had been transformed by Hualao, it was extremely domineering. It was almost comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate refined Saint Stage martial or Dao cultivator. The domain consolidated with such true origin was almost equivalent to the attack of an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial or Dao cultivator. His opponent was only an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not use any other technique at all. There was no need for him to use any other technique. He only used his true origin to deal with his opponent. The thousands of swords swept across the sky. Su Ping and his domain were completely annihilated. It was as though they had been vaporized by the sun. There was no trace of it at all. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian withdrew his domain, the people present on the scene could still faintly smell a burnt smell. Su Ping is gone? At this moment, apart from Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, who was glaring at Duan Lingtian furiously, the other people from Rising Sky Mansion were horrified. Although they could tell Su Ping was not as strong as the sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old from the Grand Elder's loss of composure earlier, they did not expect Su Ping to be so strong. However, it did not cross their minds that when the sexless cultivator withdrew his domain, Su Can seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Silence. The scene was dead silent. From Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and the other people from the fourth-rate forces to those sexless cultivators who were weak and only came to watch the show, all of them stared at the cold-looking young man in a daze. They could not regain their senses for a long time. A piece of information kept echoing in their minds. This sexless cultivator was not even 40 years old. He was not even 40 years old, but he had killed an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Not only did he cause his opponent to die without a complete corpse, but he did not even leave a trace behind. All that was left was a spatial ring that fell to the ground. Naturally, the spatial ring was kept by Duan Lingtian. This was his spoil of war. It did not belong to anyone else. I can't believe the 10,000 swords territory consolidated with the Sun true origin is so domineering. Moreover, there's a layer of golden light at the edge of the territory that seems to block the view of the people outside. I'm afraid those whose cultivation base hasn't reached a certain level won't be able to see what's going on inside. This was the first time Duan Lingtian cast the 10,000 swords territory after he had broken through to the pristine Saint Stage and cultivated the Sun true origin. The outcome was completely out of his expectations. When he controlled the 10,000 swords in the 10,000 swords domain to attack, he realized that the 10,000 swords carried traces of the sun's fire. Although the sun's fire was incomparable to Elder Hua's sun's fire, it was still pure sun's fire. Faced with the attack of the 10,000 swords that carried the sun fire, Su Ping, who was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, was instantly vaporized. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel terrified. Chapter 1681. The Sun True Origin was the name of the true origin that had merged with the Sun Flame. Naturally, the Sun Flame in Duan Lingtian's true origin was not the real Sun Flame yet. The real Sun Flame was the kind of Sun Flame that the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, mastered when he was at his peak. It was famous in the Devata realms for being able to burn almost everything. As Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose, his true origin would transform as well. The power of the sun flame would gradually increase as well. In the end, it would transform into the real sun flame. Naturally, in order to master the real sun flame, Duan Lingtian would have to raise his cultivation base to a certain level. That level was beyond the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not limited to the Debussyi subterranean, but the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, including the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Brat, you're seeking death. At this moment, a furious shout exploded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Su Tsen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, who was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian had disobeyed his order and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Naturally, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he used voice transmission. Initially, he had asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to kill Duan Lingtian because he did not think Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 40 years old, would be a match for the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? If he had known earlier, he would have asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to admit defeat immediately. Although it would be embarrassing, it would not cause the Rising Sky Mansion to lose so many people. They had lost 2 early refined Saint Stage Rising Sky Mansion's disciples this time. Moreover, they were both Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who were not even 50 years old. They were not even 50 years old, but they were already at the early refined Saint Stage. Such innate talent could be ranked in the top 5 among the Rising Sky Mansion's juniors. 2 such existences had both died here today. Su Tsen could imagine how furious the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, the Supreme Elder, and the Vice Mansion Masters would be when they returned. Although Su Tsen was unable to interfere in this matter due to the rules and the existence of Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, he still could not escape punishment. For a moment, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. It was cold sweat. Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced at Su Tsen indifferently when he heard Su Tsen's words. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? What? A Rising Sky Mansion's disciple can kill me, but I can't kill him? Could he only resign himself to death? You keep saying that I'm seeking death, but don't tell me that a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion like you can disregard the rules? If that's the case, there's no need for the Rising Sky ranking battle at all. The 10 spots on the Rising Sky ranking can be decided by the Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian had a mocking smile on his face. Su Tsen didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would expose the fact that he had threatened Duan Lingtian via telepathy, and his face immediately sank. At this moment, many gazes gathered on him. These gazes were filled with mockery and anger. The rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle had long been set. Life and death were not allowed. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion had threatened a Seckless cultivator when he saw one of his own was killed, so the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were allowed to kill Seckless cultivators, but Seckless cultivators were not allowed to kill the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Domineering. The Seckless cultivators present on the scene, including Zhonggu, looked at Su Tsen coldly. Many of them even began to mock him. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? How rude. He actually dares to threaten a Seckless cultivator. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion can kill people, but others can't kill the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. How domineering. In my opinion, it serves the Rising Sky Mansion right now that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion has died. One of the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle is that life and death are not allowed. Under such circumstances, it's really embarrassing for the Rising Sky Mansion to threaten the people who made a move just because their own people were killed. At this moment, it was not only the Seckless cultivators who were mocking Su Xian. Even the people from the other forces present on the scene were looking at Su Tsen strangely. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at Su Tsen with a grave expression. Su Tsen's action was no different from provoking them, the 2 main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Tsen did not care what the others thought. However, when he saw Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's cold gaze, he had no choice but to appease them. He immediately glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted, "Boy! I don't know what you're talking about. When did I say that you're seeking death? Don't slander me." Many people immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. Even more people sneered at the same time. They had guessed that Su Tsin was going to turn hostile and refused to admit it. Slander me? Duan Lingtian sneered. The mocking smile on his face grew wider. If that's the case, can you, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't say such words? For the sake of fairness, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath as well. Lightning penalty oath. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those people who were wondering if Duan Lingtian was lying were stunned. They realized Duan Lingtian was most likely not lying. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me? Su Tsin, swearing on the lightning penalty oath? Su Tsin did not expect the Seckless cultivator in front of him would be so ruthless as to swear on the lightning penalty oath. His eyes shone coldly, but he did not back down at all. Just admit it if you don't dare to. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Is this all there is to the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? Duan Lingtian smirked coldly. How dare you? When Su Tsin was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian, Su Tsin's grandson, the other ringmaster, Su Kan, could no longer hold it in. His face that was originally cold seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment. He emitted waves of terrifying aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. However, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to look at him. To be more precise, he could not be bothered with him at all. I'm not even afraid of your grandfather. Why would I be afraid of you? This was how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. No matter what, the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to openly fall out with Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, caused the Seckless cultivators present on the scene to feel their blood boil. This was because Duan Lingtian had done something they did not dare to do. He had also helped them vent their anger. Many Seckless cultivators looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in their eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian was their idol. Young man, what's your name? At this moment, Renjong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle expression on his face. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. Renjong's words seemed to have reminded Lu Hongguang of something. Lu Hongguang immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked with a smile, Young man, I've never heard of someone like you in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Raging Wave Mansion? Boom! The moment Lu Hongguang's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck on a sunny day. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar among the people present on the scene. The second elder of Raging Wave Mansion actually extended an olive branch to this Seckless cultivator who had killed a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Moreover, he did it in front of Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Was he not afraid of offending the Rising Sky Mansion because of this? In fact, Lu Hongguang was forced to be so direct. When he saw how friendly Renjong was toward this genius Seckless cultivator, he could guess Renjong's intention. It was none other than to recruit Duan Lingtian to the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Genius Seckless cultivators had always been the target of competition among the various major forces. Take Zhonggu, the famous Seckless cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, for example. Not only the Rising Sky Mansion, but even the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion had also extended an olive branch to him. However, since he was unwilling to join them, there was nothing the three major forces could do about it. However, Duan Lingtian was different. As a Seckless cultivator, he had always been a nobody. With such a background and innate talent that was even more superior than Zhonggu, he was definitely a target that the Raging Wave Mansion wanted to recruit. Initially, Renjong wanted to beat around the bush. However, when he saw how direct Lu Hongguang was, he immediately became anxious. He hurriedly said to Duan Lingtian, Young man, our Sky Hurdle Mansion also welcomes you to join us. As long as you join our Sky Hurdle Mansion, not only will we provide you with the best cultivation resources, but will also protect your safety before you grow stronger. When he reached the latter part of his sentence, he instinctively glanced at Su Xian. His words were very obvious. There was no doubt he meant he would protect him from the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps the people from the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to make a move during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, nobody could guarantee that they would not do so after the battle. He believed the Seckless cultivator before him was aware of this. When the people present on the scene saw Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, also extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian, an uproar broke out again. However, this time it was not that surprising since Lu Hongguang had spoken first. Young man, as long as you agree to join the Raging Wave Mansion, whoever dares to touch you will be my, Lu Hongguang's, enemy. When Lu Hongguang saw Renjong had also put down his pride to recruit him, he immediately chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Genius Seckless cultivators are really popular. Unfortunately, with my innate talent, let alone fourth-rate forces, even fifth-rate forces won't take me seriously. A Seckless cultivator smiled wryly. That's right. Fourth-rate and fifth-rate forces won't take us seriously, and we won't take sixth-rate forces seriously. This is the awkward situation for Seckless cultivators like us. Another Seckless cultivator chimed in. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had been invited by the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion and the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. He had once again become the center of attention. All of them were curious about Duan Lingtian's decision. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, they believed as long as Duan Lingtian was sincere in joining the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion and swore on the Lightning Penalty Oath, the two great forces would definitely not mistreat him. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Tsun's expression was extremely grave. How could it not be grave? Renjong and Lu Hongguang actually extended an olive branch to the person who killed their Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Based on their words, it seemed as though they were going to protect him. However, although he was furious, there was nothing he could say. If he was in Renjong and Lu Hongguang's position, he would have done the same. Chapter 1682. If Duan Lingtian did not kill anyone from the Rising Sky Mansion, he would not mind putting down his pride and inviting him to join the Rising Sky Mansion. I'm Li Feng. Duan Lingtian smiled at Renjong and Lu Hongguang as he revealed his alias. At the same time, he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. As for joining the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, it's a big deal to me. Please give me some time to think about it. I'll reply to both of you after the Rising Sky ranking battle ends." Give him some time to think about it? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Renjong and Lu Hongguang's eyes lit up immediately. Naturally, they knew what his words meant. This meant he did not reject them. There was a chance. Renjong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. Although there was a chance, even if Duan Lingtian intended to join a fourth-rate force, he would still have to choose between the two of them. For this reason, there was no doubt the smell of gunpowder between Renjong and Lu Hongguang. Naturally, they knew very well that even if Duan Lingtian intended to join, it would still depend on the conditions given by the two of them. As the saying went, a fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. They knew this very well. Due to this reason, they had already begun to weigh their own limits. Li Feng, you're really not simple. When the flowery monk saw Duan Lingtian propped up the golden dazzling territory around him, he knew Li Feng was not simple. At the very least, he could not see through the territory at all. It was his first time seeing such a strange territory. In the end, the disappearance of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple from the heaven and earth verified his guess and intuition. Li Feng was not an ordinary person. On the pure Yang Shrine side, Jing Suzi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Previously, although he had paid attention to Duan Lingtian, it was only because Duan Lingtian was alone. It was inevitable that he would attract attention. At this moment, he finally realized this person who was as solitary as Zhonggu was not inferior to him in terms of strength. Zhonggu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian had made his appearance, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words earlier, it seemed like he was willing to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. For a moment, his impression of Duan Lingtian was greatly reduced. He didn't have a good impression of people from large factions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been an itinerant cultivator. With his talent, it was not difficult for him to join a fourth-rate force. In fact, as long as he swore a lightning penalty oath to be loyal to that fourth-rate force for life, he would be greatly nurtured. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Zhonggu was thinking. He was wondering why Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was not here yet. Currently, it was almost noon. The only people who had yet to enter the arena were the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. It's said that Su Jing is very ambitious to become the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It's impossible for him not to come. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer felt worried. After coming to the Rising Sky Mansion's district for a period of time, Duan Lingtian had purposely investigated Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He knew that not only was he a good-for-nothing rich kid, but he was also an extremely ambitious good-for-nothing rich kid. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. He was curious who would enter the arena first. Among the people present on the scene, apart from these two, he did not think there would be a third person who would enter the arena. After all, none of the 10 ring masters, including him, were weak. However, when a figure stepped out in the air, it surprised Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had an impression of this person. Su Gang. Duan Lingtian frowned. It did not cross his mind that Su Gang, who was defeated by Yin Suzi, would step out again. If he remembered correctly, Su Gang was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. If he entered the arena now, he would only be looking for a beating. Su Gang? Why is he entering the arena again? Su Gang's appearance also made the surrounding onlookers puzzled. This Su Gang is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Previously, he was defeated by Yin Suzi. Currently, the 10 ring masters present on the scene are all at the refined saint stage or above. Don't tell me he still thinks he has a chance? Many people mocked him. According to the rules, apart from Yin Suzi, who defeated him before, he can challenge anyone else. Another person chimed in. That's right. That may be the case, but as a person, you should at least have some self-awareness, right? He's only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. It's obvious he's not a match for the 10 ring masters present on the scene. Not only is he looking for a beating, but he's also wasting everyone's time by entering the arena now. Many people were dissatisfied with Su Gang's actions. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang frowned as well. They felt Su Gang had overestimated himself. Just as everyone was wondering who Su Gang would challenge, Su Gang, who flew out, landed firmly in the middle of one of the chess pieces. When the people present on the scene saw Su Gang landing in the middle of the chess piece, they were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded because the opponent Su Gang had chosen was none other than Su Can, who was also a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Su Can was also Su Tsun's grandson. Su Gang is challenging Su Can? Immediately, many people were stunned and felt that this was somewhat inconceivable. Many people even patted their faces and pinched their thighs to verify if they were dreaming. As it turned out, they were not dreaming. Su Gang was indeed challenging Su Can, whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. They're both disciples of the Rising Sky Mansion, but Su Gang actually wants to challenge Su Can. Moreover, he's challenging a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage, even though he's only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Don't tell me he has some enmity with Su Can? Even if he does, with his strength, he won't be able to catch up to Su Can at all. It's impossible for him to seek revenge, right? Perhaps he knows he's not a match for Su Can, so he's just trying to embarrass him. That's possible. One must admit that the power of the masses was great. Soon after, someone figured out Su Gang's intention. He's trying to embarrass a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion on such an occasion. How big is the enmity between them? Isn't Su Gang worried he'll embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion? Many people shook their heads. They felt Su Gang's action was irrational. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not think Su Gang would appear for such a ridiculous reason. He raised an eyebrow and raised his cold face to look at Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. If Su Gang really challenged Su Ken for such a ridiculous reason, Su Tsin's expression would not be pleasant at all. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed a smile on Su Tsin's face as though he had succeeded in his scheme. His eyes were glaring at him like a venomous snake, caused Duan Ling Tian to feel chills running down his spine. This is a scheme. When Duan Ling Tian realized this was a scheme, he was shocked. However, a scene that shocked everyone even more happened. Originally, everyone thought that even if Su Gang challenged Su Ken, he would be easily defeated. However, the result was beyond their expectations. I admit defeat. Su Ken's cold voice resonated in the air, causing an uproar. At this moment, Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and a few other people who were more rational quickly regained their senses. Their eyes flashed as they looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. It was as though they had figured out something. What's going on? The scene before them was still incomprehensible to many of the people present. Su Ken actually admitted defeat? He's an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator. Many people exclaimed. Don't tell me he's trying to use this method to let Su Gang enter the Rising Sky ranking? Many people looked at Su Ken with a strange expression. He's crazy. How can he use this method to let Su Gang enter the Rising Sky ranking? In fact, there are a few early refined Saint stage martial cultivators among the people who were eliminated earlier. As long as these people enter the arena, Su Gang won't be able to hold his ground and will be pulled down immediately. Many people discussed among themselves. They thought Su Ken was crazy to make such a decision. However, they soon fell silent. This was because they clearly saw that after Su Ken admitted defeat, he did not return to the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he flew up to another chess piece and slowly descended to confront the ringmaster on the chess piece. It was obvious he had issued a challenge to his opponent. So that's how it is. At this moment, many people slapped their heads as realization dawned on them. He took such a big detour just to challenge Li Feng. Li Feng was Duan Ling Tian's current alias. Not only did he kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, but he had even provoked the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and ignored Su Ken. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly smell the gunpowder on Su Ken's body. They knew Su Ken wanted to fight with Duan Ling Tian and even kill him. It seems like Li Feng has really angered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to fight with Li Feng. In fact, even if he and Li Feng are both listed in the Rising Sky ranking at the same time, he'll still have a chance to fight with Li Feng later on. After all, they still have to decide the final ranking of the Rising Sky ranking. Someone sighed. You're wrong if you think so. Su Ken's decision is actually very wise. Don't forget that when the 10 people on the Rising Sky ranking are decided, the host will intervene in the final ranking battle. In the past, it was rare for people to die in the final ranking battle. Someone said. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Indeed, this is the best time to kill someone in the Rising Sky ranking battle. After all, the 10 people have not been decided yet. More and more people were suddenly enlightened. Faced with Su Ken's appearance, Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely calm. He had already guessed this when he saw the scheming smile on Su Tsin's face. Aren't you afraid your grandson will follow in the footsteps of that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile as he looked at Su Xian. His tone was filled with confidence. Chapter 1683. Although the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier was powerful, in Su Tsin's opinion, it was only equivalent to an ordinary intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator. As an eminent Saint stage powerhouse, Su Tsin was very confident in his divine consciousness. According to his divine consciousness, the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier was inferior to his grandson. Su Ken, due to this reason, he supported Su Ken in challenging Duan Ling Tian. It was Su Ken's own decision to challenge Duan Ling Tian. In Su Ken's opinion, Duan Ling Tian deserved to die for being so disrespectful to his grandfather. When Duan Ling Tian ignored him, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. However, When he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, Su Zan began to hesitate. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat his grandson? For a moment, his heart seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. You want to kill me? When Sukan saw how arrogant Duan Lingtian was, he was so angry that he laughed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Although Sukan was very confident in his own strength, Duan Lingtian's confidence made his heart heavy. He immediately transmitted his voice to Sukan. Grandfather believes in your strength. However, this Li Feng is very strange. I'm afraid he still has some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. If the situation doesn't seem right, you must admit defeat immediately. Don't force yourself because you care about your reputation. In front of your life, reputation is nothing. Su Zan transmitted his voice to Su Kan. When Su Kan heard his grandfather's words, his heart jolted. Although he felt his grandfather's worries were groundless, he still agreed to it. I understand, grandfather. Su Kan challenges Li Feng. At the same time, the gazes of everyone present fell onto the battlefield and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Su Kan. As far as they were concerned, the following battle would definitely be extremely exciting. At this moment, they couldn't even bear to blink. Although Li Feng's strength is not bad, against Su Kan, I'm afraid it bodes ill for him. Many people whispered to each other. Although Duan Lingtian had killed Su Ping, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, in just one blow, Su Ping was only an ordinary early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. He could not be compared to Su Kan at all. If Su Kan wanted to kill him, he would only need one move. Su Ping had just broken through to the early refined Saint Stage not long ago. Among the early refined Saint Stage martial cultivators, he was at the bottom. Even if Yin Suzi, who was also at the early refined Saint Stage, wanted to kill him, he would not even need 10 moves. Even though Duan Lingtian was very confident when he spoke to Su Zan, the people present still did not think that he could defeat Su Kan. Fighting against Su Kan and fighting against Su Ping were two completely different concepts. Li Feng, the flowery monk, stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he muttered in his heart, "Can you defeat Su Kan?" Jing Suzi, Zhonggu, and the others were also looking at Duan Lingtian at this moment. This battle was undoubtedly the most exciting battle before the final Rising Sky ranking battle. Although the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had yet to enter the battle, there was no doubt that they would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking once they entered the battle. Due to this reason, the people present on the scene did not really look forward to their battle. On the contrary, the people present on the scene were looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Kan. Why? Are you looking down on me? Upon hearing Su Kan's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Su Kan as well. He smiled faintly with a calm expression on his face. When Su Kan saw the nonchalant expression on Duan Lingtian's face, his expression turned even graver. Even at this moment, Li Feng was still so calm. It was obvious he was looking down on him. Die! Su Kan shouted coldly as he made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a black eagle as he swept his wings toward Duan Lingtian. Wherever he passed, the void would tremble. At this moment, as the true origin on Su Kan's body fluctuated, his territory appeared as well. As soon as his territory appeared, he raised his right hand. Soon after, a small ball made of true origin appeared on his right hand. The moment it appeared, it seemed to have transformed into a devouring beast, as it greedily devoured the energy in the territory within a 100-meter radius with Su Kan as the center. The territory vibrated as endless energy surged into the small ball in Su Kan's hand. The small ball shone brightly as though it had transformed into a small, dazzling sun. Naturally, during this process, the true origin in Su Kan's body was also surging into the small ball. It could be said that the small ball contained the most powerful energy that Su Kan could muster at this moment. He did not hold back at all as soon as he made his move. It was apparent that he did not dare to be careless in front of Duan Lingtian, no matter how confident he was. From the moment Su Kan lifted the small ball in his hand to the small ball absorbing the energy in his territory and his body, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. That's the space-shattering origin explosion? At this moment, Renjong raised an eyebrow as a shocked expression appeared on his face. The space-shattering origin explosion was an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Based on Sukan's attack, one could see that he had cultivated the space-shattering origin explosion to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Only someone who had cultivated the space-shattering origin explosion to the highest stage would be able to form a true origin ball in such a short time. Space-shattering origin explosion. When Lu Hongguang saw this, his expression turned solemn. He also recognized the space-shattering origin explosion. He knew it was one of the most powerful offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in the Rising Sky Mansion. As an eminent Saint-stage powerhouse, Lu Hongguang could see with just a glance that Sukan's mastery of the space-shattering origin explosion had already reached the impeccable stage. Li Feng, be careful. This is the space-shattering origin explosion. In terms of power, it can be ranked in the top 3 among the offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on the space-shattering origin explosion that Sukan has cast, it's obvious he has cultivated it to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. At this moment, 2 voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. The 2 voices were reminding him. Moreover, the content was similar. He could tell it was Renjong and Lu Hongguang who were reminding him. As for why they were reminding him out of kindness, naturally, he could guess the reason. It was none other than to leave a good impression on him so that he could join their forces after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Previously, Duan Lingtian had given the 2 of them a lot of thought before he agreed to join their forces. He did not reject the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. After all, they were 4th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. There was no harm in joining them. Thank you for your reminders. As Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, his eyes did not leave Sukan at all. An offensive technique that's ranked in the top 3 among the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactics in the Rising Sky Mansion? It seems like the space-shattering origin explosion is also an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Since Sukan has cultivated it to the highest stage, its power must be extraordinary. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, strands of golden true origin rose from the surface of his body again. In just an instant, a golden territory appeared in a 100-meter radius with him as the center and completely shrouded him. In the golden territory, tens of thousands of golden sword rays gradually solidified. 10,000 swords territory. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to control the 10,000 swords territory. Moreover, the muscles on his body began to bulge slightly. However, due to the fact that he was wearing a robe, the obvious changes on his body could not be seen. If Duan Lingtian took off his robe, the people present on the scene would definitely be able to see strands of semi-transparent energy jumping on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. That was the energy formed when one's body was strong enough to a certain extent. Generally speaking, such energy would only appear on the bodies of wild beasts and saint beasts with monstrous bodies. However, it had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body as well. It was because his body had been tempered by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Its strength had even surpassed a 6-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base. It was almost on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. In the Debussy Subterranean, there were no 6-clawed divine dragons. 5-clawed divine dragons were the most powerful dragons. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only 6-clawed divine dragons, but they were extremely rare. As for 7-clawed divine dragons, they could only be found in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to the Dragon Pearl. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had heard from Hualao that there were even 8-clawed divine dragons, let alone 7-clawed divine dragons. Naturally, there were very few 8-clawed divine dragons in the Devata realms. As for the 9-clawed divine dragon, there was only one 9-clawed divine dragon in the Devata realms. It was the ancestor of dragons, the 9-clawed winged dragon. The 9-clawed winged dragon was also known as the 9-clawed ancestral dragon. It was the strongest existence in the Devata realms. Not only was it not inferior to the heavenly emperors who ruled over the Devata realms, but it was even stronger than some heavenly emperors. Swoosh! When the true origin ball in Su Can's hand had gathered all the strength he could muster, he moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian like a meteor. When Su Can's territory collided with Duan Lingtian's territory, he raised his hand and pushed his palm out. The true origin ball in Su Can's hand streaked across the sky toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Su Can's territory collided with Duan Lingtian's territory began to shrink rapidly under everyone's watchful eyes. As it shrank, there was intense friction in the air. What's going on? Many people were stunned by this scene. Some of them even thought Duan Lingtian's territory was weaker than Su Can's territory. However, they soon realized they were wrong. This was because when Duan Lingtian's territory shrank, it had transformed into a dazzling golden sword ray that appeared under his feet before it quickly transformed into a dazzling golden flying sword. The golden flying sword was even more dazzling than the true origin ball that was shooting toward Duan Lingtian. Go! At this moment, Duan Lingtian spat out a word. Chapter 1684. As it shone with a dazzling golden light, the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet shot out rapidly as well. When the flying sword shot out, it contained the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Naturally, it was only the profundity of the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword in the heart. Currently, Duan Lingtian had not mastered the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart. Even so, Duan Lingtian's sword was still extraordinary. It was comparable to an offensive technique in an Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it was an offensive technique that had been cultivated to a high stage. However, compared to the space-shattering elemental explosion, it was slightly weaker. Although it was slightly weaker, due to the fact that the sword contained Duan Lingtian's powerful physical strength, it was not weaker than the space-shattering origin explosion that Su Can had cast. Moreover, due to the Sun True Origin, the force of the sword was even stronger than Su Can's space-shattering origin explosion. However, the others were unaware of this. This Li Feng must not have mobilized all of his true origin since he hastily drew out his sword. He'll definitely die in this battle. Su Can smirked as though victory was already in his hands. As an eminent saint stage powerhouse, he had a keen eye. Naturally, he could see it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to mobilize all of his true origin and unleash all of his strength in such a short time. Apart from Su Can, even Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and the others thought so as well. However, how would they know Duan Lingtian did not take much time to mobilize all of his true origin since Duan Lingtian had opened a total of 99 saint veins in his body? In the Dao martial saint land, it was already very impressive to open 81 saint veins. Moreover, in the history of the Dao martial saint land, there were only 2 people who had opened 81 saint veins. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, far surpassed them. The 99 saint veins were more than twice as efficient as Su Can. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian allowed Su Can to make the first move. He was the one who made the first move because he was confident that he could mobilize all of his true yuan in the shortest amount of time and unleash a full-force attack. This was confidence. A confidence that belonged only to Duan Lingtian. 99 holy meridians gave him confidence. Because of this, the speed at which Duan Lingtian condensed his domain was much faster than the average person. Whoosh! The true origin ball was pushed out by Su Can, and it tore through the air like a cannonball that had been shot out of a drum. It quickly blasted towards Duan Lingtian. As long as it touched the Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian's Zhen Yuan, it would explode, bursting out all the Zhen Yuan and domain power contained in it without any reservation. Of course, even if Duan Lingtian dodged, it would still follow him immediately because it had already locked onto Duan Lingtian through Su Can's consciousness. Whoosh! The golden flying sword swept through the air, and its speed was no slower than the true origin ball. In fact, it was even faster than the true origin ball. Its target was the true origin ball. However, although the flying sword was fast and Su Can, Renzhong, and Lu Hongguang had already noticed it, they still did not think that the power in the flying sword was comparable to the power in the true origin ball. Moreover, even if it could touch the true origin ball, it would explode immediately and crush the flying sword with its remaining power before continuing to fly towards Duan Lingtian. At that time, the remaining power of the explosion would also blast Duan Lingtian into smithereens. Finally, the flying sword and the true origin ball collided. In fact, before they collided, the auras around the two collided again and again, causing the surrounding void to tremble as though it would shatter at any time. Soon, the flying sword and the true origin ball collided. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Boom! A deafening sound that seemed to shatter the sky and earth spread rapidly. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have lost their color. In just an instant, some of the martial and Tao cultivators whose strength had not reached the saint stage had their eardrums burst. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Even the pristine saint stage martial and Tao cultivators present on the scene had their faces flushed red. It was apparent the loud sound had affected them greatly. Along with the loud sound, the void near Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by a golden light. The golden light continued to spread, and soon after, it shrouded Duan Lingtian as well, causing his figure to disappear from everyone's sight. This was the remaining power of the explosion. Su Zhen smiled. In his opinion, just the remaining power of the explosion was enough to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator had a good physique, his body was still made of flesh and blood. He could not be compared to those wild beasts and saint beasts whose bodies were stronger. Furthermore, the aftershock of the explosion was so strong that even ordinary savage beasts and saint beasts that didn't specialize in physical strength would be blasted into smithereens. Li Feng is dead? The scene in front of them was also reflected in the eyes of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Many sectless cultivators' eyes were bloodshot as they gritted their teeth. Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who was worthy of their respect. Based on Li Feng's previous actions, Li Feng's position in their hearts was not any lower than Zhonggu's. He's dead? The flowery monk frowned before his brows relaxed. He put his palms together and sighed, feeling pity for Li Feng. Such an outstanding sectless cultivator had died just like that. Many people sighed emotionally. At this moment, Renzhong, who had also thought Li Feng was dead, raised an eyebrow. He looked at the remaining power of the explosion with a shocked expression on his face. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of sword whistling in the air, a golden flying sword shot out from the remaining power of the explosion. The speed was as fast as lightning. No, it was even faster than lightning. No! Accompanied by a furious roar, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the smile on Su Can's face completely froze. There was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. Blood kept spurting out from it, making him look hideous and terrifying. In the next moment, Su Can fell down and was completely silent. The furious roar came from Su Zhen, who had reacted after hearing the sword whistling sound. He looked at Su Can, who had fallen down, and his eyes were completely red. It was as if he had lost his mind at this moment. He rushed down like a madman and supported Su Can. However, Su Can's eyes were wide open as he fell into Su Zhen's arms. He did not make a sound. He was dead. Ken-er. Su Zhen was unwilling to believe that this was real. He kept muttering, but Su Can would never respond to him. Su Can is dead? Seeing this scene, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God! After Li Feng's sword collided with Su Can's true origin ball, it still had energy left. Unbelievable! Many people cried out in surprise. However, they tried their best to suppress their voices as though they were afraid of angering Su Zhen. I really didn't expect this to happen. Both of them perished together. I'm sure the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion is filled with regret right now. Some people looked at Su Zhen with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It did not cross their minds that after Li Feng, the sectless cultivator, was killed by the explosion, Li Feng's attack still had energy left to kill Su Can, who thought he had won. At that moment, Su Can did not even have the time to react. After all, at that time, everyone thought that he had won, including himself. My condolences, Elder Su. Although Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang did not feel anything about Su Can's death, they still had to put on an act and console Su Can's eyes were red as his body trembled violently. His grandson was actually dead. In fact, his grandson was all his hope. Moreover, he had even thought of letting his grandson compete with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to be the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. As long as his grandson was ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, he would have a chance. However, now that his grandson was dead, it meant everything was as good as a fleeting cloud. At this moment, a series of shocked voices resonated in the surroundings. Since Su Can was completely immersed in the grief of his grandson's death, he did not pay attention to the shocked voices in the surroundings. Under the shocked gazes of the group of people, a figure gradually appeared from the aftershock of the explosion and the golden light that filled the sky. It was a figure who had changed his clothes. Although he had changed his robes, the people present on the scene immediately recognized him. Li Feng. Li Feng was not dead? Everyone, including Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang, could not help but narrow their eyes. They could not regain their senses for a long time. The scene before their eyes was not something they had expected at all. Even Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang thought Duan Lingtian had died in the explosion. This was because the explosion happened not far away from Duan Lingtian. It was not something a body of flesh and blood could withstand. Even if Duan Lingtian had cast the highest stage defensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, it would not have been enough. After all, that power was formed by the collision of two enormous powers. Although they had cancelled each other out, the majority of them had still fused together. Under such circumstances, unless it was a wild beast or saint beast that specialized in physical strength, ordinary wild beasts and saint beasts might not have been able to survive the aftermath of the explosion, let alone a human. In the Tao martial saint land, a human's body was notoriously weak compared to wild beasts and saint beasts. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's survival had exceeded everyone's expectations. Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang immediately regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian again as though they were looking at some kind of peerless treasure. They were certain there was no fluctuation of Tao talismans or saint inscriptions in the air from the beginning of the explosion until now. In other words, Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. Due to this reason, they were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to survive under such circumstances. They were pleasantly surprised that such an outstanding young man was a sectless cultivator. They had a chance to recruit him into the force behind them. Chapter 1685. He didn't die? Who is this Li Feng? Is he even human? I can't believe he managed to survive the aftermath of the explosion. From the looks of it, his face is just a little pale and he has changed his clothes. He doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Did he use a high-grade defensive Tao talisman earlier? Impossible. There was no fluctuation of Tao talismans or saint inscriptions earlier. He probably didn't use any external force. Everyone present regained their senses and whispered to each other. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. The flowery monk was also shocked. He looked at Li Feng in shock. This Li Feng, he's fine? The group of sectless cultivators originally thought Duan Lingtian was dead. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian was fine, all of them smiled. Many of them were excited as they shouted Duan Lingtian's name loudly. Of course, they were shouting Li Feng, Duan Lingtian's current alias. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and only now did he catch his breath. I really didn't expect Su Can's technique to be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Su Can, who was in Su Can's arms. To be more precise, he looked at Su Can's corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that my body is stronger than the six-clawed divine dragon from the dragon clan, I would have died. Duan Lingtian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier. When the shock waves of the explosion swept over, he felt like he was enveloped by a terrifying force. Soon after, the robes on his body were destroyed. At the same time, The rolling power from all directions fell on his body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, tormenting his body as if it had been tempered thousands of times. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by the energy. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Su Tsen, a mocking smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, Su Ken, Su Tsen's grandson, was basically shooting himself in the foot by challenging him. Courting death. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thanked Renzhong and Lu Hongguang again. Although he would not have shown mercy to Su Ken, who was at the intermediate refined saint stage even without the two of them reminding him, he still owed them a favor. Little brother Li Feng, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. However, how did you survive just now? Renzhong replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. His tone was filled with shock. When Lu Hongguang responded to Duan Lingtian, he was also curious about this. When faced with their questions, Duan Lingtian only responded to them with a mysterious smile. When the two of them saw this, they both smiled wryly but did not ask any further. They could see Duan Lingtian was unwilling to say much. Since that was the case, they tactfully did not ask any more questions. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If they continued to ask, not only would they not be able to get an answer, but they would also leave a bad impression in front of Duan Lingtian. They had worked hard to recruit Duan Lingtian to their respective forces. Naturally, they did not want to leave a bad impression in front of Duan Lingtian. He's not dead. At the same time, Su Tsen, who was gradually recovering from the grief of his grandson's death, finally heard the heated discussion in the surroundings. He was shocked by the content of the discussion. When he turned his head around with a trembling body, he saw Duan Lingtian, who was completely unscathed. Instantly, his eyes widened and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible! When he saw Duan Lingtian was still alive, the first thought that appeared in his mind was impossible. The powerful energy from the explosion was not something an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator could withstand. No matter how powerful his defensive technique was, he would not be able to block that energy. Coupled with the fact that he was a human, it was impossible for him to block that energy. You used a Dao talisman? Su Tsen instantly thought Duan Lingtian had used a Dao talisman. Although he did not know where Duan Lingtian obtained such a high-grade Dao talisman, there were not many defensive Dao talismans that could block that energy even in the Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not be bothered with Su Tsen when he heard his angry and deep words. Elder Su, Li Feng didn't use a Dao talisman, nor did he rely on any external force. If he did, it's impossible for an eminent saint stage powerhouse like you to not notice it, Renzhong said as he frowned. Renzhong frowned as he looked at Su Tsen. That's right, Elder Su. Li Feng really didn't rely on any external force. Lu Hongguang chimed in. When Su Tsen said Duan Lingtian had used a Dao talisman, he had assumed Duan Lingtian did not use a Dao talisman. However, now that he thought about it, he was certain from the beginning until the end that he did not sense any fluctuations from a Dao talisman, saint inscriptions, or any other external force at all. Su Tsen took a deep breath and glanced at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Then, the true origin in his body trembled as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a terrifying true origin surged out of Su Tsen's body. The aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse spread out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples spread out and swept in all directions. Some of the martial and Dao cultivators in the surroundings who had not broken through to the saint stage fainted. Some of the pristine saint stage martial and Dao cultivators with weaker cultivation bases were forced to retreat to a faraway place. This, Su Tsen's sudden attack caught the onlookers off guard. Naturally, most of them only saw Su Tsen vanish before their eyes. Only the high-ranking officials from the 3 great fifth-rate forces and some powerhouses from the 3 great fourth-rate forces could vaguely see Su Tsen's figure. The aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse swept out. His powerful aura instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his entire body was bound. The sun true origin in his body was suppressed to the point that it circulated very slowly. It could not even float to the surface of his body for a long time. Naturally, the reason for this was because Suitsun, an eminent saint stage powerhouse, had locked onto him. Moreover, Suitsun's attack was extremely fast. In comparison, the speed of Duan Lingtian's true origin was naturally much slower. At this moment, a sense of despair rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind, and that was to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, when he took the Jasper Celestial Sword out of his spatial ring and held it in his hand, he discovered Suitsun's attack was already near him in just a blink of an eye. He did not even have time to inject his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword, let alone use his full strength. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with unwillingness. If he was given 1 or 2 breaths of time, he would be able to activate the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might to receive Suitsun's attack. Even if he could not kill Suitsun with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would still be able to block part of the attack. At that time, he might still be able to survive. With the buffer time, he believed Renzhong and Lu Hongguang would not stand idly by. Unfortunately, he was still too late. If he had taken out the Jasper Celestial Sword earlier and injected his true origin into it without any reservation, he would not be in such a passive situation. To be more precise, he did not expect Suitsun would suddenly go crazy and directly attack him. After all, Suitsun was not allowed to take revenge in this place. Life and death were not allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. This was the rule. Hermph! Hermph! Just as Duan Lingtian thought he was going to be killed, 2 angry snorts resonated in the air almost at the same time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the powerful aura that had locked onto him seemed to have shattered at this moment. As for that oppressive power, it also retreated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered 2 figures had appeared in front of him. They were none other than Renzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Both of them had appeared in time and blocked Suitsun's attack. Moreover, when both of them made their moves at the same time, Suitsun was at a disadvantage. Barf! Suitsun, who was sent flying, came to a halt after he was sent flying for a long distance. At the same time, he threw up a mouthful of black and red blood. His face was extremely pale at this moment. Elder Su, you've crossed the line. Renzhong's voice was filled with rage. Suitsun had attacked Duan Lingtian in front of him. Not only did he violate the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle, but he was also slapping him in the face. After all, his existence was to ensure the integrity of the Rising Sky ranking battle. If he could not even interfere in this matter, he was not qualified to be the host of the Rising Sky ranking battle. If he allowed this to happen, he might as well set a rule that Sectless cultivators were not allowed to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Otherwise, even if a Sectless cultivator made a name for himself, he would still be suppressed by the people from the major forces. Although Lu Hongguang did not say anything, one could tell he was furious from the way he looked at Su Xian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, finally caught his breath. When he realized the danger had been averted, he immediately put away the Jasper Celestial Sword. He could clearly feel that his hand that was holding the Jasper Celestial Sword was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as though he had already taken half a step into the gates of hell. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Thank you for saving my life, both of you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thanked Renzhong and Lu Hongguang respectfully as he looked at their backs. I'll give you justice for this matter. Renzhong nodded. Although he did not turn around, his eyes were cold as he looked at Su Xian. When Lu Hongguang heard Renzhong's words, he regretted it. Why did he not say that earlier? If he had said that, Duan Lingtian would have a good impression of him. Lu Hongguang immediately said, Little brother Li Feng, I, Lu Hongguang, promise you that I'll give you justice for this matter. When Suitsun, who was injured in the distance, heard Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's words, his originally pale face turned even paler. Chapter 1686. However, He did not expect Renzhong and Lu Hongguang would be able to stop him in time. He believed Renzhong and Lu Hongguang must have come prepared. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to react in such a short time and stop him. The moment Su Zhen thought of this, he gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred. He hated himself for not being able to kill Li Feng to avenge his grandson. At the same time, the onlookers who were stunned by Su Zhen's actions finally regained their senses. An uproar broke out among them. Isn't the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion a little too arrogant? Many people looked at Su Zhen with displeasure. These people were from the major forces other than the Rising Sky Mansion and the sectless cultivators present on the scene. However, even among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, many of them felt their faces burning. After all, the rule of the Rising Sky ranking battle was to fight to the death. It was normal even if someone died. If one could not afford to lose, one could choose not to participate. Since one had participated, one had to be able to afford to lose. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion had ignored the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. To a certain extent, it was because he could not afford to lose. As members of the Rising Sky Mansion, they were also embarrassed by the Grand Elder's actions. Earlier, so many people died. But Su Zhen didn't do anything. Now that his grandson is dead, he actually broke the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle? Many people mocked him. That's right. Earlier, when his grandson killed that independent cultivator, I saw that he was full of smiles, and he didn't think that his grandson was going overboard at all. Now that his grandson is dead, he's breaking the rules. It's obvious that he only values his grandson's life, and not the lives of others. To think he's the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Bah! If news of this spreads out, I'm afraid the Rising Sky Mansion will be humiliated. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They no longer cared about Su Zhen and said whatever they wanted to say. It was obvious Su Zhen's actions had angered the crowd. Elder Su, you're the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. You can decide how you're going to resolve this matter. Renzhong said indifferently as he looked at Su Xian. Although his tone was calm, his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. It was as if he wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows with Su Zhen if he wasn't satisfied with his performance. Elder Su, what Vice Mansion Masterin said is also my opinion. Lu Hongguang also stared at Su Zhen with a murderous look in his eyes. Now was an opportunity to show off in front of Li Feng. He wasn't willing to miss it. Moreover, Su Zhen was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He and Renzhong were merely pushing the boat along with the current. When Su Zhen saw how Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were targeting him, a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, he also knew that he was in the wrong. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, he suppressed the hatred in his heart and cupped his hands toward Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Gentlemen, the reason why I attacked just now was because my grandson was killed. I was so angry that I lost my mind. Now that I think about it, it was indeed inappropriate. However, since he's fine, why don't we just let this matter rest? As he spoke, Su Zhen lowered his voice. At this time, he had no choice but to do so. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, before Renzhong and Lu Hongguang could reply to Su Zhen, Duan Lingtian burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that it seemed as though tears were about to flow out of his eyes. I'm fine. Earlier, if Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu didn't make a move in time, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you, Elder Su. You think you can just let this matter rest just because you said it was inappropriate? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his originally cold expression turned even colder. Is there such a logic in this world? Boy, you better shut up if you don't want to die. At this moment, Su Zhen's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His tone was filled with threat. Idiot! Upon hearing Su Zhen's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately scolded him. You're still threatening me through voice transmission even at this moment? The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion is nothing more than this. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only did Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's expression turn grave, but even the spectators burst into an uproar. Apart from the people from Rising Sky Mansion, The other people's gaze turned colder as they looked at Su Xian. Under such circumstances, a normal person would instinctively sympathize with the weak. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was one of the weak. Elder Su, please apologize to little brother Li Feng immediately and sever one of your arms. Otherwise, not only will we disqualify the people from Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle, but will also personally sever one of your arms. Lu Hongguang took a step forward and said coldly to Su Xian. This was the result of his discussion with Ren Zhong. At the same time, Ren Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian from the corner of his eyes. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression had softened a little, he sighed in relief. Upon hearing Lu Hongguang's words, Su Tsin's expression turned grave immediately. If Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang joined forces, it would be easy for them to sever one of his arms. Moreover, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Both of you, don't you think you've crossed the line? Su Tsin asked coldly. However, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang ignored him. Instead, they stared at him coldly, expressing their determination. When Su Tsin saw this, he knew he would not be able to keep one of his arms. Su Tsin immediately felt extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. Gentlemen, I, Su Tsin, will remember this. Su Tsin looked at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang intently. He knew he would not be able to keep one of his arms today no matter what. He said coldly, I can sever one of my arms, but it's impossible for me to apologize to him. After Su Tsin finished speaking, he raised his right hand and severed his left arm. Just as he was about to put his left arm away, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang made their move in unison. Ren Zhong charged at Su Tsin. Su Tsin's expression changed drastically, and his movements slowed down. As for Lu Hongguang, when he raised his hand, the void vibrated, and a blue saber ray appeared out of thin air. It crushed Su Tsin's severed arm into pieces. A pool of blood fell, and Su Tsin's left arm had completely disappeared. Both of you? Su Tsin's expression turned extremely grave when he saw the two men who charged at him menacingly had returned to their original spot in the blink of an eye. His left arm had been destroyed, and there was no way it could be reattached. He did not expect Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang to be so ruthless. Although he had severed his left arm, he was confident he could reattach it within a certain period of time. Of course, in order to reattach his left arm, his severed arm had to be intact. However, his left arm had been destroyed by Lu Hongguang. This meant he would only be left with one arm for the rest of his life. How could he not be furious? When the onlookers saw that Su Tsin's left arm was gone, not only did they not sympathize with him, but they even took pleasure in his misfortune. They felt he had only himself to blame. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's anger subsided a lot. Elder Su, are you really willing to disqualify the people from the Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle instead of apologizing to little brother Li Feng? You should know that as the host of the Rising Sky ranking battle, once Elder Lu and I come to an agreement, we have the right to disqualify the people from the Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Let's go, Ren Zhong said coldly as he looked at Su Xian Hermf. Upon hearing Ren Zhong's words, Su Tsin glanced at the other 9 ring masters before he glanced at the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. In the end, he snorted coldly and soared into the air before he said to the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, Let's go. The moment his words left his mouth, he glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred before he prepared to leave with his men. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the gray clouds above the nimble chess set began to swirl before 2 figures appeared. They were 2 young men, one in front and one behind. The young man in front was dressed in a long green robe. He had an evil face and a hint of killing intent could be felt from him as he stood there. Behind him was a hunchbacked young man. It was obvious he was his lackey. The appearance of these 2 men immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the nimble chess set. Young Mansion Master. Many of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion exclaimed in surprise as their eyes lit up. It's Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. At the same time, everyone's attention was also attracted by the evil-looking young man in the lead. They more or less recognized this person. This person was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When Su Zhen saw Su Jing, not only was he not happy, but his expression turned grave instead. Earlier, he had refused to apologize to Duan Lingtian because he did not want to apologize to the person who killed his grandson. Moreover, among the people from the Rising Sky Mansion present on the scene, nobody was strong enough to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking anymore. The 3 people who were strong enough to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, including his grandson, were all dead. Due to this reason, he did not think it would make any difference if the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Naturally, it was not that he did not think about the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, in his opinion, based on the young mansion master's progress in the past, even if he had the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was impossible for him to compare to his grandson, Su Kan. Moreover, his grandson was dead. Naturally, he was unwilling to watch the young mansion master be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking since it meant the young mansion master would become the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. This was not something he wanted to see. Since his grandson had no chance of becoming the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, he did not want the young mansion master to become the next mansion master. Due to this reason, he did not care if the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, it did not cross Su Zhen's mind that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, would appear just in time when he was about to bring his men away. Su Jing's appearance meant he could no longer act willfully. He's the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Chapter 1687. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was also Duan Lingtian's target. To be more precise, the reason he came to the Rising Sky Mansion and the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Nimble Valley was all because of this young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He wanted to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to resolve the crisis of Han Xuanai, whom he regarded as his biological sister. As long as Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead, Han Xuanai would not have to marry into the Rising Sky Mansion anymore. That marriage contract would also be reduced to nothing. Huh? Grand Elder, are all of you planning to leave? Don't tell me the Rising Sky ranking battle has ended? The moment Su Jing appeared, he noticed Su Zhen was leaving with the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion. He instinctively thought the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, and his expression changed slightly. In fact, he did not stop at all during his journey here. The reason he was late was because he had just broken through to the stage he had always dreamed of a few days ago. Not yet. Although Su Zhen was unhappy with Su Jing's sudden appearance, he did not dare to show it on his face. Not yet. Su Jing's expression returned to normal when he learned the Rising Sky ranking battle had not ended. He asked nonchalantly, "Since the Rising Sky ranking battle has not ended, what are you doing, Grand Elder?" He could see Su Zhen was about to leave with his people. When Su Zhen was at a loss for words, one of the Rising Sky Mansion's elders had already informed Su Jing through voice transmission. Even Su Jing's heart could not help but tremble at this moment. 3 people from the Rising Sky Mansion had died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. One of them was Su Zhen's grandson, Su Kan. Su Jing did not care about the other 2 since he did not care about them at all. However, Su Kan was a disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion whose innate talent was not inferior to his. He had once pressured him as well. Moreover, if he did not cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he was not confident he would be able to defeat Su Kan in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, such a person whom he thought highly of had died in the Rising Sky ranking battle in the hands of a young man who was not even 40 years old yet. How could he not be shocked? However, this shock was quickly overshadowed by the anger that rose in his heart. After learning about what Su Zhen had done after Su Kan's death, Su Jing looked at Su Zhen with a cold gaze. Even Su Zhen didn't know why, but when Su Jing looked over, he felt as though he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At this moment, he also realized that Su Jing most likely knew about what had happened earlier. First Elder, Did you think that I wouldn't come? Su Jing asked coldly as he stared at Su Si and young mansion master. Today's the last day to obtain a place in the Rising Sky rankings. But you haven't shown up yet, because he was in the wrong. Su Tsun didn't dare to say anything. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Jing interrupted him. You think I won't come? Grand Elder, I advise you to quickly apologize to Li Feng. If my qualification to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle is revoked because of you, you should know the consequences. As he finished speaking, Su Jing's tone was extremely cold and contained a hint of threat. At this point, Su Tsun also knew he had no other choice. Even if he was unwilling to apologize to the person who killed his grandson, he still had to do so. As the saying went, the situation was not in his favor. If he still refused, it would mean he intentionally did not want Su Jing to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. At that time, he would become a sinner of the Rising Sky Mansion. Earlier, he had dared to bring his men away so boldly because Su Jing had not arrived yet. Now that Su Jing had arrived, put aside the fact that the other people from the Rising Sky Mansion might not be willing to leave with him, even if they were willing, he would not dare to bring them away. After taking a deep breath, Su Tsun looked at Duan Lingtian and apologized with a hint of anger in his eyes. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Su Tsun's apology. Naturally, he knew Su Tsun had only apologized to him because he had no other choice. If Su Jing didn't come, he would have brought his men away. If he left first, I'm afraid Su Can wouldn't be able to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle even if he came. At that time, I would have lost a good opportunity to kill him. It's a good thing Su Jing came in time. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he sighed in relief inwardly. His purpose this time was to kill Su Jing. He did not care about anything else. When the people in the surroundings saw Su Tsun had apologized in the end, they began to boo. Don't tell me this Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion really thinks he's the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? To think he's so unwilling to lower his pride and allowed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples to lose the qualification to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. He must have made such a decision because he saw the people from the Rising Sky Mansion are all dead and Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not come. I think so too. Now that Su Jing is here, he apologized to Li Feng obediently. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They kept talking about Su Tsun, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. If it was possible, he really wanted to kill all of these people who were gossiping about him. No matter what, Su Jing's timely appearance and Su Tsun's apology had allowed the Rising Sky ranking battle to return to the right track. Duan Lingtian noticed Su Jing was looking at him from time to time. There was a hint of surprise and confusion in his eyes, but most of it was cold. Although Su Jing did not care about Su Ken's death under such circumstances as the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, he had to put on a show that he could not coexist with Duan Lingtian, the person who killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. If he could kill Duan Lingtian, his prestige in the Rising Sky Mansion would rise greatly. Due to this reason, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a stepping stone under his feet. After Su Jing appeared, he was not in a hurry to issue a challenge. Soon after, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi entered the ring one after another. The opponents they chose were sensible enough to admit defeat. Both of them became the ring masters without shedding any blood. After the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi became the ring masters one after another, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Now, it's time for the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion to enter the ring, right? He's quite arrogant to actually wait for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi to enter the ring first. I guess he's worried he'll be challenged by the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi if he enters the ring first. At that time, it'll be embarrassing if he loses. With his strength, isn't it normal for him to be defeated by the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi? Even if he avoids the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, he won't be able to avoid the battle with the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi when the Rising Sky ranking battle begins tomorrow. Many people whispered among themselves, saying Su Jing was afraid of the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. When the hunchbacked young man standing behind Su Jing heard these whispers, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His young mansion master's current strength was not something that could be compared to before. Su Jing, on the other hand, acted as though he did not hear the whispers around him. Huh? The mocking smile on the hunchbacked young man's face clearly entered Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing his heart to jolt. Even the people around Su Jing are so confident in him? Don't tell me Su Jing had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year? It was no wonder Duan Lingtian thought so. In fact, Su Jing was merely an early refined saint-stage martial cultivator a year ago. Even if the Rising Sky Mansion had nurtured him without holding back and provided him with all the cultivation resources, he would only be able to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage at most. He had just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage not long ago. It was impossible for him to defeat the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Currently, even if the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had not broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, there were not many intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators who were a match for them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Jing finally stepped forward. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's emotions to surge. Choose me? If Su Jing chose him, it was undoubtedly something he was most willing to see. If that was the case, perhaps, he would be able to help Xuan solve this problem. Su Jing wants to challenge Li Feng? At this moment, the people present on the scene noticed Su Jing's gaze. Don't tell me he thinks Li Feng is a pushover? Based on the strength Li Feng displayed earlier, he's definitely not weaker than Zhonggu. Many people chimed in. Humph! Li Feng's strength was definitely not inferior to Zhonggu's. Even the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi might not necessarily be able to survive after being enveloped by the explosion earlier. Since Li Feng has survived, this means his strength might not be weaker than the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Another person chimed in. Someone else chimed in. All in all, the fact that Duan Lingtian had survived earlier had shocked everyone. At the same time, it had also given them a new understanding of his strength. They no longer looked down on him because he was not even 40 years old. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Jing's gaze only paused on Duan Lingtian for a moment before it shifted to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. He wants to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi? At this moment, the people present on the scene were stunned. As for Duan Lingtian, he was slightly disappointed. Humph! He looked at Li Feng earlier, but I didn't see him challenging Li Feng. Now that he's looking at the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, I don't think he'll challenge them. Someone snorted and said disdainfully, I think so too. I think he's just looking around. As for the opponents he'll pick, I don't think it's the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Someone expressed his agreement. As it turned out, they had guessed correctly. Su Jing's gaze quickly shifted away from the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. As expected, I guessed correctly. I knew it. Su Jing definitely won't dare to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Chapter 1688. When the people from the Rising Sky Mansion heard the mocking words from the surrounding people, apart from Sutsen, their expressions turned grave. Sutsen sneered as he looked at Su Jing's back. In his opinion, it would be better if Su Jing did not participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle since he was such a coward. At the very least, he would not embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, he could only think about this in his heart. He did not dare to voice it out. Among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, there was no doubt Su Jing and the hunchbacked young man behind him had a normal expression on their faces. After Su Jing's gaze left the Blossom Monk and Jing Suzi, he swept his gaze past In Suzi, Yu Suzi, the Winemeat Monk, and the others before he finally locked his gaze on a proud and aloof figure. This figure carried a saber on his back that was wrapped in cloth. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked simple and unadorned. However, his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. Zhonggu! Finally, Su Jing opened his mouth and locked on to his target. Zhonggu was one of the 2 strongest sectless cultivators who participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Previously, The people present on the scene thought Zhonggu was the strongest sectless cultivator below the age of 50 in the Rising Sky Mansions district. However, they no longer thought so due to the existence of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. Li Feng had killed Su Can and survived the terrifying shockwaves. This proved that his strength was not below Zhonggu's. Sometimes, a sectless cultivator who was unknown only needed an opportunity to make a name for himself. Becoming famous in a single battle was the name of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. When the people present on the scene saw Su Jing challenging Zhonggu, they could not help but be stunned before they regained their senses. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, it said that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhonggu, the sectless cultivator, are mortal enemies. It seems like it's true. That's right. When both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, Zhonggu had the upper hand. However, after Su Jing broke through to the early refined saint stage first, Zhonggu was no longer a match for him. A year ago, Su Jing was at the early refined saint stage. Even if he has the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, he should only have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage now. Facing Zhonggu, who has also broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, isn't he afraid of being defeated by Zhonggu like he did when his cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? In our Rising Sky Mansions district, almost everyone thinks that Su Jing is no match for Zhonggu if both of them have the same cultivation base. Don't tell me Su Jing wants to break this rule today? Humph, it's good to be confident, but if you're overconfident, you'll become arrogant. When the crowd came back to their senses, whispers spread throughout the nimble chess set again. No matter what, Su Jing, who had descended from the sky and appeared in the chess piece Zhonggu was in, had become the focus of the crowd's attention. Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Would he be able to clear his name today? Everyone present on the scene was looking forward to it. Even Duan Lingtian was paying attention to the battle between Zhonggu and Su Jing. He had a good impression of Zhonggu after all. As for Su Jing, he was his target this time. He had to kill him. If he could decide the outcome of this battle, naturally, he hoped Zhonggu would be able to defeat Su Jing or even kill him. Zhonggu, you killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, so I'll have to settle this score with you, Su Jing said coldly as he stood in front of Zhonggu. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight, Zhonggu said nonchalantly. If he had not broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he might be afraid when he faced Su Jing, since Su Jing had most likely broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, now that he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he was no longer afraid of Su Jing. Just like the rumors said, if they had the same cultivation base, he was not afraid of Su Jing at all. Su Jing could be considered as his old rival. He knew very well what Su Jing was capable of. Unfortunately, it did not cross his mind that the current Su Jing was a completely different person compared to the Su Jing in the past. The reason for this was because Su Jing had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. In this 1 year, although Su Jing would occasionally return to the Rising Sky Mansion to enjoy the resources, most of the time, he would stay outside. He called it training, but in truth, he was devouring the vital energies and blood of young women. In this 1 year, the number of young women who were turned into dried corpses by him was close to 3 digits. Due to this reason, his cultivation base had been raised to a terrifying level until he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. What did the peak of the refined saint stage mean? If he took another step forward, he would be at the eminent saint stage. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the moment Zhonggu's words left his mouth, Su Jing did not seem to have made any move at all. However, a storm seemed to have appeared in a 100-meter radius around him. Many people, including Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to react before they saw a rapidly twisting tornado had appeared where Su Jing was standing. It was moving toward Zhonggu at an extremely fast speed. When they saw Zhonggu making his move to block it, most of them thought he would be able to block the tornado. Who knew the moment Zhonggu touched the tornado, it seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it spun even faster, causing the air to tremble. At this moment, The tornado seemed to have transformed into a gigantic primitive beast as it swallowed Zhonggu in just one gulp. Pa! As a loud sound resonated in the air, under the watchful eyes of the others. As the tornado gradually weakened, Zhonggu, who was originally still alive, instantly turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. He was dead. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It did not even take a breath. Due to this reason, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, could not help but be stunned. In the sky, the hosts, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew about the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. They knew his innate talent was not top-notch. Even with the Rising Sky Mansion's resources, he had only broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage at most. However, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had displayed a strength that far surpassed the intermediate refined saint stage in his attack. When the tornado seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, the aura they sensed with their divine consciousness did not belong to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Only a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator would be able to give them such a feeling. Mastery refined saint stage. At this moment, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were almost certain Su Jing was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Naturally, this was also because they did not probe Su Jing's cultivation base with their divine consciousness. Otherwise, they would have realized their mistake. It was impolite to probe a person's cultivation base with one's divine consciousness. Most people would not do that. Moreover, due to their preconceived notions, whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them felt Su Jing had broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. It was already shocking enough. They did not dare to continue thinking about it. Mastery refined saint stage? How's that possible? Among the people present on the scene, the strongest were undoubtedly Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. The person below them was undoubtedly Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. At this moment, Su Tsin's divine consciousness had also confirmed the aura Su Jing released earlier was at least a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, he was filled with shock. As far as he was concerned, this was something that was practically impossible. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew very well how strong Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was. He knew very well that even with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was impossible for Su Jing to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage in such a short time. In fact, Su Jing was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. It was extremely shocking for him to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Su Tsin was almost certain of this. However, it did not cross his mind that Su Jing's fortuitous encounter was due to him cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique. The original owner of the Devouring Dark Devil technique was also the culprit who had caused the Rising Sky Mansion to be demoted from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. When Su Tsin regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had also regained his senses. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. Su Jing's cultivation base seems to have broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage? How's this possible? Apart from Su Tsin, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base. Is the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion really that great? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he learned Su Jing had most likely broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. After all, he was different from Su Xian. Su Tsin knew about the cultivation resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, but he did not. I can't believe he's actually broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. It's going to be difficult to kill him now. Duan Lingtian's originally calm expression turned solemn at this moment. With his current strength, he was confident he could defeat most intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. However, when it came to mastery-refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators, he could only defeat those who were slightly weaker and had an unstable foundation. If he used all his techniques, he might be able to defeat those who were slightly stronger. As for those who were slightly stronger, he would only be able to fight them to a draw at most. He might even be defeated. However, he was not confident he could defeat those who were at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. Chapter 1689. At the same time, the people present on the scene began to regain their senses one by one. Many of them immediately pinched their thighs. When they felt the intense pain on their thighs, they finally realized they were not dreaming. Everything was real. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had killed Zhonggu in just one blow. Don't tell me Su Jing is already a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse? Although most of the onlookers did not have Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun's eyesight, they could guess what had happened when they recalled the scene earlier. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with shock. How's this possible? Naturally, many people felt it was impossible after they recovered from their shock. A person who was only at the early refined saint stage a year ago had actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage in just 1 year? They really couldn't figure out how Su Jing had cultivated in the past year to actually have such an exaggerated improvement. However, many sectless cultivators present on the scene had a hint of red in their eyes when they looked at Su Jing. As one of the best among the middle-aged sectless cultivators, Zhonggu's position in the eyes of the sectless cultivators was extraordinary. Moreover, many sectless cultivators even saw him as their hope. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, although the sectless cultivators were in a state of disunity, in the past, if something happened, there would still be powerhouses among the sectless cultivators who would take the lead and gather the sectless cultivators together to solve the problem. Naturally, those who could take the lead were the powerhouses among the sectless cultivators. However, in recent years, there had not been any outstanding sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Due to this reason, many sectless cultivators had placed their hopes on Zhonggu. They felt he would finally become a powerhouse among the sectless cultivators in the near future and would be able to unite the sectless cultivators who were in a state of disunity. However, Zhonggu was dead now. Zhonggu's death also meant that their dreams would be shattered. Many sectless cultivators immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. However, they soon sighed. Put aside the fact that this sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng was unknown previously, it was obvious he was not someone who liked to be in the limelight. Based on his attitude in front of Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, it was obvious he was interested in joining a major force. Therefore, they did not think that this Li Feng could replace Zhonggu. At the thought of this, the group of rogue cultivators looked at Su Jing with daggers in their eyes. If they could, they wished they could cut Su Jing into 1,000 pieces. No matter what, Zhonggu had been defeated by Su Jing. Su Jing had used his own strength to clear his name. Not only was he not weaker than Zhonggu, he could even kill Zhonggu with a single move. The flowery monk and Jing Suzi were the ones who found it the hardest to regain their senses after witnessing Su Jing killing Zhonggu with just a single move. As members of the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, as leaders, naturally knew a lot about the outstanding geniuses among their peers, including Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the strength that Su Jing displayed today gave rise to a strange feeling in their hearts. Hiss! Hiss! When they regained their senses, they gasped in unison. Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Su Jing has actually broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage? In fact, even they had just broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage not too long ago. However, Su Jing, who they had suppressed previously, had actually caught up to them in terms of cultivation base. How could they not be shocked? After killing Zhonggu, Su Jing had replaced him as the new ringmaster. At this moment, a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple stepped forward. He was a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator who had been eliminated earlier. When the crowd saw him stepping forward, not only did they not make fun of him, but their expressions turned solemn instead. The scene in front of him was very similar to the scene when Su Gang stood out before. For a time, many people's gazes fell on Su Jing. Don't tell me Su Jing wants to kill again? Is he addicted to killing? Unlike before, after Su Jing displayed strength that seemed to be at the mastery-refined saint stage, Those who did not think highly of Su Jing earlier no longer dared to look at him the same way. Of course, previously, they did not know Su Jing's strength. However, after witnessing how he killed Zhonggu in just one strike, they knew his strength was not inferior to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, nobody thought Su Jing did not enter the ring for a long time because he was afraid of the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Just as the crowd had expected, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Su Jing as soon as he entered the ring. As for Su Jing, he admitted defeat just as the crowd had expected. The moment Su Jing admitted defeat, he was immediately eliminated. At this moment, since he was not the ringmaster, he could challenge any of the ringmasters as he pleased. When Su Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Currently, his comprehension of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, had improved. He was very close to the second stage, the Sword Shadowed Heart. Although he could still fight a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, it would still be quite strenuous for him. Moreover, he could see the strength Su Jing displayed earlier was not as simple as just breaking through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage. Due to this reason, although he was not afraid of Su Jing, he still felt a little uncertain. He wants to challenge Li Feng? Many people were shocked when they saw Su Jing looking at Duan Lingtian. Is he planning to kill all the sectless cultivators? Previously, the people present on the scene did not think Su Jing would be able to defeat Li Feng. However, at this moment, they did not think Li Feng was a match for Su Jing at all. In their opinion, once Su Jing made his move on Li Feng would definitely die. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces. Young Mansion Master, this Li Feng is even more despicable than Zhonggu. He has killed 2 genius martial cultivators from our Rising Sky Mansion. When Sutsun saw Su Jing looking at Duan Lingtian, his eyes gleamed as he instantly transmitted his voice to Su Jing. Naturally, although his words sounded dignified, how could Su Jing not know that Sutsun wanted to use him to avenge Su Kan? Originally, he had indeed planned to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, with Sutsun's voice transmission, he temporarily dismissed the idea of challenging Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Put aside the fact that he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, even if he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, as the successor of the Devouring Dark Devil technique, his future would be limitless. How could he be led by the nose by a grand elder of the Rising Sky Mansion? For this reason, not only did Su Jing not reply to Sutsun, but he even shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. Many sectless cultivators sighed in relief immediately. Sutsun's expression was grave. He did not expect Su Jing to ignore him and even change his target. It seemed like he had no intention of challenging Li Feng. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Although he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing was the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. In the Rising Sky Mansion, as the son of the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing's position was even higher than his. Soon after, Su Jing's gaze landed on the flowery monk. At the same time, he moved and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on in just a blink of an eye, standing opposite him. Flowery monk, I'm no match for you in the past. However, today, I'll prove to everyone that I, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, am the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Su Jing's words were spoken with great vigor. Moreover, they were filled with strong confidence and were extremely infectious. However, faced with the confident Su Jing, the flowery monk merely smiled nonchalantly. Young Mansion Master Su, it's shocking that you've broken through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage. However, if you think you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage, you're sorely mistaken. The moment his words left his mouth, the kasaya on the flowery monk's body began to flutter as the true origin in his body surged out. At this instant, with the flowery monk in the center, the surrounding space began to ripple. Ripples could be seen clearly. Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Sutsun's divine consciousness instantly sensed the aura emitted from the flowery monk's body. The three of them narrowed their eyes in unison as shock appeared on their faces. They exclaimed in a low voice, "Mastery refined Saint Stage." Although the three of them did not exclaim loudly, the people present on the scene had extraordinary hearing. Naturally, they heard the three of them. At this moment, everyone present on the scene looked at the flowery monk in shock. This flowery monk has broken through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage as well? As expected of one of the two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in our Rising Sky Mansions district. The flowery monk's innate talent and strength are really ridiculous. The flowery monk has broken through, but I wonder if Jing Suzi has broken through as well. Compared to Su Jing's breakthrough to the mastery-refined Saint Stage, the flowery monk's breakthrough only shocked the crowd for a moment before they calmed down. In the crowd's opinion, the flowery monk had always been outstanding. Moreover, he had long been an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Although they were surprised when they found out he had broken through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage, they found it to be normal. Apart from being shocked by the flower monk's breakthrough to the mastery-refined Saint Stage, many people were also curious if Jing Suzi had also made a breakthrough. If I'm not mistaken, Jing Suzi, you must have broken through as well, right? Unknowingly, Su Jing had soared up into the air and looked at the young Taoist priest standing on another chess piece nearby as he asked loudly. From the beginning until the end, Su Jing did not seem to be surprised by the flowery monk's cultivation base at all. It was as though he had long known this would happen. Moreover, when the flowery monk revealed his cultivation base at the mastery-refined Saint Stage, he actually had the mood to ask Jing Suzi about his cultivation base. Faced with Su Jing's question, Jing Suzi nodded his head even though he did not say anything. The crowd immediately broke out in an uproar again. Even Jing Suzi had broken through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage. In this case, there were actually 3 mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouses in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. Good. Very good. Su Jing was very satisfied with Jing Suzi's reply. Chapter 1690. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu. I want to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Although Su Jing's voice was not loud, it still resonated in the entire nimble chess set. The entire place fell silent. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they looked at each other. Some of them even poked their ears with their fingers, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Heavens! What did they just hear? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, said he wanted to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Su Jing's words were shocking to the others present on the scene. However, to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, their expressions turned grave immediately. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered they were, they could not hold it in. Su Jing had really gone too far. Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Su Jing actually wants to challenge both mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivators at the same time? How arrogant. He's too arrogant. Su Jing actually wants to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Does he really think the flowery monk and Jing Suzi are pushovers? Humph. It seems like he's very confident after breaking through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage. However, as a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he actually dares to challenge both a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator and a mastery-refined Saint Stage Dao cultivator at the same time. Isn't he just seeking death? Seeking death? The flowery monk and Jing Suzi won't dare to kill him. Although they can leave after killing Su Jing, as the saying goes, the monk can run, but the temple can't. Even if they leave, the Rising Sky Mansion won't let the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine behind them go. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt Su Jing had overestimated himself for wanting to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang did not expect Su Jing to be so arrogant. Due to this reason, They did not respond to Su Jing's words at all. Young Mansion Master, what are you doing? Whether it's the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are powerful opponents to you. I know your confidence has increased after you've broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, but both of them are at the Mastery Refined Saint stage as well. It's impossible for you to be a match for both of them at once. Meanwhile, Su Zhen frowned and sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Su Jing's reply. He looked at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang and forced a smile on his face as he said, Vice Mansion Master Run, Elder Lu, our young Mansion Master was just joking earlier. Was this a joke? Upon hearing Su Zhen's words, everyone present looked at Su Jing suspiciously. This joke was not funny at all. First Elder, I'm not joking. However, Su Jing did not appreciate Su Zhen's kindness at all. When Su Zhen finished speaking, he spoke disdainfully. Su Zhen's face turned red when he heard that. It wasn't easy for him to swallow his pride and help Su Jing, but Su Jing didn't appreciate it. This made him feel like he was using his hot face to stick to Su Jing's cold butt. Su Zhen was so infuriated that he waved his sleeves. He did not intend to interfere in this matter anymore. Young Mansion Master Su, do you really want to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Renzhong asked solemnly as he looked at Su Jing. Vice Mansion Master Ren, do you think I'm joking? Su Jing frowned. Young Mansion Master Su, you must think this through. Whether it's the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are at the Mastery Refined Saint stage like you. You won't be able to gain the upper hand even if you fight both of them at the same time. Lu Hongguang chimed in. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. But I've already made up my mind. Su Jing replied nonchalantly. By right, this matter doesn't violate the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, if you want to fight both of them at the same time, you'll have to ask for their opinion first. If they're unwilling, even Elder Lu and I can't do anything about it. It's impossible for us to force them to fight you in such a manner since it's a humiliation to them. Renzhong said to Su Jing with a troubled expression. At this moment, he could completely understand how the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi felt. If he were in their shoes, he would be furious as well. A person whom he had defeated in the past actually dared to challenge him in such a manner. It was simply humiliating. When Renzhong spoke, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, whether it was the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, their expressions were grave. However, they knew they had to give an answer at this moment. Just as they were about to reject the challenge, Su Jing beat them to it and said, Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, I know both of you are arrogant. However, if both of you don't dare to accept my challenge today, I'll have to sigh. The people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine are all trash. All trash. One must admit Su Jing's words were ruthless. At the very least, the moment his words left his mouth, horror dawned on the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Senior Brother Hua, since he's so arrogant, why don't you join forces with Senior Brother Jing Suzi and get rid of him? That's right, Senior Brother Hua. Since he dares to bully our Brahma Temple, there's no need for you to care about anything else. Just join forces with Senior Brother Jing Suzi and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Senior Brother Hua, agree to his request. Among the people from the Brahma Temple, other than the abbot and the other high-ranking officials who remained silent, the other disciples from the Brahma Temple looked at the Flowery Monk and persuaded him to agree to Su Jing's request and join forces with Jing Suzi to fight Su Jing. It was the same for the people from the Pure Yang Shrine. Apart from the high-ranking officials led by the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine who remained silent with a grave expression, the group of disciples from the Pure Yang Shrine persuaded Jing Suzi as well. Su Jing's sudden action was also a shock to the others present. This was because he was provoking the two fifth-rate forces, the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine. Of course, with Su Jing's background, it was not a big deal for him to provoke these two forces. However, the problem was that Su Jing's provocation was related to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. If the flowery monk and Jing Suzi still refused him at this moment, they would undoubtedly fall into Su Jing's trap and admit that the people of Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine were trash. I agree. Me too. Therefore, under such circumstances, regardless of whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, they could not reject him. However, when they agreed, their expressions were extremely grave. Two pairs of eyes that were looking at Su Jing were gleaming with terrifying cold light. They had already made up their minds. Even if they could not kill Su Jing, they would still teach him an unforgettable lesson. They could tolerate Su Jing's provocation. However, they could not tolerate Su Jing's provocation of the sects behind them. To the disciples of the sects, especially the outstanding disciples who could represent their sects, provoking the sects behind them was no different from digging up their ancestors' graves. The people present on the scene were not surprised by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi agreeing to Su Jing's request. Under such circumstances, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi felt Su Jing's request was a little insulting, they had no choice but to agree. According to Su Jing, if they did not agree, it would be equivalent to them admitting that the people in their sects were trash. This Su Jing is really crazy. Does he really think he's invincible just because he has broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage? He wants to challenge two people who are also at the mastery-refined saint stage like him? Let's see if he can still be so arrogant when he's defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At that time, I'm afraid he'll be so ashamed that he'll want to dig a hole and hide in it. Right now, I'm looking forward to the scene of him being defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. I'm afraid they'll be able to defeat him in less than 10 moves if they join forces. When the people present on the scene saw the flowery monk and Jing Suzi agreeing to Su Jing's request, they began to whisper among themselves again. Unfortunately, Su Jing has the Rising Sky Mansion behind him. Otherwise, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would definitely want to kill him. That's right. With the Rising Sky Mansion behind him, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi can defeat him, they won't dare to kill him. Humph, I think he must have thought about this. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Many people felt indignant. They felt that if it was not for the Rising Sky Mansion behind Su Jing, he would not have dared to make such a request. Don't tell me Su Jing is really confident he can defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian felt a little uncertain when he saw the pride and confidence in Su Jing's eyes. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, he was confident that his ability to judge a person was not bad. Currently, Su Jing had subconsciously revealed the aura of a victor. If he really has the strength to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi when they join forces, then his strength can be considered as top-notch even among the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses. If he really has such strength, I'll be lucky if I can fight him to a draw. It's impossible for me to kill him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart felt a little heavy. There was only one reason he came to the Rising Sky Mansion's district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. It was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and help Xue Nai to break off the engagement. However, it seemed like it would not be so easy to kill Su Jing. I hope he's really arrogant and not really confident. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only hope. However, he felt the possibility of this happening was very low. Due to this reason, his heart seemed to be shrouded by a layer of dark clouds as the pressure increased. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, Jing Suzi had left the chess piece he was on and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on. He stood side by side with the flowery monk as they faced off against Su Jing. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, wanted to fight the flowery monk and Jing Suzi alone. In the past, any one of the two could easily crush Su Jing. However, today Su Jing wanted to challenge both of them at the same time. Chapter 1691. Su Jing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. In the past, Any one of the two people in front of him had strength that far surpassed him and could completely suppress him. But today he was going to fight both of them at the same time with his own strength. Moreover, he was the one who suggested it. The reason why he dared to make such a request was naturally not because he was speaking without thinking. Instead, it was because he was truly confident. As for his confidence, it came from the devouring dark devil technique. Others might not know about his improvement in the past year, but he knew it very well. Due to this reason, he remained calm from the beginning until the end when he was faced with the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi joining forces. He knew the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi would not be a match for him even if they joined forces. They were merely two mastery-refined saint-stage martial cultivators. Everyone present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they saw Su Jing, the Flowery Monk, and Jing Suzi confronting each other. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, the two main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle, had their eyes glued to Su Jing and the other two. To be more precise, their gazes were mostly on Su Jing. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Su Jing. Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and they had seen him more than once. Due to this reason, they had a certain understanding of Su Jing and knew his innate talent and strength. It's already shocking that Su Jing's cultivation base is at the mastery-refined saint stage. However, he actually wants to challenge both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Vice Mansion Master Ren, don't you think he's a little too arrogant? Lu Hongguang asked through voice transmission as he looked at Renzhong. A year ago, he was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, after a year, he has already broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. This isn't something the Rising Sky Mansion can do. Due to this reason, I'm certain he must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Since he has had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength has risen so much, it's normal for him to be confident. Renzhong said through voice transmission, if he challenged the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi separately, he might have a chance of winning. However, he actually challenged the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. He's overconfident and arrogant. I really don't know what fortuitous encounter he had to be so arrogant. Look at him. He seems very confident as though he'll definitely be able to defeat the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Lu Hongguang added, in the past, both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi were far stronger than him. Now that his strength has increased tremendously, it's normal for him to be arrogant and conceited. However, it may not be a bad thing for him to suffer a setback in this battle. It will teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to underestimate anyone again. Renzhong snorted and said. Lu Hongguang nodded in agreement. Damn it! The scene before him caused Su Tsun's expression to become extremely ugly. However, he did not mind Su Jing being defeated. However, to a certain extent, Su Jing represented the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. It would be fine if he won, but if he lost, he and the Rising Sky Mansion would become a laughingstock in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, he did not want the force behind him to become a laughingstock because of Su Jing. However, the matter in front of him was clearly not something he could interfere in. At the same time, the surrounding people were still whispering to each other. Although Su Jing appeared to be very confident, not many people were optimistic about him. Among the other ringmasters, only Duan Ling Tian had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Whether it was the Winemeat Monk, Jade Void Zi, Yin Suzi, or the others, when they looked at Su Jing, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. It was obvious they did not think Su Jing was strong enough to defeat the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi when they joined forces. Su Jing, since you're fighting two people at once, we won't take advantage of you. You can make the first move. The Flowery Monk said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. As he spoke, the kasaya on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It faintly emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious he was truly enraged. The Flowery Monk was not the only one who was truly enraged. Jing Suzi was enraged as well. Although Jing Suzi was a Taoist master and was usually very calm, at this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, when faced with Su Jing's continuous provocation and humiliation. Flowery monk, Jing Suzi, I know both of you think I'm humiliating you, but I want to tell both of you that I'm no longer the same as before. For this reason, I hope both of you will fight me with your full strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning both of you when you die. Su Jing smiled sinisterly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not take the flowery monk and Jing Suzi seriously. Moreover, he planned to kill both of them. The flowery monk and Jing Suzi did not dare to kill Su Jing because they were worried the Rising Sky Mansion would seek revenge from the forces behind them. However, Su Jing was different. The Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force behind Su Jing. Naturally, he was not afraid of the two fifth-rate forces behind the flowery monk and Jing Suzi seeking revenge. Even if the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine joined forces, they were nothing to the Rising Sky Mansion. This was the difference between a fourth-rate force and a fifth-rate force. We'll have to see if you're capable of making us unleash our full strength or not. Jing Suzi, who was usually calm, was enraged. Both of you will soon find out if I'm capable or not. Su Jing smiled sinisterly again. At the same time, as soon as his words left his mouth, the space within a 100-meter radius around him began to ripple. A majestic true origin rose from his body and transformed into a tornado in just a blink of an eye. This tornado was similar to the technique he used to kill Zhonggu. It was a technique he cast through his territory. His territory was called the Hurricane Territory. Anyone who entered his territory would feel as though they were being shrouded by a hurricane. The stronger Su Jing's true origin was, the more powerful his territory would be. This tornado was formed by reversing the hurricane in his hurricane territory. It was similar to Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territory. Unlike when he fought with Zhonggu, Su Jing unleashed the strength of a mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse the moment he made his move. The current tornado's power was comparable to the tornado that had killed Zhonggu in an instant. In the face of this tornado, even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's faces turned solemn. Both of their bodies trembled in unison. At this instant, the kasaya on the flowery monk and the Taoist robe on Jing Suzi fluttered loudly as their true origin stirred. At the same time, a territory formed in a 100-meter radius around the flowery monk. Chapter 1692. When the flowery monk and Jing Suzi faced Su Jing's territory technique, they formed their own territory with their true origin. The flowery monk's territory was filled with a golden luster. Of course, compared to Duan Lingtian's myriad swords territory, the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was nothing. This was because Duan Lingtian's myriad swords territory was as dazzling as the sun. The flowery monk's territory was not dazzling at all. Of course, although the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was not dazzling, it did not mean that his territory was weak. In the flowery monk's territory, one could vaguely see illusory Buddhas. These Buddhas were similar to statues. Some were standing, some were sitting with their legs crossed, some were noble, some were elegant, some had their palms together, and some were pinching their fingers together. They looked very lifelike and lifelike. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 Buddhas. 1,000 Buddha territory. At the same time, many people exclaimed softly when they saw the flowery monk's territory. 1,000 Buddha territory? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Although he was far away, he could still feel the extraordinariness of the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha territory. Although it was not as good as his myriad swords territory, it was still considered a higher-level territory compared to other territories. Those statue-like Buddhas invisibly exerted a kind of pressure on those who saw them. Some Buddhas had benevolent looks, some Buddhas had ferocious looks, some Buddhas had smiles all over their faces, and some Buddhas had long faces, as though someone owed them money. At the same time, Jing Suzi's territory was formed. Jing Suzi's territory was blue. This blue color was similar to the blue color of his Taoist robe. Within this blue domain, one could vaguely see two gigantic swords moving about. Both of these swords were over 30 meters long and 2 meters wide. They revolved around Jing Suzi and moved around his domain at a moderate speed, as if they were his protective swords. Yin-Yang territory. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many people exclaiming softly, "Yin-Yang territory?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was not unfamiliar with the term yin and yang. In his previous life, in his hometown on Earth, in that ancient and mysterious Eastern capital, many Taoist classics mention the word yin and yang. One origin, two polarities, three powers, four divisions, five elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. These were all recorded in the Taoist scriptures. Although Duan Lingtian didn't quite understand what they meant, he could still remember them. Although Jing Suzi's territory is not as powerful as the Flowery Monk's territory, the power of the pair of Yin-Yang two cheese swords in his two cheese territory is not to be underestimated. Previously, he had used this pair of Yin-Yang two cheese swords to suppress the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddha territory. Soon, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. "I've also heard about the incident that you're talking about. However, I've also heard that the Flowery Monk had once used his Thousand Buddha territory to restrain Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang territory, and used his true origin to suppress Jing Suzi." Then, someone else chimed in. "The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi's strength are on par with each other. Usually, the battle between the two of them would end in a tie or one of them would win. However, it would still be a narrow victory. This is no longer a secret in our Rising Sky Mansions district. Even so, if we're talking about territories, Jing Suzi's two cheese territory is much stronger." "I think so too. The pair of Yin-Yang two cheese swords in Jing Suzi's two cheese territory is not inferior to his saint weapon." "That's right. Especially in a situation like the Rising Sky ranking battle where saint weapons aren't allowed. He's able to gain a lot of advantages by relying on the Yin-Yang two cheese swords in his territory." The whispers in the surroundings entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly, allowing him to learn about the pair of gigantic swords in Jing Suzi's territory. Yin-Yang two cheese swords? Interesting. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly shifted his gaze to Jing Suzi's pair of Yin-Yang two cheese swords. At this moment, whether it was the thousands of statue-like Buddhas in the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory or the pair of Yin-Yang two cheese swords that twined around Jing Suzi, all of them began to make their moves. Faced with the vast tornado that Su Jing cast with his territory, the thousands of Buddhas in the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory gleamed. At once, it seemed as though there were more than 2,000 light spots that shone brightly like 2,000 miniature suns. In the next instant, these Buddhas swarmed together like a swarm of bees. As the sun-like light shone in all directions, when the crowd regained their senses, they discovered a gigantic golden Buddha had appeared in front of their eyes. It was a huge golden Buddha. It stood there like a towering mountain. Even the tornadoes that Su Jing had created with his domain were much smaller in front of this golden Buddha. They were not even as tall as the golden Buddha's waist. Looking at this scene, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Although he knew that this was only a dharma that the Flowery Monk condensed with his territory, he was still shocked. This was because this dharma was simply too huge. At first glance, it gave off an invisible pressure. Of course, this pressure was not only due to the energy that was contained within this dharma. More importantly, it was due to the size of this dharma. This feeling was as though a towering mountain had suddenly appeared in front of you. When the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory condensed a gigantic golden Buddha dharma, Jing Suzi's pair of Yin-Yang two cheese swords had also arrived. When they were near the edge of the territory, they actually devoured the power of the territory in a frenzy. This caused the blue color within a 100-meter radius around Jing Suzi to dim by quite a bit. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pair of Yin-Yang two cheese swords also underwent a drastic change. Firstly, their size had increased tremendously. Although it was not as exaggerated as the Flowery Monk's Great Buddha Dharma, it was still much bigger than the tornado. Of course, this was only referring to any one of the swords. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two swords that did not look any different from each other before had undergone a drastic change at this moment. One of the swords had completely transformed into a black color. It was also surrounded by a black mist that looked a little like devil chi. However, its aura was filled with Taoist righteousness. It was obvious that it was not devil chi. The other sword, on the other hand, had completely transformed into a dazzling white color. It was shimmering with a white radiance that caused those with a lower cultivation base to not dare to look directly at it. I was wondering why two identical swords would be called Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords, so this is their true appearance. The Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords indeed live up to their name. Looking at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. Following that, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was the great Buddha Dharma form that was transformed from the flowery monk's thousand Buddha territory. It suddenly swung its right arm, and its palm that was as big as a mountain brought along the sound of wind and thunder as it slammed down on the vast tornado. In an instant, accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form landed on the tornado. The two powerful forces collided, causing the void to tremble. Waves of airwaves swept out, setting off billowing winds that raged in all directions. It made a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great Buddha Dharma form that was as big as a mountain suddenly trembled before it shattered into pieces. Barf! At the same time, the flowery monk's face instantly turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured. On the other hand, the tornado that was hit by the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form was almost completely depleted. Strangely, Su Jing, who was also at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, was not injured like the flowery monk. Not only that, but the tornado that seemed like it was about to run out of energy suddenly swept up again and returned to its peak state. Seeing this scene, not only was the flowery monk's eyes wide open with disbelief, even the bystanders present were all dumbstruck. What did this mean? It meant that although they were both at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, the flowery monk's strength was far inferior to Su Jing's. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the stunned crowd was soon attracted by the sound of two swords whistling through the air. It was Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords. The two gigantic swords, one black and one white, shot through the air. Wherever they passed, the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. Naturally, it was not really stopping. It was just that the speed of the gigantic swords was so fast that the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. In the next instant, Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords collided with the tornado that was formed by Su Jing again. One must admit that in terms of offensive strength, Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords were much more powerful than the flowery monk's great Buddha Dharma form. When the two swords struck out, the tornado was instantly destroyed. On the other hand, the Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords still had some energy left. What a powerful attack! Many people were shocked when they saw this. Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords were an eye-opener. The people from the Pure Yang Shrine laughed. There was no need for the flowery monk. Just their Pure Yang Shrine's Jing Suzi alone was enough to suppress Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Su Jing had boasted earlier that he would fight two people at once. What a joke! Jing Suzi, your Yin Yang Two Cheese Swords are indeed powerful. However, it's time for all of this to end. Just when the crowd thought Jing Suzi had the ability to suppress Su Jing's voice sounded in a timely manner. However, at this moment, Su Jing's voice was laced with a hint of wickedness and coldness, caused the people who heard his voice to shudder. At the same time, before they could even react, they could feel an even more terrifying aura surging out of Su Jing's body. At the same time, an even more powerful and vast tornado, mixed with waves of monstrous demonic chi, swept out at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 1693. Although Duan Lingtian was present, he did not notice the sudden change in the situation. The reason why he didn't feel it was because his mind wasn't here at all. When Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords charged toward the tornado cast by Su Jing, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords. He saw something different on the Yin Yang Tu form's sword. The different things mentioned here were different from what he currently knew about the way of the sword. Looking at the Yin Yang Tu form's sword, he seemed to have understood something. In his mind, pairs of Yin and Yang Tu form's swords crossed each other. Each pair of Yin and Yang Tu form's swords had different movements. Although the movements were different, the sword Dao essence that they revealed were all different paths leading to the same goal. At this moment, some of the problems that Duan Lingtian had encountered in the past when trying to break through to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, were also easily resolved. The last layer of window paper was suddenly torn open. The second stage of Sovereign Heart Sword, Sword Shadow follows the heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially comprehended the state of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a completely new and more powerful state. At this stage, once Duan Lingtian made a move, its power would be comparable to the offensive moves of a heaven-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. It was completely different from the offensive moves of an earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. So that's how it is. Sword Shadow follows the heart, so that's how it is. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses and a look of realization appeared on his face, a faintly discernible sword chi wreaked havoc on his body. At this moment, he stood there as if he had turned into a sword, an incomparably sharp sword. However, he was quickly jolted awake. At this time, it was impossible for him not to be startled awake. This was because he discovered that when Jing Suzi's Yin and Yang dual forces suppressed the vast tornado that Su Jing cast again, not only was Su Jing not pushed back, but his body was emitting an even more powerful aura. Moreover, in this aura, there was an additional aura that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. When the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring started to vibrate, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. A devil cultivator. This Su Jing is actually a devil cultivator? No, he concealed his strength. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Su Jing had concealed his strength and was at the mastery refined saint stage. If he didn't hide his strength, how strong would he be? Even though Duan Lingtian had just comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and his strength had increased greatly, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, who were the first to react, also changed their expressions at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Su Jing, who not only emitted an even more powerful true origin from his body, but also waves of demonic chi permeated his true origin. The current Su Jing was like a completely different person compared to the Su Jing earlier. At the same time, the tornado that appeared out of nowhere was even more powerful and filled with devil chi. It was as tall as the great Buddha Dharma form formed by the flowery monk's 1000 Buddha domain. It swept toward the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at a ridiculously fast speed. The two of them were pressured to the point of suffocation by the speed of the tornado. Swoosh! Swoosh! Horror dawned on both of their faces as a terrifying thought appeared in their minds. The peak of the refined saint stage. Su Jing has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. This was the only thing they had time to think about. They did not even have time to think about when Su Jing had become a devil cultivator. When the flowery monk and Jing Suzi realized Su Jing's current strength and how terrifying the attack he cast was, there was only one thought left in their minds: run. At this instant, both of them fled in two different directions. When the thought of fleeing appeared in their minds, Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords were also destroyed by the tornado that was even more powerful. The tornado did not slow down at all as it continued to charge toward the fleeing flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Senior Brother Flowery Monk. The group of people from Brahma Temple also regained their senses at this moment. Horror dawned on them. The abbot of Brahma Temple had also discovered Su Jing's true cultivation base at this moment. His expression was extremely grave as he looked at the fleeing flowery monk worriedly. It was the same for the people from Pure Yang Shrine. However, the group of people from Brahma Temple, led by the abbot, quickly changed their expressions. This was because they clearly saw the tornado that was filled with monstrous devil chi cast by Su Jing had caught up to the flowery monk. Not only that, but he had also disappeared into the tornado. After he disappeared, blood splattered everywhere in the tornado. The flowery monk was dead. No! The abbot of Brahma Temple trembled as his face turned pale. The direct disciple that he valued the most, the direct disciple whom he saw as the future hope of Brahma Temple, had actually died? It was difficult for him to accept this reality. However, the bloody scene before his eyes told him that he had to accept it even if he did not want to. This was the truth, the undeniable truth. When the people saw the flowery monk being turned into a blood mist in just a blink of an eye, the sound of people inhaling sharply resonated in the air. However, nobody made a sound. This was because their attention was on Jing Suzi. It must be said that Jing Suzi was luckier than the flowery monk. Due to the flowery monk's injuries, his speed had also decreased. However, he was not injured in the beginning. Even when the Yin Yang Tu Chi's sword was destroyed and he was injured, it was only after he had fled for a distance. Therefore, he managed to escape by brushing against the tornado. Even so, he was still sent flying by the terrifying energy at the edge of the tornado. Barf! Jing Suzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Now that his injuries had worsened, his face was extremely pale. He was barely able to stand in the air as his body swayed unsteadily. Jing Suzi, quickly admit defeat. At this moment, the Pure Yang Monastery's master noticed that Su Jing's eyes were flickering with cold killing intent. His heart shuddered and he could no longer care about anything else. He immediately shouted to remind Jing Suzi, as if he was afraid that Jing Suzi would be killed by Su Jing if he admitted defeat too late. He would end up like the flowery monk. Jing Suzi's significance to the Pure Yang Shrine was similar to the flowery monk's significance to the Brahma Temple. To the Pure Yang Shrine master, everyone who came with him could die except for Jing Suzi. This was because Jing Suzi was the hope of the Pure Yang Shrine, the future of the Pure Yang Shrine. As long as Jing Suzi could grow in the future, he would definitely be able to lead the Pure Yang Shrine to glory. It was not impossible for him to lead the Pure Yang Shrine to replace the Rising Sky Mansion and become a new fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine did not want Jing Suzi to die as long as there was a possibility. At the same time, Jing Suzi, who was injured and shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, jolted when he heard his master's reminder. He regained his senses and opened his mouth with much difficulty. I admit. Unfortunately, before he could finish the word admit defeat, a black streak of light swept across the sky. Whoosh! The speed of this black streak of light was actually not any slower than the speed of the tornado earlier. A black ray of light flashed past and left a bloody hole between Jing Suzi's eyebrows. Jing Suzi's eyes that were originally brimming with vigor had now lost their luster. His entire body twitched as he fell from the sky. Even with the reminder from the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine, it was still too late for Jing Suzi to admit defeat. The difference of a single word had caused him to walk on the road to the Yellow Springs, following in the footsteps of the flowery monk. The two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had died just like that. They had died in the hands of the same person. Moreover, this person was someone they had defeated in the past. Jing Suzi, senior brother Jing Suzi. When Jing Suzi was killed, horror dawned on the faces of the people from Pure Yang Shrine. The monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine was especially anxious. When he saw Jing Suzi had been killed, he instantly felt his vision turn black as his vital energy and blood rushed to his heart, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. If it was not for his extraordinary cultivation base, perhaps, he would have already fainted. At the same time, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were trained on Su Jing. Although Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the good things in his possession were not any less than the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, He had also taken the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. How's this possible? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi in the past. Both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi could easily defeat him. However, even when they joined forces to fight him, they were still killed by him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing would happen. Who can tell me if I'm dreaming? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! As the people present on the scene regained their senses, many of them cried out in surprise. They were shocked by Su Jing's current strength. Su Jing was only an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator a year ago. Previously, many people found it unbelievable when he displayed his cultivation base at the Mastery Refined Saint Stage after a year. They thought he must have had some fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. In everyone's opinion, breaking through from the early Refined Saint Stage to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage after a year was a ridiculous matter. However, such an exaggerated matter seemed to be nothing in front of the strength that Su Jing had just displayed. I've never heard of Su Jing being a devil cultivator before this. After a year, he actually fell into the devil Dao and became a devil cultivator? Many people had a solemn expression on their faces when they realized Su Jing was a devil cultivator. Even if he's a devil cultivator, it only took him a year to break through from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. This seems a little unrealistic, right? Many people chimed in. Indeed, it's unrealistic. However, this is the truth. If he hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's impossible for him to kill the flowery monk and Jing Suzi so easily. I can't believe Su Jing has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It seems like he was still holding back when he killed Zhonggu and fought with the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Chapter 1694. Isn't it obvious? If he didn't hold back at all, I'm afraid the flowery monk and Jing Suzi wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. Perhaps he wants to toy with him by asking the flowery monk and Jing Suzi to make a move. To think I thought Su Jing had overestimated himself. I can't believe he's already a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. That's right. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage from the beginning, we wouldn't have thought he was arrogant and challenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. I think he did it on purpose. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage when he fought with Zhonggu, I'm afraid the flowery monk and Jing Suzi wouldn't have dared to fight him even if they joined forces. That's true. It seems like Su Jing is really cunning. Inside the nimble chess set, the crowd whispered among themselves as they discussed Su Jing's cultivation base. Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, and Sutsun, the grand elder of Rising Sky Mansion, were looking at Su Jing with a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. They were not unfamiliar with devil cultivators. Not only that, but they knew many devil cultivators as well, and they knew the cultivation speed of devil cultivators was much faster than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators. However, even if Su Jing was a devil cultivator now, he had only taken a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Such progress still shocked them. What kind of monstrous progress was this? Even if he was a devil cultivator, they had never heard of anyone who could break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can improve so much in just a year, right? How did Su Jing improve his cultivation base? That's right. I really wonder what fortuitous encounter he had. Unfortunately, since it's a fortuitous encounter, he'll definitely keep it a secret. Since he's the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he can't force it. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances with each other and communicated through voice transmission. Their hearts were filled with shock at Su Jing's progress in the past year. They were very curious about what Su Jing had experienced in the past year, but they also knew that even if they asked, Su Jing would not tell them. Everyone was selfish, moreover, they were not from the Rising Sky Mansion. the peak of the refined saint stage. In the distance, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Jing with a grave expression. Originally, when he had comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, he had been full of confidence in killing Su Jing. Naturally, it was Su Jing who was at the mastery refined saint stage. Even if Su Jing had comprehended the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he did not dare to say he was completely confident he would be able to defeat him if he was at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's a good thing that I managed to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in time. Otherwise, when faced with Su Jing who's at the peak of the refined saint stage, I'd be lucky if he didn't kill me. At this point, Duan Lingtian secretly rejoiced. However, Duan Lingtian did not forget how he managed to break through to the next stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He looked at the place where Jing Suzi was killed and muttered to himself, Jing Suzi, it was your yin-yang two-formed sword that gave me inspiration and allowed me to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in one go. Don't worry, I'll kill him and avenge you. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he shifted his gaze to Su Jing with a cold gleam in his eyes. After comprehending the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was no longer afraid of fighting Su Jing, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, he was not completely confident he could kill Su Jing. According to his estimation, if they did not rely on any external help, the difference in their strength should be about the same. Even if he was stronger, he would not be that much stronger. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still wanted to fight Su Jing. This was the best opportunity to kill Su Jing and help Xuan get out of this crisis. If Su Jing died outside of the Rising Sky ranking battle, it would definitely implicate the Greenwave Han Mansion. This was not something he wanted to see. Otherwise, he would not have come here alone to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. If the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Su Jing in the beginning was because of Han Xuanai. However, Jing Suzi was also the reason why he wanted to kill Su Jing. Although Duan Lingtian and Jing Suzi did not know each other and had never communicated with each other before, Jing Suzi had unknowingly helped him. To Duan Lingtian, this was a favor that he had to repay. Duan Lingtian did not like owing people favors, let alone a favor from a dead person. Due to this reason, he wanted to kill Su Jing to repay this favor. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned determined. Young Mansion Master has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? At the same time, the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were in an uproar. As members of the Rising Sky Mansion, they knew Su Jing's background better than anyone else. Due to this reason, they were even more shocked and only regained their senses now. Naturally, this was also because their cultivation base was not high enough. Su Tsin was also a member of the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, but he had already regained his senses. He has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Su Tsin's old face twitched. His eyes were filled with shock. He could not figure out how Su Jing, who was only at the early refined saint stage a year ago, managed to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year. This was already beyond the scope of his understanding. Although this was beyond his understanding, it did not stop him from yearning for the fortuitous encounter that Su Jing had encountered. When I return to the Rising Sky Mansion, I must join forces with the other elders and the few Vice Mansion Masters to force him to tell us about his fortuitous encounter. If I can replicate the fortuitous encounter at that time, doesn't that mean my strength will also be raised rapidly? The moment Su Tsin thought of this, his heart burned with excitement. The sorrow he felt when his grandson, Su Tsin, was killed had also faded away. No matter what, when the people from the Rising Sky Mansion finally regained their senses, they were shocked by Su Jing's current cultivation base. Their eyes were filled with emotions as they looked at Su Jing. Su Jing, I really didn't expect you to have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm sure everyone here is curious about how you managed to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. I wonder if you'll be able to answer our questions? Renjong asked bluntly as he looked at Su Jing. Although he knew it was impossible for Su Jing to answer, he could not help but ask. Upon hearing Renzhong's words, Lu Hongguang also looked at Su Jing with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Even the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion led by Su Tsen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, and the others, including Duan Lingtian, looked at Su Jing one after another. The group of people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine, led by the abbot and the shrine master, looked at Su Jing with anger and hatred in their eyes. However, there was also a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It was apparent they were curious about what had happened to Su Jing in the past year. To be more precise, everyone was curious about what had happened to Su Jing in the past year. Breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year was just too ridiculous. In the distance, the hunchbacked young man who followed Su Jing here had a smug expression on his face when he saw his young mansion master had become the center of attention. Although he did not have much status in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was the only one who knew the secret of his young mansion master. Naturally, he did not dare to spread the secret out since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. If he violated it, he would be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Vice Mansion Master Run, I know what all of you are thinking. I admit that I did have a fortuitous encounter in this past year. However, this fortuitous encounter can't be duplicated. Can only help one person. I'm that lucky person. Su Jing said calmly when he faced the gazes from the surroundings. That's such a pity. Renzhong sighed when he heard this. No one knew if he really believed Su Jing's words. Naturally, it did not matter whether he believed it or not. After Su Jing killed the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, he naturally became the ringmaster again. At the same time, the scorching sun in the sky was gradually setting in the west. In another 2 hours, it would be evening again. After Su Jing became the ringmaster, there were still only 9 ringmasters left. An early refined saint stage sectless cultivator who was slightly stronger took over and became the last ringmaster. At the same time, another 2 early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators who were quite strong defeated Su Gang and another Rising Sky Mansion's disciple one after another. Upon seeing this, many people sighed emotionally. Although the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were not as strong as Su Jing, as long as they did not die, it would not be difficult for them to rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking. Unfortunately, they were both dead. Naturally, the reason they thought the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking was because of Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was because of Li Feng whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. Although Duan Lingtian had only fought twice, the battle where he easily killed Su Ken, the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was enough to prove his strength was extraordinary. He was either an elite powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage who was close to the mastery refined saint stage, or he was a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Li Feng has killed 2 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, and one of them is even the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. I wonder if Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, will make a move on Li Feng? Soon after, someone glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Su Jing and muttering to himself. Although his voice was not loud, many people still heard him. At this moment, many pairs of eyes shifted between Duan Lingtian and Su Jing. Even Ren Sen was looking at Su Jing with anticipation. Although he felt Li Feng, who had killed his grandson, would definitely admit defeat when he faced Su Jing, he still hoped Su Jing would challenge Li Feng to defeat Li Feng. As for Li Feng's life, he would naturally look for an opportunity to take it in the future. Even if he had joined the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would still seek revenge. He would definitely avenge his grandson. Even if he doesn't challenge me, I'll still challenge him. Chapter 1695. What a joke! The reason Duan Lingtian came here and participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, only Duan Lingtian knew about this. The others were unaware of this. While the group of people was whispering among themselves, wondering if Su Jing would challenge Duan Lingtian or not, Su Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in his eyes, the cold-faced young man was called Li Feng, and he was a sexless cultivator. To be honest, when he found out Duan Lingtian had killed Su Can, not only did he not hate Duan Lingtian, but he also thought it was good that Su Can had died. Before he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, Su Can was the only person in the Rising Sky Mansion who could threaten him. Naturally, the threat referred to whether he would be able to become the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion in the future, since Su Can was the only person of the same generation in the Rising Sky Mansion who could compete with him for the position of the next Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Su Can was dead, it meant he no longer had a competitor. Naturally, even if Su Can did not die, he was not afraid Su Can would compete with him. In fact, he was currently at the peak of the Refined Saint stage. Even the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, who were at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, were killed by him, let alone Su Can, who was only at the Intermediate Refined Saint stage. Although Su Jing was not interested in avenging Su Can, he quickly made up his mind when he saw the anticipation in the eyes of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. He would challenge Li Feng. Of course, in his opinion, challenging Li Feng was just a formality. Li Feng had already seen his strength earlier, so he would definitely be too scared to accept the challenge. However, this formality was enough to further establish his image in the hearts of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. This would only benefit him when he became the Mansion Master in the future. Under the watchful eyes of the others, another person walked out from the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. "Young Mansion Master, please." The moment this Rising Sky Mansion's disciple appeared, he immediately went to the chess piece Su Jing was on and announced he wanted to challenge Su Jing. Naturally, no one would think that he had the guts to challenge Su Jing. When they saw him challenging Su Jing, they knew that Su Jing intended to challenge Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he intended to challenge Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. "I admit defeat." As expected, when the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Su Jing immediately admitted defeat and eliminated himself. In the next moment, without waiting for Su Jing to challenge Duan Lingtian, everyone's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. They all knew what Su Jing was going to do next. Just as they had guessed, after Su Jing admitted defeat, he leaped into the air and landed firmly on the huge chess piece that Duan Lingtian was on. Su Jing hovered in the air and looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. "You're Li Feng, right? You killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. If you have the guts, fight me. If you have the guts, fight me." Su Jing's words were clearly saying that if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his challenge, he would be considered a coward. However, the people present on the scene did not agree with his words at all. "Humph! Does he think he'll be able to provoke Li Feng into accepting his challenge by saying that? That's right. It's fine if he didn't show his true strength earlier, but now that he has, how can Li Feng accept his challenge? Isn't that equivalent to seeking death? Li Feng is, at most, a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator like the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. It's a pity for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. If it wasn't for Su Jing deliberately concealing his cultivation base, they wouldn't have had to fight him and end up dying. That's right. This Su Jing is too cunning. The onlookers whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian would accept Su Jing's challenge since Su Jing was just too strong. Let alone the Rising Sky Mansion's district, even in all the fourth-rate forces districts, there was no one below the age of 50 who was as strong as Su Jing. He was not even 50 years old yet, but he was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Such a person was rare even in quasi-third-rate forces. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Su Jing indifferently. "Based on your words, it seems like you think I'll admit defeat? Don't tell me you won't admit defeat." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Su Jing could not help but sneer. "Why should I admit defeat? If you want to fight, then let's fight," Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with determination. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire nimble chess set fell silent. One could vaguely hear the rapid breathing of many people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. Li Feng actually accepted Su Jing's challenge? My goodness! Don't tell me he's not afraid of death? With Su Jing's current strength, unless he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, it's impossible for him to be a match for Su Jing. Don't tell me he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage since he accepted Su Jing's challenge? How's that possible? Don't forget he's not even 40 years old yet. Let alone the fact that there's no martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who's not even 40 years old in the WCI subterranean. Such a person would be one of the best among the younger generation even in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. When the crowd regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. Little brother Li Feng, don't be rash. Although Su Jing's strength has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage and his cultivation base is still unstable, his cultivation base is still at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse can compare to. At this moment, Renzhong's reminder sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lu Hongguang reminded him as well. Whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them did not wish for Li Feng to accept Su Jing's challenge. After all, if Li Feng accepted Su Jing's challenge, he would most likely be killed by Su Jing. Li Feng was a genius martial cultivator they had their eyes on. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to Li Feng. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian merely smiled at their reminder and replied through voice transmission. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think he's capable of killing me yet. The peak of the refined saint stage? His cultivation base was still unstable? When Duan Lingtian heard Renzhong's words, he calmed down slightly. Naturally, he believed Renzhong's words. After all, Su Jing was the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, a fourth-rate force. Previously, he was most worried that Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage had already stabilized. If that was the case, it would not be easy to deal with him anymore. However, now that he knew Su Jing's cultivation base was still unstable, he was slightly relieved. Of course, he was only slightly relieved. Even if his cultivation base had not stabilized, it was still at the peak of the refined saint stage just like Renzhong had said. It was not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse could compare to. Renzhong was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, he would most likely be so shocked that he would have a heart attack. In the Dao martial saint land, such a ridiculous thing had never happened before when someone was at the intermediate pristine saint stage and had killed Sukin, who was an outstanding powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Good. Good. Very good. At this moment, Su Jing, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's straightforward acceptance of his challenge, finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Li Feng, I must say that you're really gutsy. Unfortunately, the world of martial artists isn't a place where gutsy people can survive. Soon, I'll let you know how stupid you are for accepting my challenge. No, perhaps you'll be killed by me in just one blow. You won't even have the time to realize how stupid you are. When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, he had a mocking smile on his face as though Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by him. Is that so? No matter how good Duan Lingtian's temper was, he could not help but feel enraged when he heard Su Jing's words. What? Are you angry? If you're angry, just give birth quickly. Perhaps you won't have the chance to be angry anymore after a while. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and ignored Su Jing. He merely stared at him coldly. You can make the first move. I won't take advantage of you. Su Jing sneered. Upon hearing Su Jing's provocative words, Duan Lingtian's anger rose again. However, when the people present heard Su Jing's words, they did not think much of it. This was because they felt that Su Jing was qualified to say such words. Is Li Feng's head kicked by a donkey? He actually accepted Su Jing's challenge. Doesn't he know that he's digging his own grave? Humph. He's digging his own grave. Not many people present were optimistic about Li Feng's chances of winning. Apart from a few sectless cultivators who were looking at Duan Lingtian worriedly, the people from the various forces were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were watching a good show. These people from the various forces did not have a good impression of sectless cultivators. This was especially true for a sectless cultivator who was as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. They were even more envious of him. It was truly infuriating for a sectless cultivator to possess such a cultivation base at such a young age. Duan Lingtian stood on the huge chess piece and rose into the air. He only slowed down when he was at the same level as Su Jing. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Su Jing. Xuanai, today, Brother Lingtian will get rid of this trouble for you. From today onward, you'll be able to live a carefree life like before. When Duan Lingtian thought about how worried Han Xuanai was now compared to the mischievous Han Xuanai in the past, he felt his heart ache again. For this reason, no matter what, he had to kill Su Jing today, even if it was difficult for him to do so now. Also, Jing Suzi, even though we don't know each other, since your Yin Yang Tu Chi's sword helped my Sovereign Heart sword achieve a breakthrough, I can say that I owe you a favor. I'll return this favor today. Once Su Jing dies, you'll be able to rest in peace in the netherworld. Chapter 1696. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Su Jing stood facing each other. Although there were many people in the nimble chess set, it was extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone was quietly watching Duan Lingtian and Su Jing without blinking. Although they already knew the outcome of this battle, deep in their hearts, they still hoped that there would be a miracle. However, in the depths of their hearts, they still hoped for a miracle to happen. Although it was almost impossible, as long as one was a normal person, they would yearn for a miracle. Only a miracle could make them excited. If what happened next was what they had expected and Li Feng was killed by Su Jing, they would not be surprised at all. Sigh. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and shook their heads in tacit understanding. They were helpless in the face of Li Feng's impulsiveness. However, although they were helpless, they could not intervene because this was Li Feng's own choice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Li Feng, was staring coldly at Su Jing. Since Su Jing had allowed him to make the first move, he naturally would not be courteous. Whoosh! In an instant, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body sword. A golden radiance that was as bright as the sun immediately swept in all directions. Many people could not help but squint their eyes. What kind of true origin is Li Feng's true origin? Why does it feel so exaggerated? That's right. This is my first time seeing such true origin. When Duan Lingtian's true origin appeared on the surface of his body, many people began to discuss among themselves. Soon, under their watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded in a layer of golden light shield. The golden light shield was like a scorching sun as it continued to expand. In the end, it transformed into a gigantic light ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Duan Lingtian was also completely shrouded in the gigantic light ball. His territory makes it impossible for people to see what's inside. Many people smiled wryly when they saw this. Apart from Su Jing and the hunchbacked young man next to him, everyone present had seen Duan Lingtian's territory before. Although they were no longer surprised, they were still quite amazed. This was the first time they had seen such a domain. However, we can be sure that Li Feng's domain is related to the sword. Soon, another person spoke. Isn't that obvious? Previously, in the battle between Li Feng and Su Ken, he used his domain to form a golden sword to kill Su Ken, someone else said. At the same time, when Su Jing saw Duan Lingtian's domain hanging there like a blazing sun, he could not help but feel shocked. The scorching sun-like domain in front of him made it impossible for him to see the scene inside. Everything inside was unknown to him, and the unknown was usually the scariest. Due to this reason, although Su Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, he no longer underestimated Duan Lingtian's territory. His expression was solemn as he faced it seriously. The hunchbacked young man who had followed Duan Lingtian here was also shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's domain. This was his first time seeing such a strange territory. However, when he thought about his young mansion master's current strength, he felt relieved. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "It doesn't matter how strange your territory is. You're destined to die in front of young mansion master." Boom, 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 boom. As a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was holding up his golden light shield, made his move. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the 10,000 swords territory moved as well. When the entire territory moved, it was naturally met with great resistance. Due to the friction between the resistance and the friction, it set off a series of loud explosions. All of a sudden, just as Su Jing's true origin and devil chi surged out of his body, the huge golden light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian, the 10,000 swords territory that was consolidated by the sun true origin, shrunk rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes again. Apart from Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, nobody else present on the scene saw this process. Renzhong and the other two could see that when Duan Lingtian's territory shrunk rapidly, the 10,000 sword rays that were whistling in the air gradually merged into one. In the end, it appeared in his hand and transformed into a 3-foot-long blade that shone with a dazzling golden light. Although the 3-foot-long blade was not a real sword, it emitted waves of oppressive sword chi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian held the 3-foot-long blade in his hand as he stood there, emitting waves of sword chi that shot up to the sky. A sword cultivator. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present on the scene jolted as this thought appeared in their minds. At this moment, almost everyone was certain that Duan Lingtian was a sword cultivator. The sword in his hand seems to be consolidated by his territory. The oppressive sword chi that surges out of it seems to be even more powerful than the Yin-Yang two-form sword that Jing Suzi transformed from his territory. Soon after, many people with discerning eyes exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang two-form sword is indeed a far cry from the sword in his hand." Many people chimed in. The reason they had such a feeling was because the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. If one took a closer look, one could vaguely see strands of translucent sword shadows surrounding the golden sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. These sword shadows only appeared after Duan Lingtian performed the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. Humph! So what if you're a sword cultivator? In the face of an absolute difference in strength, you're still nothing. At this moment, Su Jing, who had also consolidated his territory, snorted coldly as he mocked Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to him. To be more precise, he did not respond to him verbally. The only thing that responded to him was the sword in his hand. It was a sword that shone with a dazzling radiance like the scorching sun. Whoosh! The sword tore through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It gave off a strange feeling as though Duan Lingtian and his sword had transformed into a gigantic sword that charged toward Su Jing. Whoosh! 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 Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him menacingly, Su Jing did not dare to be careless. His hands shook, and in an instant his hurricane territory began to tremble. Soon after, a vast tornado was formed. Devil Chi soared into the sky from the tornado. Although it was not as powerful as Su Jing's full force attack when he killed the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, it was not too far off. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian charged into the tornado with his sword. Gasp! 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 Immediately, the sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. The people present all looked at the figure who had entered the tornado with pity. However, they were soon stunned. This was because they did not see the bloody mist that they had expected. This Li Feng actually managed to survive after charging into the tornado formed by Su Jing's territory? As expected, he's not simple. This Li Feng must be one of the best among mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivators. That's right. However, accepting Su Jing's challenge is destined to be his biggest mistake. This mistake will cost him his life. He's too rash. Otherwise, with his talent, not to mention a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to the death to take him in. Chapter 1697. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who had charged into the tornado, did not die. Unknowingly, a layer of translucent sword chi had appeared on the surface of his body, protecting him within it. It was airtight. Even when the vast energy in the tornado wreaked havoc, it could only cause the sword energy to tremble. It could not break the sword energy at all. This sword energy was, naturally, the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword shadow following the heart. Although it was fused with the Sun True Origin, it completely enveloped the Sun True Origin and did not reveal itself at all. Under normal circumstances, only a higher level of energy would be able to completely contain other energy. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was. This was where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. The confidence he had was, naturally, the confidence he had in killing Su Jing. If the Sovereign Heart Sword had not entered the second stage, Duan Lingtian would not have any confidence he could defeat Su Jing. After all, Su Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he had not made a breakthrough in the Sovereign Heart Sword, let alone a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, Duan Lingtian would not even be confident he could defeat a mastery-refined saint stage martial, Dao, or devil cultivator. At most, they would be evenly matched. For this reason, to Duan Lingtian, the breakthrough in the Sovereign Heart Sword was like a timely rain. With the 3-foot-long blade transformed from the 10,000 swords territory in his hand and the sword shadow following the heart sword's second stage, the sword shadow following the heart, Duan Lingtian felt as though the 3-foot-long blade in his hand had become a part of his body. The sword moved according to his heart without any hesitation at all. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, who had charged into the tornado and was not affected by it, immediately threw the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. At once, a dazzling golden light shot out from his hand. At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade brought Duan Lingtian through Su Jing's territory and headed straight for him. To be more precise, it was heading straight for the spot between Su Jing's brows. What a fast speed! At the same time, whether it was Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, or Su Tsin, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They discovered something shocking. Duan Lingtian's current speed was not something a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator could possess. He's also at the peak of the refined saint stage? After this thought appeared in the hearts of the three, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster, as if their hearts would jump out at any moment. Another powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. After discovering this fact, how could they not be shocked? This was especially true for Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at each other. They could see the intense hostility in each other's eyes. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they hoped to recruit Duan Lingtian into their respective factions. Even in a quasi-third-rate force, there might not be such an outstanding martial cultivator. They had never heard of such a person who was at the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40 in the Debussy subterranean. At this moment, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so confident. He even rejected their good intentions and insisted on accepting Su Jing's challenge. As it turned out, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, so he was not afraid of Su Jing at all. Young Mansion Master, be careful. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. At the same time, Su Tsin also hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. Although he did not really like Su Jing, this battle was related to Su Jing's safety, so he had to be careful. He could imagine if Su Jing died here, he would be severely punished when he returned to the Rising Sky Mansion. He might even be punished to meditate for 100 years. After all, he was the leader of the Rising Sky Mansion. He was obligated to protect Su Jing's safety. Currently, Su Jing was no longer the good-for-nothing rich kid. Currently, Su Jing's cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was the hope of the Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Su Jing had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to a higher level and become a quasi-third-rate force in the WCI subterranean. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, quasi-third-rate forces were absolutely supreme forces. Not only did they occupy the best Saint Stone reserves, but they even occupied the Saint Martial Secret Zone in the WCI subterranean that could be counted with one's fingers. The Saint Martial Secret Zone was a secret zone that could allow many genius martial cultivators to soar. There were all kinds of cultivation resources and rare treasures inside. Becoming a quasi-third-rate force was every fourth-rate force's dream. Naturally, it was difficult to realize this dream. However, it did not affect fourth-rate forces from pursuing it. Putting aside the Saint Stone reserves, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the foundation of a quasi-third-rate force. It was something fourth-rate forces would fight over. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was also known as the Cradle of Geniuses, the peak of the refined saint stage. In fact, even without Su Tsun's reminder, Su Jing had already seen through it. Li Feng, who was charging at him with his sword and ignored his tornado, was a powerful opponent. He was definitely not someone a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator could compare to. Even if the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi were to join forces, they would not be able to compare to Li Feng. Humph! Suddenly, Su Jing coldly snorted. A moment later, the hurricane domain rapidly shrank and finally turned into a small tornado in front of him. The reason why it was called a small tornado was because it was only twice as tall as Su Jing. Although it was small, the energy it contained was not simple at all. When Duan Lingtian's 3-foot-long green sword entered, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel how terrifying this mini tornado that was filled with monstrous devil chi was. This was because the mini tornado was rapidly depleting his Sun True origin. Moreover, to a certain extent, this mini tornado had already threatened the protective sword energy on the surface of his body. Descent of the Wind Dragon. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock over Su Jing's technique, Su Jing's shout resonated in the air. Following that, the mini tornado suddenly trembled before it transformed into a divine dragon that was completely formed by wind. Naturally, the wind that had transformed into a divine dragon was extremely sharp and terrifying. As it roared, it seemed as though the void was vibrating. When the tornado transformed, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand had lost its restraints. However, although the sword was no longer restrained, Duan Lingtian did not intend to continue attacking Su Jing. At the first moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and his figure quickly swept back. At the same time, the divine dragon that had transformed into a mini tornado suddenly turned its head and smashed onto the spot where Duan Lingtian was standing earlier. The void instantly shook. Boom! Along with a loud bang, ripples appeared in the void and spread out like ripples. A terrifying airwave exploded in the void, setting off gusts of violent wind. This was enough to show how terrifying the attack was. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had dodged the attack first, could not help but feel a lingering fear. I really didn't expect Su Jing to have such a terrifying martial tactic. The power of this martial tactic must be an offensive technique in the Earth rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. Moreover, it must have been cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. The martial tactic that Su Jing had used was called the Descent of the Wind Dragon. It was an offensive technique in the Earth rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. It was also one of the few most powerful offensive techniques in the Rising Sky Mansion. It was on par with the space-shattering origin explosion that Su Tsun had mastered. Humph! You're really quick to dodge. Su Jing snorted coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian had dodged his attack first. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was completely different. If it was said that his gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian earlier was filled with contempt, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian now. Instead of contempt, it was solemn. At this moment, he had no choice but to be solemn. Previously, he did not know Li Feng's true strength. However, based on what he saw earlier, it seemed like Li Feng's strength was not inferior to his at all. He was also at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, he could see that although Li Feng was also at the peak of the refined saint stage, he must have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage like him. Due to this reason, although his gaze and expression were solemn, he did not have any intention of retreating at all. Their strength was on par with each other. Instead, it aroused his desire to win. At the same time, the onlookers finally regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. This Li Feng is actually so strong? Based on the strength he displayed earlier and the technique he used to dodge Su Jing's attack, his strength is most likely at the peak of the refined saint stage as well. Heavens! He's not even 40 years old yet. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who's not even 40 years old. In our WCI subterranean, even those quasi-third-rate forces might not have someone like that, right? No wonder he was so confident when he accepted Su Jing's challenge. Originally, I thought he was being impulsive. However, it seems like he's really confident. Although he's also at the peak of the refined saint stage, based on the earlier exchange of blows, his strength seems to be slightly inferior to Su Jing's. I've also noticed that his strength is indeed slightly inferior. The onlookers discussed animatedly among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also become the center of attention. Little brother Li Feng, if you think you're no match for Su Jing, just admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, I'll be able to save you. At this moment, a voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell this was the voice of Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. As soon as Renzhong's voice transmission left his mouth, Lu Hongguang's voice transmission arrived as well. As for the content of the voice transmissions, they were similar. Although Duan Lingtian knew both of them were so kind because they wanted him to live so he could join their respective forces, he still thanked them politely. Chapter 1698. Su Jing's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian's strength. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his expression turned grave immediately. His opponent's indifferent tone made him extremely displeased. In fact, up until now, he had the upper hand. Su Jing was not the only one who thought this way. Everyone present on the scene, including Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun, had the same thought as well. However, they were unaware of this. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian wanted. When Duan Lingtian saw the hint of disdain in Su Jing's eyes, he knew he had achieved his goal. He did not use his full strength when he attacked earlier. He wanted to make Su Jing let his guard down. Only then would he be confident he could kill Su Jing before Su Jing admitted defeat. Although Su Jing was extremely arrogant, if he discovered Duan Lingtian's strength was far superior to his, he would definitely put aside his pride and admit defeat for the sake of his life. This was not something Duan Lingtian wanted to see. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian and Su Jing began to fight again, Duan Lingtian continued to fight with Su Jing with the same strength as before. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage and looked slightly wretched. When the group of Seckless cultivators saw this, they began to worry about Duan Lingtian. It's obvious Li Feng isn't a match for Su Jing. Why isn't he admitting defeat? That's right. Don't tell me he thinks he can defeat Su Jing? If this continues, he'll be killed by Su Jing sooner or later. If it were me, I'd definitely admit defeat. Don't tell me Li Feng thinks his reputation is more important than his life? The group of Seckless cultivators was worried sick about Duan Lingtian. They were unaware that the person involved was having a good time. At this moment, even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Young Mansion Master, kill him. At this moment, someone among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion shouted. Immediately, the others began to shout as well. Kill him! Kill him! The group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion shouted loudly. Their voices entered Su Jing's ears, causing him to feel slightly smug. Su Jing's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He thought to himself, "It's time for this game to end." The moment he thought of this, his attacks became even more ferocious. When Duan Lingtian realized this, a subtle light flashed in the depth of his eyes. His chance had finally arrived. Duan Lingtian had a panicked expression on his face when he saw the wind dragon controlled by Su Jing charging at him, and he hurriedly retreated. Still trying to escape? A hint of disdain could be seen in Su Jing's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression and his actions. His body flashed as his speed increased. Roar! It sounded like a true dragon's roar as Su Jing used his territory, his true origin, and his martial technique to transform into a wind dragon. It tore through the sky and pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. His speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian's speed could not compare to it. Due to this reason, the wind dragon quickly caught up to Duan Lingtian. When Su Jing saw the wind dragon was about to hit Duan Lingtian's back, he came to a halt as a victorious smile appeared on his face. Bang! Along with a loud explosion, the wind dragon that Su Jing had cast exploded and released a terrifying force. The force caused the air to tremble. If an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. However, could an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage compare to Duan Lingtian's strength? To be more precise, could an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage compare to Duan Lingtian's defense? In fact, Duan Lingtian's body was even more powerful than a six-clawed divine dragon at the same level. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, although his body was powerful, when faced with Su Jing's attack, he was still heavily injured even with the protection of the sword energy formed by the Sun True Origin from the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart. When Duan Lingtian was injured and Su Jing had a smug expression on his face, whoosh, a short-lived sword cry suddenly resonated in the air. It was like a ghost's cry and wolf's howl that tore through the silence of the night. In the eyes of Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, a swift golden sword ray shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its speed was so fast that it was much faster than Duan Lingtian's previous attack. Not only that, but the speed of this sword ray was even faster than Su Jing's wind dragon. At this moment, if they still did not know Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength, they would have lived their lives in vain. Young Mansion Master! Horror dawned on Su Tsin's face. He immediately shouted, trying to warn Su Jing. However, currently, Su Jing was still immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian being struck. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a move at all. For this reason, when he finally regained his senses, the swift golden sword ray was only a foot away from him. At this moment, the feeling the golden sword ray gave him was not a sword ray at all. It was more like a dazzling sun. The sun came crashing down on his face. Spurt! Blood splattered everywhere as a bloody hole appeared at the center of Su Jing's brows. However, a smug smile remained on his face. This smile would be the last smile in his life. Barf! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was severely injured, could no longer hold it in. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. The extravasated blood fell into the air like stars in the sky, like dazzling red roses. Although Duan Lingtian was severely injured, he did not forget to take Su Jing's spatial ring. After all, it was his spoils of war. It was only when Duan Lingtian snatched Su Jing's spatial ring and allowed Su Jing's body to fall on the huge chess piece and smash into a pulp that the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. When they finally regained their senses, the scene was dead silent again. Young Mansion Master! In the end, it was Sutsun who snapped everyone back to their senses. However, as soon as Sutsun shouted, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian and shielded him. They stared at Sutsun as though they were afraid Sutsun would attack Duan Lingtian in a fit of rage. They did not dare to let their guard down when faced with Sutsun, who had a criminal record. Naturally, these two people were none other than Renjong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. They were also shocked by how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Su Jing at the critical moment. From the beginning until the end, they had witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Jing. At the moment Su Jing was killed, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian's act of showing weakness was merely a smokescreen to deceive Su Jing. It was precisely because of this smokescreen that Su Jing had let his guard down and was killed at the critical moment. It seems like Duan Lingtian has the intention of killing Su Jing since the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careful and calculated. Renjong thought to himself. Lu Hongguang's thoughts were similar as well. They could see that although Duan Lingtian was stronger than Su Jing, it was not impossible for him to kill Su Jing in a head-on battle. However, if it was a head-on battle, Su Jing would have a chance to admit defeat. He might not be able to kill Su Jing. Due to Duan Lingtian's scheme, Su Jing had fallen into his trap and was led by the nose. In the end, he could not escape death. At this moment, Renjong and Lu Hongguang's thoughts were extremely active. Let alone in the Debussyi subterranean, even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many genius martial cultivators who possessed such intelligence. If such a person joined their forces, it would only be a matter of time before their forces became a quasi-third-rate force. It was precisely because of this that they were so eager to appear next to Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian. Li Feng, how dare you kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? How dare you? When Sutsun saw Renjong and Lu Hongguang standing next to Duan Lingtian, he knew he could not make a move. However, he could not just let this go. The Rising Sky Mansion's hope was destroyed by Li Feng. He did not doubt that once this news spread to the Rising Sky Mansion, Li Feng would definitely become the Rising Sky Mansion's #1 enemy. He wants to kill me, so why can't I kill him? What a joke! After consuming the healing medicinal pill, Duan Lingtian had slightly recovered from his injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, "Don't tell me all of you from the Rising Sky Mansion are so overbearing? If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be afraid of Sutsun's threat. However, Duan Lingtian had come this time to kill Su Jing. How could he be afraid of Sutsun's threat? Xuanai, brother Lingtian has killed Su Jing for you. From now on, you'll be able to live the life you want happily again." At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The mocking smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. Naturally, in the eyes of others, it looked more like a silly smile. He killed Su Jing? At the same time, the onlookers regained their senses one after another. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling foolishly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had a silly smile on his cold face. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. However, not many people paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed Su Jing. When the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine saw Su Jing was killed, all of them smiled. Their gazes, when they looked at Duan Lingtian, turned much gentler. "Thank you, benefactor Li Feng. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li Feng." Two voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner, waking him up from his daze. When Duan Lingtian raised his head, he discovered the voice transmissions were from none other than the abbot of Brahma Temple and the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine. By killing Su Jing, he had indirectly avenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Li Feng! Li Feng! At the same time, the sectless cultivators present on the scene were in an uproar. All of them called out Duan Lingtian's alias excitedly. Chapter 1699. The Seckless cultivators present on the scene felt proud after Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing. In fact, let alone the Rising Sky Mansion's district, even in the entire Debussy subterranean and the Dao Marshal Saint Land, Seckless cultivators were usually suppressed by those who had a force backing them up. After all, those who had a force backing them up would usually have a better cultivation environment and resources. As for Seckless cultivators, they were born and nurtured by heaven and earth. However, today, Duan Lingtian had killed Su Jing as a Seckless cultivator. Who was Su Jing? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. If it was before today, although many people would be surprised when Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing, it would not be as exaggerated as it was now. Today, Su Jing's performance was completely different from before. Not only did he kill the best among the Seckless cultivators, but he even managed to kill his old rival, Zhonggu, even when the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had joined forces. In fact, in the past, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had the strength to easily crush him. However, it only took him a year to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage from the early Refined Saint stage, giving him the strength to become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Naturally, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, Su Jing would have become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's appearance, or to be more precise, the appearance of Duan Lingtian Li Feng, had not only pulled him down from the clouds, but it had also caused him to fall into hell, never to be able to rise again. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's killing of Su Jing shocked everyone present on the scene. More importantly, Duan Lingtian was not more than 40 years old. He's not more than 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the peak of the Refined Saint stage. This Li Feng is really monstrous. Previously, he seemed to have the intention of joining either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. No matter if it's the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, once he joins us, it won't be impossible for us to become a quasi-third-rate force in a few decades. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. The two of them were the representatives of the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion, respectively. Duan Lingtian had also expressed his intention to join the forces behind them. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. After all, there was only one Li Feng, and they couldn't split it in half. Li Feng, as the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you join the Rising Sky Mansion and swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll serve the Rising Sky Mansion wholeheartedly, I'll spare your life on behalf of the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only that, but the Rising Sky Mansion will also nurture you without any reservation. It's not impossible for you to become the next mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the future. At this moment, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than the voice transmission from Sutsen, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on Sutsen's words, it was obvious the Rising Sky Mansion would not look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, as long as he was willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although Sutsen wished for nothing more than to get rid of the murderer of his grandson. After witnessing the monstrous innate talent of the other party, even he could not help but cherish the other party's talent. If he could bring such a genius back, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that time, nobody would blame him for Su Jing's death. As for the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, although he loved his son very much, in Sutsen's opinion, as long as he was not out of his mind, he would definitely realize how important Li Feng was to the Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion used to be a quasi-third-rate force before it was reduced to a fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky Mansion was more eager than any other fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force again. In the face of the clan's interest, personal enmity could be put aside. Elder Su, did I hear wrongly? Upon hearing Sutsen's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian looked at him casually and said, "You're asking me to join the Rising Sky Mansion? Even if you can put aside your grandson's enmity, don't tell me the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion can also put aside his son's enmity and not make things difficult for me?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. No one expected that Sutsun, the person who wanted to kill Li Feng the most, would open his mouth to recruit Li Feng. Zhong and Lu Hongguang, on the other hand, could understand Su Xian. After all, Li Feng's innate talent was just too monstrous. As long as he was around and did not die prematurely, it would not be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. For a moment, their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at Su Xian. Little brother Li Feng. Don't believe him. He's most likely trying to trick you into leaving with him and killing you halfway. Zhong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Su Xian. He did not wish for Duan Lingtian to join the Rising Sky Mansion, even though he could understand why Sutsun would make such a decision. Lu Hongguang sent a voice transmission as well. The meaning of his words was similar to Zhong's voice transmission. He was also trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Su Xian naturally. Duan Lingtian could guess their thoughts. He could not help but laugh inwardly. However, he still replied to reassure them that he would definitely not join the Rising Sky Mansion. Zhong and Lu Hongguang were very satisfied with Duan Lingtian's reply, since it meant they would have one less competitor. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion actually wants Li Feng to join the Rising Sky Mansion? At the same time, many people regained their senses and found it hard to believe. Don't tell me he's forgotten that his grandson was killed by Li Feng? Did he forget that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was also killed by Li Feng? Someone asked curiously. You don't understand, right? With Li Feng's innate talent, let alone killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even if he killed the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, as long as he's willing to join the Rising Sky Mansion, the people in the Rising Sky Mansion will still welcome him. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage below the age of 40 is not a joke. That's right. If such a genius martial cultivator is given enough time to grow, it won't be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. In front of the future of the force behind him, personal enmity seems insignificant. The crowd discussed among themselves. Gradually, they felt that Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was right for him to make such a decision. When the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were furious. They felt the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Sutsun, was embarrassing the Rising Sky Mansion. However, now that they had calmed down, they felt Sutsun was not wrong. Don't worry. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve the Rising Sky Mansion for life, I can guarantee that not only me, but even Lord Mansion Master won't make things difficult for you. Sutsun was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he promised bluntly, "Looks like your Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion is as cold-blooded as you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in joining such a cold-blooded force." Duan Lingtian rejected him directly. Zhong and Lu Hongguang smiled when they saw Duan Lingtian had rejected Su Xian. However, Sutsun's expression was extremely grave. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhong and Lu Hongguang and transmitted his voice to them. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu. I'm afraid none of the people from Rising Sky Mansion will be able to enter the Rising Sky ranking. I'm worried that Sutsun will lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to attack me after he leaves with his men. For this reason, I'd like to leave first and wait for all of you at the Hengduan Mountain range 100 miles to the west. Is that okay? When Zhong and Lu Hongguang heard this, they looked at each other and nodded. Indeed, if Sutsun left first with his men and did not really leave, he would lie in ambush outside the Nimble Valley and launch a sneak attack. Even they would not be able to guard against it. Moreover, although the strongest person in the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion was Sutsun, there was another Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion in a city near the Nimble Valley. If Sutsun went to greet him, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Due to this reason, they agreed to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Sure, you can wait for us at the Hengduan Mountain range 100 miles to the west. We know where that place is. In any case, up until now, although the Rising Sky ranking battle has yet to begin, I'm sure no one will object to it since you're ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. After all, your strength speaks for itself. You deserve to be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang told Duan Lingtian. In that case, thank you, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, he flew away under the watchful eyes of the others and left. When Sutsun saw Duan Lingtian had actually left the nimble chess game, his eyes flashed coldly. He instantly wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, as long as Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were there, he would not be able to do anything. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, what's the meaning of this? Sutsun's expression was grave. Now that my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples no longer have any hope of being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, don't tell me I can't even bring my people away? Elder Su, you can leave if you want, but you'll have to wait for 15 minutes. The same goes for the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, Renzhong said indifferently. Lu Hongguang did not say anything. When he saw the people from the Raging Wave Mansion flying out and blocking the people from the Rising Sky Mansion with a wave of his hand, one could see his decision. At this moment, no matter how stupid Sutsun was, he knew Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Li Feng had come to an agreement. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. When Duan Lingtian left the Nimble Chess Game and the Nimble Valley, Renzhong looked at the surroundings and said loudly, "Everyone, the Rising Sky ranking battle this time can be considered as the most exciting one in the past several hundreds of years." Chapter 1700. It did not cross anyone's mind that as soon as Li Feng left, Renzhong would announce that he was ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. However, everyone present on the scene agreed with Renzhong's words. Put aside the fact that Li Feng had killed Su Jing, who was at the peak of the Refined Saint stage, just based on Li Feng's cultivation base at the peak of the Refined Saint stage, it was enough for him to be proud of himself. None of the participants of the Rising Sky ranking battle had any intention of fighting Li Feng at all. Due to this reason, even if Li Feng did not leave, the other ringmasters would only go through the motions when they fought with Li Feng, since they would admit defeat immediately. They would not dare to make a move in front of Li Feng. Up until now, everyone who fought with Li Feng had been killed. 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples had died in Li Feng's hands one after another. Although they did not know if Li Feng would only kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and not the others, they did not dare to take the risk. If they made the wrong bet, they would die. Everyone only had one life. Once they died, they would have nothing left. Vice Mansion Master Ren, isn't this against the rules? Due to Duan Lingtian's departure and Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's obstruction, Sutsun could not catch up to Duan Lingtian and kill him. When he heard Renzhong's words, he immediately mocked him. Although he felt that even if Li Feng did not leave, he would still be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking in the end. However, when he thought about how Li Feng had left so calmly and even obtained the honor of being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking, he was filled with resentment. Against the rules? Before Renzhong could speak, Lu Hongguang smirked coldly. "Elder Su, it's not up to you to decide if it's against the rules or not, right?" When Sutsun's expression turned grave, someone immediately took the place of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple who had become the ringmaster after Su Jing had admitted defeat. Now, among the 9 ringmasters present, is there anyone who disagrees with Li Feng being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking? If you don't agree, you can come to our Sky Hurdle Mansion and fight with Li Feng. Renzhong looked at the 9 champions in the ring and said with certainty. Hearing Renzhong's words, Lu Hongguang frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. What did he mean by going to the Sky Hurdle Prefecture to fight with Li Feng? Could it be that Renzhong thought that Li Feng had already set his mind on the Sky Hurdle Mansion? Lu Hongguang immediately chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. "That's right. If any of the 9 of you are unconvinced, you can come to the Raging Wave Mansion to challenge Li Feng in the future. If you win, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking will be yours." Hearing Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's words, the 9 arena champions looked at each other, but no one said anything for a long time. What a joke! Li Feng's strength was obvious to all. Fighting with Li Feng was absolutely courting death. I have no objections. Monk Jiro was the first to express his opinion. Because of Flowery Monk's death, Monk Jiro's expression didn't look good. That was his junior brother. He did not have any biological brothers and had long regarded Flowery Monk as his biological younger brother. Naturally, he was furious that his biological younger brother was killed. Now that Li Feng had killed Su Jing and indirectly avenged the Flowery Monk, he was very grateful to Li Feng. Naturally, he would not cause trouble for Li Feng at this moment. With Monk Jiro taking the lead to express his opinion, Jing Suzi and Yin Suzi from the Pure Yang Shrine followed suit. Subsequently, a few sectless cultivators also expressed their opinions. Seeing the trend, the remaining few arena champions also expressed their opinions one by one, agreeing that Li Feng would be the first place of the Rising Sky ranking this time. In that case, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking has been decided. It's Li Feng. As for the second place to the 10th place will begin tomorrow. Now let's disperse. The moment Ren Zhong's words left his mouth, he joined forces with Lu Hongguang to remove the Nimble chess set. Everyone instantly appeared in the Nimble Valley. After 15 minutes, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang no longer stopped Sutsun and the others from the Rising Sky Mansion. However, before Sutsun left, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang respectively. What he meant was that only one of them could obtain Duan Lingtian, and he was willing to offer some benefits in exchange for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. As long as one of them told him Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, he would immediately offer the benefits he promised. Unfortunately, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang did not bother with him at all. Benefits? Would they lack anything that Sutsun could offer? Moreover, what could be compared to a peerless genius like Li Feng? When Sutsun saw that Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were ignoring him, his face turned pale. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left with the people from the Rising Sky Mansion furiously. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the Hengduan mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley. Have you heard? The Mystical Sky Mansion will be recruiting Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Dao Martial Saint Land in a year's time. It's said that the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in a year's time as well. In the dead of night, Duan Lingtian, who was resting on an ancient pine tree in the Hengduan mountain range, heard a voice that was getting closer and closer. He squinted his eyes and looked through the night, only to discover two people walking in the air side by side. Yes, I heard about it today as well. That's the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only quasi-third-rate forces have. Only Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 are allowed to enter. Once they enter, even those with little fortuitous encounters will be greatly improved, let alone those with great fortuitous encounters. The other person's voice resonated in the air and gradually faded away. A short while later, the voices of the two disappeared, because they had gradually gone far away. A quasi-third-rate force? Mystical Sky Mansion? Recruiting Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40? Saint Martial Secret Zone. In the night sky, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up like two stars in the night sky. Originally, he had planned to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion according to the conditions set by Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow. His goal was to use a fourth-rate force as a springboard to rise up. After he had broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for his fiancée Kerr. Moreover, he would use a fourth-rate force to inquire about his father's whereabouts. Now that he heard the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, was recruiting disciples and had set a rule that only Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, he had another idea. Compared to a fourth-rate force, a quasi-third-rate force was undoubtedly a better springboard. Moreover, he was also curious about the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only quasi-third-rate forces had. This was because this was his first time hearing about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. If that's the case, I can only stand Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu up. Fortunately, I'm not using my true identity now. Li Feng is only an alias, so I don't have to worry about them hunting me down. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian left the Hengduan mountain range under the cover of the night. At this moment, whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, none of them knew Li Feng had already stood them up and left in advance. They were still waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. After the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow, it was very likely that Li Feng would join the force behind them. Just the thought of it made them feel excited. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he would still leave. Whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, he knew very well the reason why they valued him. It was none other than his innate talent. Otherwise, the two of them would not have bothered about him at all. Now that he had a better choice, there was no need for him to focus on the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. Although he knew it was Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's duty to protect him during the Rising Sky ranking battle, he still owed them a favor. Vice Mansion Master Run, Elder Lu, if I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely return the favor. Duan Lingtian had never liked owing people favors. After leaving the Hengduan mountain range, Duan Lingtian returned to the Greenwave Han Mansion district and the Greenwave Han Mansion. With his current strength, unless it was a powerhouse at the Eminent Saint stage or above in the Greenwave Han Mansion, nobody would be able to find him if he wanted to hide. Although he was only an intermediate pristine Saint stage martial cultivator, his strength was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint stage. Naturally, it would not matter even if he did not hide. After all, not only did he know the Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss, Han Xuanai, but he also knew the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian. Originally, he wanted to look for Han Xuanai first to give her a surprise. However, after giving it some thought, Duan Lingtian decided to look for Han Zhengtian first. His uncle Han must be very anxious about this matter as well. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to reveal himself. The moment he revealed himself, he was naturally discovered by others. Due to the reason he had changed back to the cold face he had when he changed his name to Lingtian. Some of the Greenwave Han Mansion's disciples who were in charge of patrolling recognized him. For this reason, they did not make things difficult for him. Duan Lingtian successfully met Han Zhengtian, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. "Little Tian, you're back? How was it?" Han Zhengtian asked impatiently when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle should have ended by now. Since Duan Lingtian had returned, it was obvious he had only returned after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. If it was Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian might tease her. However, it was not appropriate for him to joke around with Han Zhengtian. "That friend of yours really killed Su Jing?" Han Zhengtian was overjoyed, but he still wanted to confirm it. Previously, when Duan Lingtian left, he had said he would ask a friend who seemed to be from a quasi-third-rate force to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. For this reason, Han Zhengtian did not know Duan Lingtian had personally killed Su Jing. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had succeeded, he did not explain much since he felt there was no need for him to do so. "Little Tian, thank you." Naturally, Han Zhengtian did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. After taking a deep breath, he bowed at Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude, scaring Duan Lingtian so much that he quickly moved away. "Uncle Han, you can't do this. You can't do this. I treat Xue Nai as my biological sister. Her matter is my matter. You're her father and you're my senior as well. There's no need for you to be so polite." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Han Zhengtian's face. At the same time, he sighed in relief as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he bade farewell and left to look for Han Xuanai. Since he was bored along the way, Duan Lingtian thought to himself and took out the spatial ring of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When he dripped his blood on it in an attempt to claim ownership over it, he discovered it did not work. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. Su Jing didn't die. Chapter 1701. A spatial ring required a drop of blood to claim ownership over it in order to control the space inside and store items. Usually, once a spatial ring had claimed ownership, unless the owner took the initiative to cancel the claim or the owner died, nobody else would be able to open it. Currently, Duan Lingtian could not open the spatial ring that belonged to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. For this reason, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Impossible. However, when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he thought it was impossible. Previously, when he killed Su Jing, he had used the sword ray consolidated from the 10,000 swords territory and the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart, and his powerful physical strength to cast his most powerful sword strike and directly pierce through the space between Su Jing's brows. The space between the brows and the heart was a human's Achilles heel. The heart controlled the body while the space between the brows controlled the soul. Piercing through the space between the brows was equivalent to destroying the soul. This was also the safest way to kill. If he attacked the heart, there was still a certain risk since some people's hearts were slanted. At that time, if Duan Lingtian could not kill Su Jing with just one strike, Su Jing would have admitted defeat the moment he regained his senses. For this reason, he did not attack Su Jing's heart, since he did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, he chose the safest way and pierced through the space between Su Jing's brows with his sword to destroy Su Jing's soul. At that time, I had extended my divine consciousness to investigate as well. Su Jing's soul had clearly dissipated as his body fell. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to survive since his soul has already begun to dissipate. However, why can't his spatial ring claim ownership over him? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly grave. Perhaps, there were many good things in Su Jing's spatial ring, including the flowery monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu's spatial rings, but Duan Lingtian was not thinking about taking the things out. Instead, he was thinking about the reason why the spatial ring could not claim ownership over him. After thinking about it for a long time, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Hualao. Duan Lingtian, who was unwilling to believe that Su Jing was still alive, immediately contacted Hualao, who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to ask for the reason. When Hualao was at his peak, he was a powerful existence in the Devata realm. Perhaps he might be able to tell him something useful. After listening to Duan Lingtian's story, Hualao pondered for a moment and asked, "You said he's a demonic cultivator?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, "I heard from other people that Su Jing wasn't a devil cultivator a year ago. Moreover, he was only at the early refined saint stage. When he reappeared a year later, not only had he become a devil cultivator, but his cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the refined saint stage." Truth be told, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Jing's progress. In fact, even with the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 5 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. He was not confident he could cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in a year outside. Before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, he had stayed in the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for almost 4 years. Although he had spent part of his time comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword, most of his time was spent on raising his cultivation base. However, he had only managed to stabilize his early refined saint stage cultivation base and break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Duan Lingtian was currently at the intermediate refined saint stage, he was very close to the mastery refined saint stage. Apart from that, his battle strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. This could be seen from the fact that he could kill Su Jing. He managed to improve so much in such a short time and even became a devil cultivator. I think the devil Dao cultivation method he cultivated must have recorded the soul congregation technique. Hualao's voice resonated in the air. Soul congregation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time hearing this term. Yes, it's soul congregation. Hualao replied, some of the brilliant devil Dao cultivation methods and Taoist celestial methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Soul congregation refers to the ability to reform one's soul after it's destroyed. Naturally, even if it's reformed, it'll take some time for it to fully recover. Then, does this mean he can come back to life? Duan Lingtian gasped. You can say that. Hualao replied again. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. Then, not only is Su Jing still alive, but he can even reform his destroyed soul and come back to life with the soul congregation technique? How could this be? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his face began to twitch. The reason he had traveled so far to the Rising Sky Mansion's district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing and save Xuanai. Initially, he thought he had killed Su Jing, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Now, Uncle Han also thinks Su Jing is dead. If he finds out Su Jing is still alive, I wonder how disappointed he'll be. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Duan Lingtian, who originally planned to look for Han Xuanai to report the good news, did not look for Han Xuanai when he recalled Su Jing was still alive. Instead, he left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate alone. He needed to calm down now. Hualao, you said it'll take some time for his soul to recover even if he uses the soul congregation technique. How long will it take? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao again. How long will it take depends on the soul congregation technique he has mastered. There are different grades of soul congregation techniques as well. However, even if it's the best soul congregation technique I know, it'll take at least a year and a half to gather the soul of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage and possess a body for rebirth. Hualao replied, a year and a half? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Earlier, he was most worried that Su Jing would be able to recover immediately and the engagement between Su Jing and Xuanai would still go on. However, it seemed like he would not be able to fulfill this engagement for the time being. Duan Lingtian felt more at ease for the time being. A year and a half. It's the best soul congregation technique Hualao has ever seen. The technique that Su Jing has mastered shouldn't be that powerful. It'll take him at least 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt even more at ease. However, his gaze gradually turned sharp. Su Jing, I can't believe you're still alive. However, since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. In 2 to 3 years' time, it'll be as easy as killing a dog for me to kill you. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence regarding this. After 2 to 3 years' time, even if Su Jing had completely gathered his soul and possessed a body for rebirth, his cultivation base would at most be at its peak. Currently, Duan Lingtian could kill him. In another 2 to 3 years' time, it would be even easier for Duan Lingtian to kill Su Jing if his cultivation base remained the same. At that time, I'll use Li Feng's identity as an excuse to make a move on him. I'll just say that I'm unwilling to accept the fact that I didn't manage to kill him in the Rising Sky ranking battle and that a demon has appeared in my martial Dao heart, causing my path to the martial Dao to be blocked. Therefore, I'll use his life to clear all the obstacles in my path. In this way, the Greenwave Han Mansion won't be implicated. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. No matter what, the Rising Sky Mansion would not link Li Feng to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Due to this reason, he was not worried about implicating the Greenwave Han Mansion. In another month's time, the Rising Sky Mansion will come to fetch the bride. However, now that Su Jing's soul has dissipated and he's in a coma, it's impossible for him to marry Xuanai no matter what. Xuanai will be safe for the next 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed in relief. It seemed like his trip to the Rising Sky Mansion's district was not in vain after all. After thinking it through, Duan Lingtian went to look for Han Xuanai. Brother Lingtian. When Han Xuanai saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of her again, she was, naturally, pleasantly surprised. A smile appeared on her originally gloomy face. However, this smile was bitter no matter how one looked at it. Brother Lingtian, where have you been in this 1 year? Han Xuanai did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and continued to ask. I went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Duan Lingtian smiled. You went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district? Upon hearing this, the smile on Han Shuanai's face froze immediately. The 3 words Rising Sky Mansion were no different from a curse to her. In a month's time, she would be marrying that good-for-nothing rich kid in the Rising Sky Mansion. When Duan Ling Tian saw Xuanai's expression froze and pain could be seen in her eyes, he immediately dismissed the idea of teasing her. He said bluntly, "Xuanai, don't worry. The Rising Sky Mansion won't be coming to pick you up after a month. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has died in the Rising Sky ranking battle." The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Han Shuanai was completely stunned. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead? He died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? This news was no different from a heavy bomb to Han Shuanai. Caused her heart to be in a mess. She, naturally, did not doubt Brother Ling Tian's words. Although she did not know who had killed Su Jing, this surprise had come too quickly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Shuanai calmly. From the beginning until the end, he did not miss the changes in Han Shuanai's expression. In the beginning, it was shock. Then it was disbelief. After that, it was a pleasant surprise. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. For the time being, he did not plan to tell Han Shuanai that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was still alive. After all, the crisis at hand had temporarily been resolved. Brother Ling Tian, his death, has something to do with you, doesn't it? Although Han Shuanai also felt her thoughts were a little wild, she had a strong feeling that the death of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had something to do with her brother Ling Tian. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle had just ended a while ago. Yes. Chapter 1702. Although Han Shuanai was already mentally prepared, she was still shocked when she heard this from her big brother Ling Tian. Originally, she thought this matter had something to do with her big brother Ling Tian. It did not cross her mind that her big brother Ling Tian was the one who personally made the move. However, now that she heard her big brother Ling Tian said he was the one who personally made the move, how could she not be shocked by this? Big brother Ling Tian, your strength? Han Shuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. Other people might not understand Duan Ling Tian, but Han Shuanai knew him very well. Although Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was not bad, she did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Su Jing at all. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was already at the early refined saint stage a year ago. After a year, with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was not difficult for him to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, her big brother Ling Tian had killed Su Jing? Did this not mean her big brother Ling Tian's strength was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above? My cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, due to my unique true origin, I can cross the stage to fight my opponent. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Intermediate refined saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Han Shuanai sighed in relief. Compared to his cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, this cultivation base was still acceptable. However, when she regained her senses and recalled the second half of Duan Ling Tian's words, she could not help but exclaim in shock, Cross the stage to fight your opponent? At this moment, Han Shuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she had just seen a ghost. Was there such a true origin in this world? Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be a match for Su Jing. However, Xuanai, I've only told you about this. As for Uncle Han, I told him that I asked a friend from a quasi-third-rate force to help, and that friend of mine is called Li Feng. If father knew that it was you, brother Ling Tian, who did it personally, he would definitely be dumbstruck. After learning that Su Jing was dead, Han Shuanai's gloominess was swept away. She seemed to have returned to the mischievous Han Shuanai of the past. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was also very happy, because this was the ending he wanted. Of course, it was still too early to talk about the end. It'll take at least 2 to 3 years for Su Jing to recover. For this reason, it won't affect me from going to the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had stood Renzhong and Lu Hongguang up and returned to the Greenwave Han Mansion first because he had learned that the mystical sky mansion would be recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. Not only was the mystical sky mansion a good springboard for him, but he was also very curious about the Saint Martial secret zone that would open in a year's time as well. Although Duan Lingtian planned to go to the mystical sky mansion, he was not in a hurry. I'll wait for another month. If nobody from the Rising Sky Mansion comes, I'll return to the Windfall Nation to visit Senior Brother, Uncle Feng, and the others. I didn't even inform Tian Wu before I left. I wonder if she's unhappy or not. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh, that's right. Brother Lingtian. Sister Tian Wu came to look for you not long after you left. When Duan Lingtian thought about Feng Tianwu and smiled wryly, Han Shu and I seemed to have recalled something and said in a timely manner, Tian Wu, she came to look for me? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be taken aback. Yes. Han Shuai nodded. Originally, I planned to ask Sister Tian Wu to stay and let her wait for you in the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, she didn't wait for long before she left because even I wasn't sure if you would return. When Han Shu and I reached the end of her sentence, she felt a little embarrassed. Tian Wu actually found the Greenwave Han Mansion? Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. At the same time, his heart was filled with gratitude. Since Tian Wu left the Drift Blaze sect, her cultivation base must have broken through to the pristine Saint Stage. I wonder where she went after leaving the Greenwave Han Mansion. Forget it, when I arrive at the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion, I'll just have to announce my name as Ling Tian. Tian Wu will definitely guess it's me. Although the Dao Martial Saint Land was only in the lower province, it was still extremely vast. Due to this reason, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to look for Feng Tianwu without any clues. Doing so would be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, even though Feng Tianwu had left the Windfall Nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district, Duan Lingtian did not dismiss the thought of returning to the Windfall Nation. There were many people he cared about in that place. Not only were there his elders, but there were also his senior brothers and his friends. Naturally, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not think of bringing Bai Lihong, Feng Wudao, and the others to the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, if he did that, it would undoubtedly be announcing to everyone that he, Duan Lingtian, was related to the Greenwave Han Mansion. In fact, at this moment, the name Duan Lingtian had already spread through the entire WCI Subterranean. In the WCI Subterranean, apart from some ignorant people, almost everyone knew about Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength did not garner much attention, but the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was something that everyone in the WCI Subterranean paid attention to. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 famous Super Saint artifacts on the 10 Great Saint Artifact ranking. Even someone from a quasi-third-rate force would covet it. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to reveal his true identity before he had a certain level of strength. In the future, he would be known as Ling Tian. This was also his name in his past life. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that many people must have their eyes on the Windfall Nation now. His family and friends would be the first to bear the brunt. If he brought them over now, the Greenwave Han Mansion would definitely be implicated. This was not something he was willing to see. Due to this reason, in his opinion, letting them stay in Windfall Nation was undoubtedly the best choice. After bidding farewell to Han Shu and I and asking her to bid farewell to the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian, on his behalf, Duan Lingtian left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate under Han Shu and I's reluctant gaze. As for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, they were still in closed-door cultivation, so Duan Lingtian did not meet them. After leaving the Greenwave Han Mansion, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. While Duan Lingtian was returning to Windfall Nation, In the faraway Rising Sky Mansion's district, the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was also in an uproar. After the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Sutsen, was not in a hurry to bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he called out to a Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion who happened to be in a nearby city. Both of them led their men to search the Nimble Valley in all directions, searching for the whereabouts of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. Not only that, but the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, who was good at hiding, even boldly followed Renzhong and Lu Hongguang all the way to the transverse mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. In the transverse mountain range, he noticed Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's expression was extremely grave. At that time, although he was far away, he could still hear the discussion between the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. The content of their discussion was none other than scolding Li Feng, saying that Li Feng had stood them up. When the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion and Grand Elder Sutsen saw the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion leaving in anger, they once again began to search in all directions. After searching for many days, they still could not find Li Feng's whereabouts at all. At this time, Sutsen could only bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate dejectedly. He knew what awaited him would be the wrath of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. It was fine that the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, had died. Among the 3 of them, his grandson was the most outstanding. Although his grandson's death was a great blow to the Rising Sky Mansion, not only did the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials not blame him, but they even comforted him because he was his grandson. However, other than the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, there was another person who had died. That person meant a lot to the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only was Su Jing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, but based on the strength he had displayed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was obvious how monstrous his innate talent was. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely become the pillar of the Rising Sky Mansion. It was not impossible for him to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to become a quasi-third-rate force. Now, Lord Mansion Master must have found out about young Mansion Master's death through his shattered soul pearl. The moment Sutsen thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although this matter did not have much to do with him, as the leader this time, he would not be able to escape the blame for failing to protect the juniors. Although he would not be sentenced to death, he would definitely be punished by facing the wall for many years. Due to this reason, Sutsen was extremely anxious when he entered the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. His gaze would occasionally shift to the back. There was a hunchbacked young man carrying a body. That body was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Ha! All of a sudden, Sutsen came to a halt as though he had sensed something. With just a glance, he saw a group of people led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was flying toward him in a majestic and menacing manner. This posture caused him to feel a wave of fear in his heart. However, what happened next stunned him. "My condolences, Grand Elder. My condolences, Grand Elder." After the group of high-ranking officials led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion appeared in front of Sutsen, they began to console him softly. It was apparent they already knew about the death of his grandson. Sukan's soul pearl was in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Due to this reason, when Sukan's soul pearl shattered, everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew he was dead. God is really jealous of geniuses. If nothing happened to Sukan, he would have been able to compete with the young mansion master in the future. It's not impossible for him to become the next mansion master. Many high-ranking officials sighed emotionally. All of you. When Sutsen saw the group of people, including the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, only mentioned the death of his grandson, Sukan, and did not mention the young mansion master, Su Jing, at all, Sutsen was stunned. At the same time, he felt something was amiss. Chapter 1703. Don't tell me they haven't noticed that the young mansion master's soul pearl has shattered as well? Su Tseng thought to himself as the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion comforted him. However, he did not think it was possible. At this moment, this was the only thing he could think of. Otherwise, he would not be able to figure out why these people were only comforting him. It was obvious the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion, including the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not know about the death of young Mansion Master Su Jing. Lord Mansion Master, Su Ken was not as strong as others. He sacrificed himself for the Rising Sky Mansion. I've already gotten over it. However, the young Mansion Master, Su Tseng, looked at the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Initially, when he mentioned his grandson, he suppressed his grief. However, in the end, he could not help but smile wryly as he turned to look behind him. What happened to Jing? Su Can's words caused Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, to turn pale immediately. He immediately looked in the direction Su Tseng was looking at. With just a glance, he saw the body the hunchbacked young man was carrying. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, the hunchbacked young man took a step back. The body on his shoulder had already fallen into Su Yicheng's arms. Young Mansion Master! When the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion who followed Su Yicheng saw the dried blood on the body with a bloody hole between his brows, horror dawned on them. With such injuries, it was impossible for him to survive. Impossible! At this moment, Su Yicheng looked at his son in his arms in disbelief. At the same time, he freed his hand and took out a soul pearl. The soul pearl belonged to his son, Su Jing. The soul pearl was not damaged at all. This meant his son was not dead. When Su Tseng, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, saw Su Yicheng taking out a soul pearl with an expression of disbelief on his face, he could not help but feel chills running down his spine. Lord Mansion Master, the soul pearl in your hand is... This is Jing Er's soul pearl. He's not dead. Su Yicheng's tone was firm. A soul pearl would not lie. What? He's not dead? The space between his brows is pierced, and his soul is destroyed. The young Mansion Master is still alive after suffering such heavy injuries? That's impossible. At this moment, Su Tseng was not the only one who was stunned. The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and the group of Rising Sky Mansion's disciples behind Su Tseng were stunned as well. This was especially true for the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who had returned with Su Xian. They had personally witnessed Su Jing being killed. A sword pierced through the space between his brows, causing his soul to dissipate. Even a great overarching golden celestial would not be able to save him. And now, the Mansion Master was saying that the young Mansion Master was still alive? Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has lost his mind after seeing the Vice Mansion Master dead? Many of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples thought to themselves. Of course, they only dared to think such words in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. Of course, most people's eyes were still on the soul orb in Su Yicheng's hand. Their hearts were filled with confusion. Is this really the young Mansion Master's soul orb? Vice Mansion Master is clearly dead, so how could his soul orb be intact? Did Lord Mansion Master take the wrong soul orb? At this moment, they only thought that the Mansion Master had mistaken someone else's soul orb for the young Mansion Master's. The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Yicheng, was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. At this moment, he extended his divine consciousness and entered his son's body. Soon after, he sensed a faint aura in the depths of his son's head. It was the aura of a soul. It was very weak, but it was extremely familiar to him. This was because the aura of the soul was exactly the same as the aura of the soul in the soul orb in his hand. Jing Er. Although Su Yicheng did not know why his son was still alive after suffering such a heavy injury, this was not what he was concerned about. He was more concerned about whether his son would be able to recover. Such a weak soul aura, if he was not careful, it was very likely that it would dissipate completely. Father, I need a quiet room. 3 years at most. I'll definitely be able to recover. As Su Yicheng's consciousness wrapped around that wisp of spiritual aura, a voice was transmitted through his consciousness. After the voice sounded, the soul that was already weak seemed to have weakened even more. Good, good. When Su Yicheng heard his son's voice and found out his son was still alive and had a chance to recover, he immediately threw everything else to the back of his mind. He immediately carried Su Yicheng back to the mansion he usually stayed in and placed him in a quiet room in the basement. Everyone, including Su Zhen, was stunned when they saw the mansion master suddenly leaving with the young mansion master's body. However, they soon saw Su Yicheng had returned. They noticed the Lord Mansion Master's expression was extremely gloomy at this moment. However, they were not surprised by this at all. After all, nobody would be in a good mood when their only son was dead. Grand Elder, what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle? Why is my son injured to such an extent? Moreover, why did your grandson, Su Kan, and 2 other people die? Su Yicheng asked in a deep voice as soon as he returned to the mansion. Injured? Upon hearing Su Yicheng's words, not only Su Zhen, but everyone present on the scene was stunned as well. Lord Mansion Master said the young Mansion Master was injured? Was the young Mansion Master not dead? Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master. At this moment, one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Rising Sky Mansion could no longer hold it in. He looked at Su Yicheng and asked, "He's only injured? He's severely injured. He'll need at least 3 years to fully recover," Su Yicheng said coldly. Based on his tone, it was obvious he was in a bad mood. It made sense. How could a father be in a good mood when his only son was injured to such an extent? However, Su Yicheng's gaze did not leave Su Zhen from the beginning until the end. He really could not figure out what had happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle that caused 3 of the most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion to die and 1 to be injured. He's only injured? Upon hearing Su Yicheng's words, whether it was Su Zhen or the others, they looked as though they had just seen a ghost. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. In fact, they had seen Su Jing's body before. His head was pierced from the center of his brows. Logically speaking, his soul should have dissipated as well. It was impossible for him to be alive. However, the Lord Mansion Master actually said he was only injured and would recover in 3 years. Lord Mansion Master, why you're telling the truth? Su Zhen asked in disbelief. At the same time, the others also looked at Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. They were also curious about this since they thought it was impossible. However, since the Lord Mansion Master had said so, there must be a reason. I don't know what happened to Jinger either. Although he was injured and his soul was severely damaged, his soul didn't disperse or vanish. Not only that, he even used his weak soul to contact me. He said that he would recover in 3 years at most. Due to this reason, I really want to know what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle and what happened to Jinger. When Su Yicheng reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Su Zhen again. He's really not dead. However, at this moment, Su Zhen and the others were not paying attention to the second half of Su Yicheng's sentence. This was because they were completely shocked by the first half of Su Yicheng's sentence. His soul did not dissipate even though he was severely injured. What kind of monster was the young Mansion Master? Could it be that the young Mansion Master knows the soul congregation technique? At this moment, an old Vice Mansion Master said hesitantly, "Soul congregation?" Everyone, including Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, immediately shifted their attention to the Vice Mansion Master. They knew this Vice Mansion Master very well. Although his strength was not the best in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was extremely knowledgeable. He had read almost all the books that were passed down in the Rising Sky Mansion for generations. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if he claimed to be the second most knowledgeable person, nobody would dare to claim to be the first. Yes, it's the soul congregation technique. The old Vice Mansion Master nodded. Then, he said solemnly, "I've read about it in an ancient book that has been passed down for generations in the Rising Sky Mansion. It said that some of the top devil cultivation methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Even if the soul is temporarily destroyed, it'll be able to reform in a short time. However, the process of reforming one's soul is extremely difficult. Moreover, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for one's soul to completely recover and for one's soul to fuse with one's body again. It might even take longer than that. When he reached this part of the sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing, just like that devil cultivator who caused our rising sky mansion to fall from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. According to the ancient book, the vicious devil Tao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, is a top devil Tao cultivation method. It also contains the soul congregation technique. Devil cultivator, the devouring dark devil technique. Upon hearing the vice mansion master's words, the scene fell silent immediately. Almost everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew about the past of the Rising Sky Mansion. The devil cultivator who cultivated the vicious devil Tao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, was also someone everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion hated to the core. It was because of that devil cultivator that the Rising Sky Mansion had fallen to such a state. If the young mansion master is a devil cultivator and has cultivated a top devil Tao cultivation method, it's not surprising that he knows the soul congregation technique. However, the problem is, as far as I know, the young mansion master is not a devil cultivator. The old vice mansion master continued to say. The moment the old vice mansion master's words left his mouth, Sui Chang and the group of people who did not go to the Rising Sky ranking battle nodded one after another. However, the group of people who had just returned from the Nimble Valley, including Sutsun, looked at each other in confusion. This was because only they knew the young mansion master was a devil cultivator. Nobody noticed. Chapter 1704. As the lackey of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew about Su Jing's matter from the beginning until the end. In the entire Rising Sky Mansion, apart from Su Jing himself, he was the only one who knew about Su Jing cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Initially, he thought he would lose his backer since the young mansion master was dead. He did not expect things would take a turn for the better. First, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion confirmed the young mansion master was still alive. Then, the old vice mansion master even mentioned the devouring dark devil technique and the soul congregation technique in the devouring dark devil technique. With this, he knew that his young master's life was saved. This was because his young mansion master cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Although he knew this, he did not dare to say it out loud even if his young mansion master was still alive. This was because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath not to reveal the young mansion master's secret. Lord Mansion Master, there's something I must tell you. Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, looked at Sui Chang, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, and said solemnly, during the Rising Sky ranking battle, the young Mansion Master was already a devil cultivator. I think young Mansion Master must have obtained a top devil Tao cultivation method and fell into the devil Tao to become a devil cultivator. Not only that, but his strength has also increased greatly. When Sutsun recalled the powerful strength Su Jing had displayed during the Rising Sky ranking battle and the old vice mansion master's words, the doubts in his heart were cleared up. As it turned out, young mansion master Su Jing's fortuitous encounter was to obtain a top devil Tao cultivation method. When he recalled Su Jing had only spent a year to cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage, his heart trembled. The top devil Tao cultivation method he cultivates is too heaven-defying, right? The moment Sutsun's words left his mouth, apart from the group of people who followed him back, everyone, including Sui Chang, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was stunned. In the end, Sui Chang was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Sutsun and said in a deep voice, Grand Elder, tell me everything that happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle, including how your grandson, Su Kan, and the other 2 people were killed. Of course, tell me about my son as well. His son had become a devil cultivator, but he didn't know about it. This made Su Chang a little depressed. Yes, Manor Lord. Facing Sui Cheng's gaze, Su Zhen didn't dare dally and slowly explained the sequence of events. When they learned that one of their Rising Sky Mansion's disciples was killed by Zhonggu, a few of the high-ranking officials from the Rising Sky Mansion were enraged. How dare that Zhonggu kill our Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Lord Mansion Master, our Rising Sky Mansion will definitely not let Zhonggu go. As they finished speaking, they spoke to Sui Cheng with righteous indignation. There's no need for that. Su Zhen shook his head. After that, he faced the gazes of the majority of the people, including Sui Cheng, and said, Zhonggu was killed by the young mansion master. Upon hearing this, the few Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials' anger dissipated. According to the script, they should be praising Su Jing, the young mansion master, at this moment. However, when they thought about Su Jing's current situation, they did not say anything. Go on, Sui Cheng urged. Then, Su Zhen mentioned Li Feng and told them how Li Feng had killed his grandson, Su Can, after killing a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. When Su Zhen reached this part of the story, his expression turned grave immediately. No matter what, Su Can was his grandson. For a time, the flames of hatred in his heart could not help but rise, and it was difficult to extinguish for a long time. Li Feng, a sectless cultivator? The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Sui Cheng, frowned when they heard this. I've never heard of such a sectless cultivator in our Rising Sky Mansion's district before this. He's actually able to kill Su Can, who's at the intermediate refined saint stage. His strength is definitely not inferior to Zhonggu. Humph! This Li Feng actually dares to kill someone from our Rising Sky Mansion. He must be tired of living. Don't worry. This Li Feng must have been killed by the young mansion master as well. That's right. There's no point in arguing with a dead person. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people, including Su Zhen, heard the words of the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the corners of their mouths twitched. Huh? As the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Cheng's observation skills were, naturally, incomparable to others. Soon after, he noticed the strange expressions on Su Zhen and the others' faces. His heart jolted immediately. Don't tell me Jing Er's injury has something to do with Li Feng? Yes. Su Zhen nodded with a wry smile on his face. Then, under Su Cheng's cold gaze, he continued to recount what happened. He told them about how Su Jing, the young mansion master, had appeared and killed Zhonggu, the flowery monk, and Jing Suzi, who had joined forces. What? The young mansion master killed the flowery monk and Jing Suzi? He even killed them when they joined forces? The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials broke into an uproar when they heard this. In fact, Su Zhen had mentioned earlier that the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's cultivation base were at the mastery-refined saint stage. However, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion actually managed to kill 2 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses when they joined forces? Unbelievable. This was exactly how they felt at this moment. Even Su Cheng was shocked. It did not cross his mind that his son would become so strong after a year. The young mansion master is a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. When Su Zhen said this, the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Cheng, were stunned. After a year, he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage? What kind of terrifying progress was this? Fortunately, Jing is still alive. At this moment, Su Cheng was not the only one rejoicing. Even the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Zhen, were rejoicing as well. Su Zhen, in particular, felt as though he had regained something he had lost. Moreover, since Su Jing was still alive, this meant he would not be punished anymore. After Su Zhen finished recounting what happened, the entire place fell silent again. The sectless cultivator, Li Feng, whom they had never heard of before, was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not even 40 years old yet. Such innate talent was as rare as a phoenix's feather and Qilin's horn in the Debussy subterranean. However, he had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. That Li Feng really doesn't know what's good for him. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials learned that Li Feng had rejected Su Tsun's invitation, they began to curse one after another. However, when they learned that Li Feng did not go to the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, they felt slightly better. Since we can't recruit this Li Feng, we can only kill him. Su Yicheng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. He killed 2 of my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and injured my son to such an extent. I won't be at ease if this Li Feng doesn't die. Then, Su Yicheng asked Su Tsun to draw a portrait and ordered the Rising Sky Mansion's forces outside to search for Li Feng and kill Li Feng. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Li Feng was actually just an alias. Moreover, the person in the portrait was just a disguise. It was not certain if this face would appear again in the future. Due to this reason, no matter how the people from the Rising Sky Mansion searched, they would not be able to find Li Feng. Suddenly, the old Vice Mansion Master seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Su Yicheng and asked, Lord Mansion Master, now that the young Mansion Master is severely injured and will need at least 3 years to recover, how should we arrange the wedding of the eldest miss of the 5th-rate force, the Greenwave Han Mansion, in a month's time? Should we give them a heads up? The others immediately looked at Su Yicheng as well. They knew a little about this matter. Since my son is injured to such an extent, the wedding can only be postponed. There's no need to inform a mere 5th-rate force. Moreover, it won't take long for the news of my son's death to spread to the entire Rising Sky Mansion's district and the Greenwave Han Mansion. At that time, they'll naturally know the reason why we didn't go to the wedding. Su Yicheng said proudly. As the leader of the 4th-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, he really did not think much of a 5th-rate force like the Greenwave Han Mansion. That's true. At that time, even those guests who have been invited by the Rising Sky Mansion will be able to guess the wedding has been cancelled when they hear about the young Mansion Master's death. Su Tsun nodded. Everyone present, please swear on the lightning penalty oath that nobody is allowed to spread the news that the young Mansion Master is still alive. Just tell the public that the young Mansion Master is dead. Soon after, Su Yicheng's eyes turned cold as he looked at the people present on the scene and said in a deep voice. The people present on the scene were not surprised by Su Yicheng's decision. Currently, the young Mansion Master, Su Jing's condition was clear. He must have cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method that saved his life. If the news of Su Jing's survival spread out, it was inevitable that someone would link it to the top Devil Dao cultivation method. At that time, Su Jing would definitely become a target for everyone. Even those quasi-third-rate forces would be interested in a top Devil Dao cultivation method. To the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, this day was undoubtedly an unforgettable day. This was because the entire Rising Sky Mansion's estate was completely shrouded by the sound of thunder. The sound of thunder was so loud that it was deafening. Those who had not entered the Saint stage almost had their eardrums ruptured. Some of them even bled from all 7 orifices and were on the brink of death. After all, so many people had sworn on the lightning penalty oath at the same time. When the 9-9 heavenly tribulation from the oath tribulation overlapped, it was extremely terrifying. As time passed by, the news of the Rising Sky ranking battle had also spread to the Greenwave Han Mansion's district and the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. What? Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, actually died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? When the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian, heard this news, horror dawned on his face as a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. In this case, that girl Han Shui Nai has managed to escape this calamity? No. Chapter 1705. Han Xian. What are you trying to do? When Han Shuanai saw Han Xian had killed Qing Nu, who was protecting her with just a lift of his hand, horror dawned on her as she asked in a loud voice, "What am I trying to do?" Han Xian smirked. Han Shuanai, I've always treated you well, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. I only asked you to tell me the origin of the person who killed my grandson, but you kept evading me. Now I've lost my patience. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the origin of that person. Otherwise, you can go with Qing Nu. When Han Xian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Han Shuanai. Qing Nu. Qing Nu. Han Shuanai squatted next to Qing Nu's body. Her eyes were red as tears streamed down her face. Qing Nu had been by her side since she was young. In her heart, she had long regarded Qing Nu as her family. However, Qing Nu had died in front of her. Moreover, she had died protecting her. Han Shuanai's heart was filled with guilt. When he saw Han Shuanai ignoring him, the sneer on Han Xian's face deepened. Don't think you can stall for time by not replying to me. To tell you the truth, whether it's your father or your Uncle Mu, they're currently discussing with my men about the Rising Sky Mansion's lack of marriage proposal. It's impossible for them to come and save you in such a short time. When Han Xian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder. It made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Qing Nu. Han Shuanai was slightly dazed as she looked at Qing Nu's body. Unknowingly, the words her mysterious master had once told her began to echo in her ears again. Xuanai, our red dust progeny has to train ourselves in the mundane world. Only by experiencing the warmth and coldness of life and seeing through life and death can we completely comprehend the profundity of the red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. Soon after, the words that her master had said to her before she left also echoed in her ears. If you encounter the dragon tribe, all you need to do is channel your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. At that time, her master was worried that she would encounter dragons when she went to Cloud Continent, so she gave her a small, exquisite sword. Because she did not encounter any dragons when she returned to Cloud Continent, she did not use the exquisite small sword. As time passed, she had forgotten about it. Even Han Shuanai herself did not know the origin of her master. The only thing she knew was that her master claimed to be the successor of the Red Dust lineage, and her master had passed down the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method to her. In the beginning, her master did not allow her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method, saying that it was not the right time. It was not until her master left that she officially allowed her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method. However, even though the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method was profound, she could not see anything special about it because she had only cultivated it for a short time. Unknowingly, a small, exquisite sword appeared in Han Shuanai's hand. Although Han Shuanai's movement was small, it was still noticed by Han Xian. No matter what, Han Xian was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. What? Don't tell me you want to fight me? With this little sword that's the length of a pinky? Han Xian sneered. In the next moment, Han Shuanai circulated the true energy in her body and channeled it into the small, exquisite sword in her hand. At this moment, the small, exquisite sword that had been channeled with true energy instantly shattered into countless pieces with a loud crack. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that at the instant the small, exquisite sword shattered, a silhouette appeared beside Han Shuanai. It was a human-shaped silhouette. Upon closer inspection, one would see that it was a woman. To be more precise, it was a beautiful woman. Xuanai. As soon as the beautiful woman appeared, she looked at Han Shuanai with a faint smile. Then, she saw Qing Nu's corpse on the ground and could not help but frown slightly. It was obvious she knew Qing Nu as well. Master? As soon as Han Shuanai saw the beautiful woman's silhouette, she had already recognized her master. She was stunned for a moment and only regained her senses when the beautiful woman called out to her. She looked at the silhouette in front of her in shock. At this moment, Han Shuanai's heart was filled with confusion. Martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage could form silhouettes. It was called the innate illusory body. The innate illusory body could only be used to confuse people. However, the innate illusory body was usually limited by distance. But now, she didn't even know where her master was, but the phantom had appeared in front of her. Furthermore, it had appeared in front of her through that exquisite little sword. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but my duplicated avatar can only exist for a limited time. I'll explain it to you after I've dealt with him. The beautiful woman nodded at Han Shuanai before she turned around to look at Han Xian. Although she did not know what had happened earlier, she could tell from the killing intent in Han Xian's eyes that he wanted to kill her disciple. For a moment, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. There were not many disciples in the Seven Absolutes sect to begin with. Due to this reason, everyone in the sect was extremely protective of their disciples. Naturally, she was no exception. Duplicated avatar? Han Xian was shocked when he saw the small, exquisite sword in Han Shuanai's hand shattering and a silhouette appearing. The innate illusory body could be mastered by martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage. However, once they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, the energy in their bodies would transform and they would no longer be able to use it. For this reason, he did not think it was an innate illusory body. When Han Xian heard the beautiful woman say it was an duplicated avatar, he felt the term was familiar. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled it. Dao cultivators whose cultivation base had surpassed the eminent saint stage could master the duplicated avatar divine ability. This divine ability was not very useful in a real battle. Its greatest use was to seal it in a special amulet. When someone channeled their energy into the amulet, the duplicated avatar would be released. When a Dao cultivator reached that level, if they had disciples or descendants, they would usually pass the amulet that contained their duplicated avatar to them for self-defense. The moment Han Xian thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He looked at the beautiful woman's silhouette in shock. Why, you're a Dao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage? It did not cross his mind that Han Shuanai had such a master. Good heavens! Would it not be easy for a Dao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage to kill him? You're quite knowledgeable to know about the duplicated avatar. The beautiful woman sneered. All of a sudden, Han Xian seemed to have recalled something. His expression gradually calmed down before he said with a murderous gleam in his eyes, "Humph, so what if you're a Dao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage? Since you've left your duplicated avatar with Han Shuanai, I'm sure your true body won't be able to make it back in time. Don't tell me a mere duplicated avatar is trying to stop me?" Han Xian sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. The reason the duplicated avatar of a Dao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage was useless in a real battle was because it was too weak. The strength of a Dao cultivator's duplicated avatar was usually 2 to 3 stages lower than his true body. For example, the strongest duplicated avatar of a Dao cultivator at the divine saint stage who was above the eminent saint stage would only be at the refined saint stage, while the weakest would only be at the pristine saint stage. Only the duplicated avatar of a Dao cultivator at the exemplary saint stage or above would have the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse. As for Han Xian, as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, unless it was a powerful great Dao cultivator at the quintessential saint stage, he would not be threatened by the duplicated avatar. However, there were no quintessential saint stage Dao cultivators in the Wuxia subterranean. Even the strongest powerhouses in the few quasi-third-rate forces in the Wuxia subterranean were only at the exemplary saint stage. Above the eminent saint stage was the divine saint stage. Above the divine saint stage was the exemplary saint stage. Above the exemplary saint stage was the quintessential saint stage. Powerful powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage only existed in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. There were none in the Wuxia subterranean. At the very least, Han Xian had never heard of any quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Wuxia subterranean. A frog at the bottom of a well. The beautiful woman smirked when she heard the disdain in Han Xian's words. She did not seem to make any movements, but the space around Han Xian suddenly trembled as though it was being squeezed. At this moment, Han Xian, who had a disdainful expression on his face, suddenly narrowed his eyes. An expression of disbelief and despair could be seen on his face. At this moment, Han Xian discovered he could not move his body at all. The space around him seemed to have been sealed, and he could not mobilize the true origin in his body as well. At this moment, Han Xian finally realized how terrifying this beautiful woman was. Just a duplicated embodiment was enough to render him powerless. Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. At this moment of life and death, Han Xian's arrogance had disappeared and was replaced by fear. As a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, only he knew how many hardships he had to go through to reach this point. At this moment of life and death, the scenes of the past flashed in his mind. Due to this reason, he was terrified. If he died, he would lose everything. His cultivation, his consciousness, everything would vanish into nothingness. For this reason, he no longer cared about his arrogance. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to survive. Unfortunately, at this moment, was it even possible for him to survive? Humph! The beautiful woman snorted coldly as she clenched her delicate hand into a fist. At this moment, the space around Han Xian began to tremble violently. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a calm lake, setting off waves of ripples. As the ripples spread out in the air, Han Xian, who was standing in the middle with a despairing expression on his face, was also distorted by the ripples. In the next moment, his body was torn into pieces before it finally turned into nothingness. Apart from the spatial ring, there was nothing left of him at all. Gasp! Chapter 1706. In the past, Han Xuanai only knew her master was very mysterious. Moreover, her master seemed to be very powerful. At the very least, she felt she was more powerful than her father. However, even then, she did not expect her master to be so powerful. With just a mere duplicated incarnation, he was able to kill Han Xian with just a wave of his hand. The entire process was completely one-sided. From the beginning until the end, Han Xian did not even have the strength to fight back. In fact, as the supreme elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian was a mastery eminent saint stage powerhouse. Xuanai, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. Master's duplicating embodiment can only last for another 30 breaths of time at most. At this moment, the beautiful woman's words jolted Han Xuanai back to her senses. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai jolted and regained her senses. She immediately asked, "Master, this duplicating embodiment of yours, what exactly is it?" As long as a Tao cultivator makes a breakthrough from the eminent saint stage to the divine saint stage, they'll be able to master the duplicating embodiment divine ability. However, this duplicating embodiment divine ability is able to... In the face of Han Xuanai's question, the beautiful woman patiently explained in simple terms. The duplicating embodiment is 2 to 3 major stages weaker than the original body. After listening to her master's words, Han Xuanai's eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful woman in shock. "Master, you're only a duplicating embodiment now, but you can kill Han Xian, who's at the mastery eminent saint stage, with just a wave of your hand. Don't tell me your original body's cultivation base has already entered the quintessential saint stage?" Quintessential saint stage. Although Han Xuanai had heard of the quintessential saint stage before, that cultivation base was too elusive to her. It was said that in the Wuxia subterranean, even the strongest powerhouse in the few quasi-third-rate forces had yet to make a breakthrough to the quintessential saint stage. The beautiful woman smiled faintly. She did not say yes or no. However, Han Xuanai thought the beautiful woman had tacitly agreed to it. She could not help but ask, "Master, as far as I know, there's no quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Wuxia subterranean. Now it's time to tell you." The beautiful woman interrupted Han Xuanai and said slowly, "I'm from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land." The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although Han Xuanai already had some guesses in her heart when she said those words just now, She could not help but feel a wave of shock when she heard her master admit it personally. Master, is your actual body in the upper district now? Han Shuanai took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and asked, Yes. The beautiful woman nodded and smiled faintly. Xuanai, Master will come to bring you to the upper province in half a year. The cultivation environment in the upper province is much better than the lower province. Go to the upper city. Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Shuanai's heart skipped a beat. To her, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was undoubtedly a mysterious and unpredictable place. She did not find it strange that the cultivation environment there was better than the lower province. After all, the upper province was the place where the true powerhouses were as numerous as the clouds in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Debussyi subterranean, a mere quasi-third-rate force could dominate the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, third-rate forces were not allowed. There were even third-rate forces, second-rate forces, and first-rate forces. Master, didn't you say only powerhouses at the eminent saint stage and above can travel between the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go there, right? Han Shuanai asked. If she had a choice, she would naturally want to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with her master. The recent events had made her deeply aware of her own weakness. If she was as strong as her master, would the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion dare to force her to marry him? Silly girl, you're alone. Without a cultivation base at the eminent saint stage or above, naturally you won't be able to go to the upper province. However, as long as you're at the divine saint stage or above, you'll be able to bring people to the upper province. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more people you'll be able to bring with you. The beautiful woman shook her head and explained patiently. All right, Master, I'll go to the upper province with you in half a year's time. Han Shuanai was excited when she found out she would be able to go to the upper province in half a year's time. After a while, she remembered the three little fellows. Master, I want to bring little gold, little black, and little white with me. Is that all right? Of course. It was obvious the beautiful woman knew about the existence of the three little fellows. When the beautiful woman saw Han Shuanai's eyes darting around as though she had thought of someone, she quickly said, Apart from your brother Ling Tian, I'll allow you to bring the others to the upper province as well. Why? Although Han Shuanai did not know how her master managed to guess her thoughts, she could not help but frown when she heard her master's words. Based on her master's words, it seemed like she had something against her brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, why was she unwilling to bring her brother Ling Tian to the upper province? All right, I don't have much time left. Just remember my words. As for your question, I'll answer you in half a year's time. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the silhouette gradually disappeared as though it had never appeared. At this moment, only Han Shuanai and Qing Nu's corpse were left in the spacious room. When Han Shuanai saw Qing Nu's corpse again, she could not hide the sadness on her face. However, she knew there was nothing she could do to change the situation. Qing Nu, did you see that? Master has avenged you, Han Shuanai muttered. Unknowingly, two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks again. In just a few days, the news of the death of the Greenwave Han Mansion's Supreme Elder, Han Xian, spread throughout the entire Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. It caused those who were originally on Han Xian's side to panic. Although Han Xian had died, nobody was sad at all. This was because he had only himself to blame for trying to kill the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Shuanai. I can't believe that the Supreme Elder would be so crazy to actually want to kill the eldest miss. It's a good thing that the eldest Miss Master appeared in time. Otherwise, the eldest miss would have already died. That's right. Why didn't I see the Supreme Elder being so heartless before this? However, I wonder where the eldest Miss Master came from. To think that she's able to kill the Supreme Elder who's at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. If she's willing to stay in our Greenwave Han Mansion and work for us, Even if our Green Wave Han Mansion can't become a fourth-rate force, we'll still be able to suppress the other fifth-rate forces. Similar discussions were spreading in the Green Wave Han Mansion's estate. Unlike Han Xion's death that nobody cared about and was even spurned by others, Qing Nu's death was given the highest standard of burial in the Green Wave Han Mansion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had left the Green Wave Han Mansion, was unaware of the matter that had happened. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the Windfall Nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. I'm back again. Looking at the capital of Windfall Nation from afar, Duan Lingtian's eyes were a little misty. To the capital of Windfall Nation, he was just a passerby. To him, the capital of Windfall Nation was just a relay station on his long journey. And now, the reason why he returned here was because his family and friends were still here. Currently, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself with a new face. The name he used was still Li Feng. However, his current face was no longer the face he used to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Instead, it was a very ordinary face. After entering the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the Situ clan. Before he left, he had arranged for his family and friends to stay here. After more than a year, there were not many changes in the Situ clan. However, when Duan Lingtian entered the Situ clan, he did not enter through the front door. He did not even greet anyone. From the beginning until the end, he had entered quietly as though he was an uninvited guest. During this time, Duan Lingtian also noticed many people were watching the Situ clan. However, the most powerful person among these people was only at the peak of the Pristine Saint stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried he would be discovered. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the purpose of these people. It was none other than the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. All of Duan Lingtian's acquaintances were in the Situ clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place whereby Li Hong, Sima Changfeng, and the others stayed. Huh? Apart from senior brother, everyone is here? Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were sitting in a circle in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. However, their current expressions were somewhat unsightly, and their brows were furrowed. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. At the same time, Duan Lingtian appeared. He extended his divine consciousness to monitor the situation outside. Feng Wu Dao and the others who were frowning seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. They did not make a sound for a long time. They only regained their senses one by one when Duan Lingtian appeared. Who are you? Feng Wu Dao asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian had changed his face. Naturally, Feng Wu Dao could not recognize him. Uncle Feng, it's me. Under the watchful eyes of Feng Wu Dao and the others, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a drastic change in an instant. It had returned to his handsome face. This is... Feng Wu Dao and the others were stunned. They had never seen such a disguise before. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, they quickly regained their senses and were pleasantly surprised. When Duan Lingtian left, they did not know when they would be able to see him again. However, they did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would return. They should be happy that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, when they thought about Bai Li Hong's current situation, they could not bring themselves to be happy. Uncle Feng, Master, where's my senior brother? When Duan Lingtian saw the worried expressions on Feng Wu Dao and the others' faces, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Master Bai Li is in the Imperial Palace. Sima Changfeng smiled wryly. The Imperial Palace? Duan Lingtian frowned. Why is senior brother in the Imperial Palace? Isn't he the interim saint inscription master of Situ clan? What the hell is going on? Chapter 1707. Well, this is what happened. Feng Wu Dao sighed and told him everything in detail. After you left, Not only did the Windfall Nation's imperial family set their eyes on us, but even the powerhouses sent by the foreign forces had their eyes on us as well. After all, we're the only people they know who's related to you, the person who possesses the Devil Seal tablet. However, after we swore on the lightning penalty oath that we didn't know where you were, they didn't make things difficult for us. Perhaps, in their opinion, if they killed even one of us and the news spread, it would scare you, causing you to hide even more secretly. Feng Wu Dao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long guessed this. This was also the reason he left his family and friends behind when he left. As long as he was not exposed and was not found, his family and friends would not be in trouble. Apart from knowing him and his origin, they did not know where he had gone. Then what's going on with senior brother? Why is he in the imperial palace? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He really could not figure out what the Windfall Nation's imperial family was trying to do. Master Bai Li had broken through to the pristine saint stage some time ago and became a 4-star saint inscription master not long after he broke through. This is undoubtedly a joyous matter to the Situ clan. After all, Master Bai Li is their interim advisor. However, not long after the news spread out, someone from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came and took Master Bai Li away. Sima Chongfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "At that time, the person from the imperial family was extremely arrogant. After Master Bai Li refused to enter the imperial palace to become the imperial family's exclusive saint inscription master, he actually forcefully took Master Bai Li away. The clan leader of Situ clan and his son repeatedly tried to stop him, but it was to no avail. Just like us, they could only watch as Master Bai Li was taken away. However, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son can't be blamed for this matter." When Sima reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and added, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on the clan leader of Situ clan and his son. "Tell me everything that happened back then in full detail," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Then, with Chan Xiao Shuai and Nangong Yi's indignant narration, Duan Lingtian also understood the ins and outs of the matter. 3 months ago, Bai Li Hong had broken through to the pristine saint stage and became a 4-star saint inscription master. 2 months ago, the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came. The leader was a revered elder who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. After he arrived at the Situ clan, he was extremely arrogant. He ignored Bai Li Hong's objection and ordered his men to capture him. The Situ family patriarch and his son tried to stop him, but they were both injured by him. If it weren't for the fact that you and your father are relatives of the emperor, you would have died without a doubt. This was what the person said to the Situ family patriarch and his son before he took Bai Li Hong away. How arrogant! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. He was merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Did he really think he was invincible? I know senior brother's character very well. If he's unwilling, it's useless even if the Windfall Nation's imperial family forces him again and again. It has already been 2 months, but the Windfall Nation's imperial family still hasn't released him? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao and the others were hesitating to speak. His heart skipped a beat as he asked anxiously, "Could it be that something has happened to senior brother?" A terrifying killing intent immediately surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. When the killing intent spread out, even Feng Wu Dao and the others felt chills running down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's fury. Duan Lingtian, according to the news from the Imperial Palace, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is still torturing Master Bai Li to force him to become a 4-star saint inscription master. However, Master Bai Li has yet to agree to it, and it has been dragging on until now. Although Master Bai Li's cultivation base has entered the pristine saint stage, he's still a mortal after all. I heard he can't hold on any longer. Nangong Yi said with grief and indignation on his face. Senior brother. The moment Nangong Yi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly trembled. His eyes turned red as the killing intent on his body became even more intense. He gritted his teeth as he said word by word, "Windfall, wind, nation, emperor, nation." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fury had reached its peak, and he was on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, Chun Xiao Shui looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "Duan Lingtian, although I know it's unbearable to stay calm, I still have to advise you to calm down. Actually, Uncle Feng has already asked sect leader Ziyun of Drift Blaze sect for help regarding this matter. Initially, sect leader Ziyun said the strongest person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family is on par with her in terms of strength. However, who would have thought after you left, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage came to the capital of Windfall Nation? He came for the Devil Seal tablet in your hands. Then, the imperial family treated him as a guest of honor. Sect leader Ziyun wanted to save Master Bai Li, but she was heavily injured by him. When Chun Xiao Shui reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with rage. The peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian sneered. Although he had only killed one devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, that devil cultivator had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. However, he did not rely on any external force when he fought with that devil cultivator. If he used the Devil Seal tablet, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Even if he did not use the Devil Seal tablet and only used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blow. With his current cultivation base, he could even kill an ordinary Eminent Saint stage powerhouse if he channeled the Sun True Origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, Duan Lingtian was still touched when he heard sect leader Ziyun of Drift Blaze sect was injured because of his senior brother. After all, he was not related to sect leader Ziyun at all. She had only helped him because of Tian Wu. After this matter is over, I'll go to the Drift Blaze sect to express my gratitude and visit Tian Wu. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Don't tell anyone about my return, including the clan leader of Situ clan and his son. As for senior brother, he'll definitely return to the Situ clan today. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's imperial family won't dare to touch all of you anymore. Faced with Feng Wu Dao and the others who were looking at him worriedly, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air in front of Feng Wu Dao and the others. Feng Wu Dao and the others who were not prepared for this were stunned. They only regained their senses after a long while. What did Duan Lingtian mean by that last sentence? He'll be able to save Master Bai Li? Nangong Yi asked in disbelief. That's impossible. The Windfall Nation's imperial family is already powerful. There are a few refined saint stage powerhouses guarding them. Now that there's another powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage from another force, saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family is no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has improved a lot, it's still impossible for him to be a threat to a refined saint stage powerhouse, right? Chun Xiao Shui shook his head. He did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Perhaps he'll be able to think of another way or look for help from other powerhouses. Nangong Chen chimed in. It was rare for him to speak. No matter what, since he said so, we'll just wait for the news. From the beginning until now, he has never done anything that he's not confident in. It should be no exception this time as well. Although Feng Wu Dao was also shocked and found it hard to believe, the moment he recalled Duan Lingtian's past, he subconsciously felt he should trust Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Feng Wu Dao's words, the others finally understood. That was right. Duan Lingtian had never disappointed them. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian's life was like a heavenly book. Sima Chongfeng, in particular, was the person who knew Duan Lingtian's background the best. Once upon a time, Duan Lingtian was just a disciple with another surname from a small clan in a remote corner of the mortal continent. However, in the end, he became a person who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Now that he had arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, He continued to soar as though nothing could stop him. Due to this reason, Sima Changfeng was also very confident in Duan Lingtian. As for Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, although they could not stay by Duan Lingtian's side like before due to the gap in their strength, they had unconditional trust in their young master and master since they were once by his side. If he said he could save Master Bai Li, he would definitely be able to save him. Regardless of what Feng Wu Dao and the others thought, after Duan Lingtian left the Situ clan's estate, he went straight to the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace. The Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace was also the residence of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to change his face to the face that was so ordinary that no one would be able to recognize him in the crowd anymore. With his current strength, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to enter the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace. Soon after, he found the dungeon in the depths of the palace where Bai Li Hong was locked up and met with him. Senior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was prepared for this, he could not help but tremble when he saw Bai Li Hong, who was covered in wounds and blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Who's there? Duan Lingtian appeared like a ghost, so the people who were watching Bai Li Hong did not notice him at all. It was only when he called out Bai Li Hong's name that the people from the imperial family who were watching Bai Li Hong snapped out of their daze. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show mercy to these people who heard him calling Bai Li Hong senior brother. Among these people, there was only one intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator. To Duan Lingtian, killing them was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Soon after, more than 10 people who were watching Bai Li Hong fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Chapter 1708. After rescuing Bai Li Hong from the rack, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss. With senior brother's current cultivation base at the pristine saint stage, it's impossible for him to pass out from such a small injury. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to investigate the situation in Bai Li Hong's body. Soon after, he discovered that there was a strange force in Bai Li Hong's body that was firmly suppressing his true origin. This energy was being depleted by the impact of the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body. Once this energy was completely depleted, the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body would regain its freedom. Origin sealing pill? A thought immediately appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. He thought of a pill that could seal the true origin in a saint stage powerhouse's body. Unless one was forced to take this pill, no one would be willing to take it. It was impossible for one to take it when one was unprepared. This was because this pill was very special. It was so special that one would be able to smell its pungent smell as soon as one got close to it. No matter how many other things were mixed with it, it would not be able to cover up its smell. It was similar to the qi-holding powder. As its name suggested, the qi-holding powder was a pill that could seal the true qi of powerhouses at the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage. The origin sealing pill, on the other hand, could seal the true origin of saint stage powerhouses at different cultivation bases according to its grade. Naturally, it could only seal for a period of time. After a period of time, the medicinal effect would completely dissipate. To be more precise, as the medicinal effect was depleted, it would gradually lose its ability to suppress the true origin in the body of the person who took it. No wonder senior brother passed out after being tortured. As it turns out, he took the origin sealing pill. Duan Lingtian, who was enlightened, had a murderous expression on his face. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the origin sealing pill, was no different from an ordinary person. If this torture continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill in Bai Li Hong's body. Looking at the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill, it can only suppress the true origin of a pristine saint stage powerhouse at most. As long as it's the true origin of a refined saint stage powerhouse, it can be removed. Although my son true origin is only at the pristine saint stage, it's not inferior to the true origin of an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Perhaps it might be able to help senior brother expel the medicinal efficacy of the origin sealing pill. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian began to move. After a while, Duan Lingtian realized that he was right. As the tyrannical sun true essence in his body poured in, the essence sealing pill's medicinal power was like a mouse that had seen a cat, retreating little by little. In just a few seconds, Duan Lingtian had completely removed the effects of the energy-sealing pill from Bai Lihong's body. Bai Lihong's true origin was no longer restricted. With Bai Lihong's true essence no longer restrained, he quickly regained consciousness with his current cultivation. When he saw the unfamiliar and ordinary face in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. "You are senior apprentice brother." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he changed back to his original face. "Junior brother." When Bai Lihong saw Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but exclaim in shock, Why are you here?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Bai Lihong saw the corpses on the ground. He recognized one of them. It was the intermediate pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator who was usually in charge of entertaining him. He was a revered elder in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. "Junior brother, you killed them?" Bai Lihong asked with a stunned expression. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Senior brother, I'm here to bring you back." "Bring you back?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Lihong regained his senses. He instantly shook his head and said, "Junior brother, I know you're not weak, but there are many people who are much stronger than these people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Apart from that, there are also a few refined Saint Stage powerhouses. Apart from that, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is also entertaining a guest. It's said that he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. He even injured sect leader Ziyun." When Bai Lihong reached the end of his sentence, a guilty expression could be seen on his face. "For this reason, it's best for you to leave before they discover you. If anything happens to you because of me, I won't forgive myself even if I'm lucky enough to survive." Currently, Bai Lihong was urging Duan Lingtian to leave. He was afraid he would drag Duan Lingtian into this matter. "Senior brother, I've already heard about sect leader Ziyun." Duan Lingtian shook his head as his eyes shone coldly. "However, it's precisely because of this that I don't plan to leave after saving you. Senior brother, if you trust me, please do as I say." "Junior brother, how can I not trust you? However, what do you mean by the first half of your sentence? What do you mean by, because of this you don't plan to leave after saving me?" Bai Lihong smiled wryly. However, in the end, he became even more confused. However, when Duan Lingtian spoke again, he finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant. He was so shocked that he was stunned. "Junior brother, are you really confident?" Bai Lihong gasped. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a huge change in his gaze. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother, don't worry. Even if I lose my life, I won't risk your life," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Although he was smiling, he could not suppress the killing intent in his eyes. "All right, I'll go all out today and go crazy with you." In the end, Bai Lihong still chose to believe Duan Lingtian. After 15 minutes, an old man walked out of the prison deep in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The old man was dressed in blood-stained clothes. It was only natural that the people guarding outside were shocked when they saw him. "It's Bai Lihong. Why did he come out?" Although the people outside the prison did not know what had just happened in the prison, they recognized Bai Lihong and knew the reason why Bai Lihong was imprisoned here to be tortured. When they saw Bai Lihong swaggering out of the prison, they naturally went up to stop him. However, it did not cross their minds that this old man who had consumed the origin sealing pill would be so lively that he could easily send them flying. He did not seem like someone who had consumed the origin sealing pill at all. "What's going on?" They were instantly stunned. The origin sealing pill is consumed once every 2 weeks. I remember he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It's only been 3 days. How's it possible for the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect to disappear? They found it hard to believe. However, faced with an early pristine Saint stage martial cultivator whose true origin was not sealed, naturally, they did not dare to go up to him. When they saw Bai Li Hong swaggering out of the prison, many people entered the prison. After they entered, they discovered the ground was littered with corpses, including the person in charge of the torture chamber, the intermediate pristine Saint stage martial cultivator. *T. Lord Xiu has been killed by him. How's this possible? Isn't he an early pristine Saint stage martial cultivator? How's it possible for him to kill Lord Xiu? Lord Xiu is an intermediate pristine Saint stage powerhouse. You're asking me? But who am I supposed to ask? I also want to know why Bai Li Hong is still so lively after consuming the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It doesn't seem like his true origin is sealed at all. We must report this matter to revered Elder Hua as soon as possible. While the prison was in chaos, Bai Li Hong swaggered through the depths of the palace and walked out. Along the way, whenever he encountered any obstacles, he would make a move. In the beginning, those who tried to stop him were martial cultivators who had yet to enter the Saint stage. He could easily get rid of them. However, with the addition of pristine Saint stage powerhouses, it began to become difficult for him. Bai Li Hong, His Majesty has sincerely invited you to become the interim advisor of the imperial family, but you've repeatedly rejected him. Today, you even escaped from the prison without permission. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? As some pristine Saint stage powerhouses joined in, an old man with an arrogant expression appeared at the right time. He looked down at Bai Li Hong condescendingly as he said in a low voice with a cold expression. This old man was the one who brought Bai Li Hong away from the Situ clan 2 months ago. To be more precise, he was the leader of the group of people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At the same time, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. He had a high position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It made sense. There were only a few refined Saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In this world where the strong ruled as a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine Saint stage, his position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family was only second to those few powerhouses. When the pristine Saint stage powerhouses saw this old man, they bowed at him one after another. Revered Elder Hua, Jin. Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave when he saw this old man. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. When the old man brought him back to the imperial palace, he did not know much about the old man. However, after staying in the imperial palace for some time, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of this old man. Not only was this old man a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine Saint stage, but he was also the strongest person below the refined Saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family's imperial family. This meant that the other few powerhouses at the peak of the pristine Saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family were no match for him. Bai Li Hong, I was the one who brought people to invite you back that day. However, I only realized today that I've really underestimated you. Although I don't know how you managed to escape, you still dare to swagger through the streets and injure the people from the imperial family. You're really bold. As Jin spoke, he stepped out in the air and arrived near Bai Li Hong in just a few moments. Oh no, Lord Xiu is dead. At this moment, a panicked voice resonated from afar. It came from the direction where Bai Li Hong had come from. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present on the scene was shocked as they looked at Jin in unison. As far as they knew, Xiu was Jin's nephew. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Xiu was addressed as Lord Xiu. Whoosh! At the instant when everyone was looking at Jin seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he grabbed the person who reported the news. His eyes were cold as he asked, "What did you say?" Revered Elder Hua. The person was only an ordinary guard in the prison. Naturally, he was so frightened that his body trembled when he was grabbed by Jin. However, when he saw Bai Li Hong from the corner of his eye, he immediately pointed at him. Revered Elder Hua, it's him. He's the one who killed Lord Qiu. Chapter 1709. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the prison guard in Hua Jin's hand pointed at Bai Li Hong and said that Bai Li Hong had killed Hu Qiu, everyone, including Hu Jin, shifted their attention to Bai Li Hong in unison. Damn! He killed Hu Qiu? That's impossible. As far as I know, Bai Li Hong is merely an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, he had just made a breakthrough 3 months ago. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for him to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage now. Even if he did, he's still not a match for Hu Qiu. That's right. Hu Qiu had already broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage a few years ago. He's not far away from breaking through to the mastery pristine saint stage. Whether all of you believe it or not, I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for Bai Li Hong to have the strength to kill Hu Qiu. Even if he does, he has to consume the origin sealing pill every once in a while. It's impossible for him to mobilize the true origin in his body, let alone kill Hu Qiu. Origin sealing pill? If he really consumed the origin sealing pill, do you think he'll be able to swagger his way here? The group of pristine saint stage powerhouses present on the scene whispered among themselves. Similar to Hu Qiu, they were ordinary revered elders in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Naturally, they did not dare to offend Hu Qiu even though they were ordinary revered elders. This was because Hu Qiu was Hu Jin's nephew. Although there were a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, they were usually aloof from worldly affairs. Due to this reason, most of the matters were handled by the other revered elders. As the strongest person below the refined saint stage in Windfall Nation, Hu Jin was naturally the leader of the other revered elders. After all, in this world where strength was everything, the strongest person had the right to speak. Hu Jin looked at Bai Li Hong. His eyes were as cold as a blade. However, he only glanced at Bai Li Hong before looking at the prison guard in his hand again. He said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Tell me everything you know in full detail." When the prison guard heard this, he immediately took a deep breath and told them everything he knew in a trembling voice. When they heard Bai Li Hong had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago, let alone the other revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, even Hu Jin's expression changed drastically. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the vitality sealing pill 3 days ago, appeared in front of them full of energy today. Judging from Bai Li Hong's previous moves, how did he look like a person whose qi was sealed by the medicinal power of the vitality sealing pill? Refined saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, Hu Jin also realized there must be someone who had helped Bai Li Hong to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from his body. The person who could remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from Bai Li Hong's body must be someone at the refined saint stage or above. He couldn't think of a second possibility. Although the pill that Bai Li Hong consumed was the lowest grade origin sealing pill, it could even seal the true origin of a peak pristine saint stage powerhouse, let alone an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator like Bai Li Hong. An early pristine saint stage martial cultivator would need at least 20 days to consume the lowest grade origin sealing pill before the medicinal effect would gradually disappear. Although an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not need such a long time, it would still take half a month. Due to this reason, Hu Jin did not think Bai Li Hong would be able to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage. Even if Bai Li Hong had really broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage, it was impossible for him to be completely fine since he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. Moreover, other than the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body being removed, his nephew, Hu Qiu, was also dead. If a refined saint stage powerhouse really made a move to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body, it would be logical for him to kill his nephew. Due to this reason, the moment Hu Jin thought of this, he looked around frantically with a hint of dread on his face. What a joke! That was a refined saint stage powerhouse. If he wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. At this moment, a detail that Huijin did not think about seriously before began to appear in his mind. For example, why did Bai Li Hong dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? If it was him, if it was not for the fact that he had someone backing him up, he would have left this troublesome place immediately after he was released. How would he dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? Was he not seeking his own death? The moment Huijin thought about this, he gasped inwardly as cold sweat broke out on his back. At this moment, he had even forgotten that his nephew was killed. Currently, he did not even have the time to care about himself, let alone the life and death of others. When he thought about how there might be a refined Saint Stage powerhouse watching him in the dark, he could not help but panic. If Huijin could think of this after listening to the prison guard's words, how could the other revered elders not think of this as well? Following Huijin's actions, they began to look around with a panicked expression on their faces. Refined Saint Stage powerhouse. It would be easy for a powerhouse at that level to kill Huijin, let alone them who were not even as strong as Huijin. Do you think that refined Saint Stage powerhouse is Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? In the end, a revered elder from the Windfall Nation's imperial family broke the silence by asking in a low voice. That's impossible, right? Not long ago, sect leader Ziyun was severely injured by Master Yun. I'm afraid she hasn't even recovered yet. How is it possible for her to come to our Windfall Nation's imperial family again? Moreover, young Master Yun has already said that he doesn't mind killing her if she dares to come again. That's right. Unless she's not afraid of death, she won't dare to come again. However, if it's not sect leader Ziyun, who's the one who removed the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body? In our Windfall Nation, there are only a handful of refined Saint Stage powerhouses. The only one who's related to him is sect leader Ziyun. I don't get it as well. So, you're the one who brought Bai Li Hong into this *T Windfall Nation's imperial palace? The moment Huijin's words left his mouth, a slightly hoarse voice resonated from all directions and clearly entered Huijin and the others' ears, caused horror to dawn on Huijin's face. The other revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family could not help but glance at Huijin with a hint of pity in their eyes. Based on the powerhouse's tone, it was obvious he was displeased with Huijin's actions. Master, Huijin is only following the orders of our Windfall Nation's emperor. Huijin could hear the displeasure in the powerhouse's voice and quickly explained. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to stall for time and wait for the few refined Saint Stage powerhouses from the Windfall Nation's imperial family to arrive. Naturally, there was also Master Yun, who was powerful and had an extraordinary background. Is that important? The voice resonated from all directions again. The hoarse voice was filled with indifference. It was precisely these indifferent words that caused horror to dawn on Huijin's face. The true origin in his body surged out as though he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 17:10. My lord, Although true origin was surging out of his body, Huijin did not feel safe at all. His voice was trembling as he spoke to the air. His body was trembling uncontrollably as well. He was terrified. When one's cultivation base had reached his level, it was extremely difficult for one to make a breakthrough. The gap between one's strength was huge as well. Even if one was at the same stage, the gap between one's strength was like a chasm, let alone the gap between two major stages. Although there was only a fine line between the peak of the pristine Saint Stage and the early refined Saint Stage, the gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. Due to this reason, Huijin was extremely anxious when he saw the refined Saint Stage powerhouse hiding in the dark, especially since the powerhouse seemed to be dissatisfied with his previous actions. Humph! A cold snort sounded and interrupted Huijin's words rudely. In the next instant, The hoarse voice resonated again from all directions. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. This Bai Li Hong is Duan Lingtian's senior brother. If he's tortured to death by all of you, Duan Lingtian will definitely raise his guard and hide even deeper. It might even be impossible for him to return to the capital of Windfall Nation. The Devil Seal Tablet is something that I must obtain no matter what. Your Windfall Nation's imperial family's actions have angered me. When the hoarse voice reached this part of the sentence, the group of people, including Hu Jin, finally understood everything. Only now did they realize the Saint Stage powerhouse hiding in the dark was not Bai Li Hong's friend. Instead, he was a powerhouse who wanted to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet. The reason he saved Bai Li Hong was because Bai Li Hong was related to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was the person who had disappeared with the Devil Seal Tablet. My lord, your strength is profound. You'll definitely be able to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet in the future. Hu Jin quickly flattered him, hoping the powerhouse hiding in the dark would shift his attention elsewhere. It would be fine as long as he did not stare at him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be dreaming. If the person hiding in the dark was really someone like he had said, perhaps he would not be so calculative with Hu Jin at this moment. However, the person hiding in the dark was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was Bai Li Hong's junior brother. At the same time, he also regarded the clan leader of Situ clan and his son as his friends. When he found out that Bai Li Hong was taken away by Hu Jin and that the clan leader of Situ clan and his son were injured by Hu Jin, he had already sentenced Hu Jin to death in his heart. Therefore, no matter how much Hu Jin flattered him, it was useless. Of course, Hu Jin was unaware of all this. If he had known, he wouldn't have admitted defeat and flattered him. Instead, he would have fled as far as he could, even if he didn't think that he could escape from Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, because that was his last life-saving straw. Even if that straw was not very sturdy, he had no other choice. You, Hu Jin, are just the beginning. Duan Lingtian pretended to be hoarse as his voice reverberated in the air again. The moment his words left his mouth, the hearts of the people present on the scene jolted. Horror dawned on Hu Jin's face as the true origin on the surface of his body spread out in an attempt to consolidate his territory. Unfortunately, before he could consolidate his territory, a sword ray that was even faster than the previous golden sword ray appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Before he could react, the sword ray pierced through the space between his brows, leaving behind a terrifying bloody hole. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hu Jin fell. When he fell, a horrified expression was still plastered on his face. Hu Jin, the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine saint stage, had died in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, although the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family who were present on the scene were not sad about Hu Jin's death, they could not help but grieve for him. Even Hu Jin, who was more powerful than them, had died in just a blink of an eye. Their strength was nothing in the eyes of that powerhouse. Run! If we don't run, we'll die. While many people were still in shock from Hu Jin's death, someone cried out. His voice was filled with terror and despair. The moment this voice rang in the air, despair spread and shrouded everyone's hearts. In the next instant, nobody knew who took the lead, but the group of revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family began to flee in all directions. Naturally, not all of them fled. Some of the revered elders remained on the spot. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move at all. These people were more rational people. After witnessing the strength of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark, they did not dare to think about fleeing at all since they knew it was impossible for them to do so. However, when they saw the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark did not make a move even though many of them had fled, their minds instantly became active. Soon after, they joined the ranks of those who fled. Soon after, all of the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family had fled. Only a group of Imperial Palace's imperial guards with low cultivation bases remained. They looked at each other and did not make a move for a long time. It was only when someone took the lead that they gradually dispersed. Nobody knew when, But Bai Li Hong was the only one left. To be more precise, there were only 2 people left. Apart from Bai Li Hong, there was also Duan Lingtian who was hiding in the dark. Senior brother, continue to walk out. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Bai Li Hong in a timely manner. If Duan Lingtian intended to stop the group of people who had fled earlier with his current strength, none of them would have been able to escape. The reason they were able to escape was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to make a fuss about it. To him, those people were merely bait. He had let them go so he could catch a bigger fish. Yes. It was only when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission that Bai Li Hong finally snapped back to his senses. The scene of Huijin being killed earlier had also shocked him. 2 months ago, Huijin had brought his men to the Situ clan to kidnap him. How domineering was he? Relying on his cultivation base, he was fearless. When he faced Bai Li Hong, he even looked at him condescendingly. However, today such a person was killed in just a blink of an eye. Where did junior brother find such a helper? Bai Li Hong was shocked. He did not expect his junior brother to know a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. Although the refined Saint Stage powerhouse had said that he had saved him because he was afraid his junior brother would be scared out of his wits if he died, it was just a perfunctory remark. But he knew that it was only perfunctory words. If that person really wanted his junior brother's Devil Seal tablet, then that person would have made a move to seize it long ago. Why would that person help his junior brother and save him? After witnessing the strength of that powerhouse, Bai Li Hong's confidence was boosted. He continued to walk toward the entrance of the Imperial Palace without any fear. Fortunately, Bai Li Hong still did not know his junior brother was the powerhouse who killed Huijin. Otherwise, who knew how frightened he would be? Although Bai Li Hong knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent was monstrous, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the few refined Saint Stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, and the powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint Stage, who had an extraordinary origin. While Bai Li Hong continued to walk out, the news of Huijin's death finally reached the ears of the Windfall Nation's emperor. The Windfall Nation's emperor was a middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe. There was an awe-inspiring look on his face. Huijin is dead? The moment the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, heard the news of Huijin's death, his expression turned grave immediately. Cold killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Huijin was not only the revered elder of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also Zhu Yuan's right-hand man. There were many things that he had to rely on Huijin to do. Killing Huijin was no different from severing his right-hand man. How could he not be enraged? At the same time, the dragon robe on Zhu Yuan's body fluttered in the wind. The divine dragons embroidered on it seemed to have come alive at this moment as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws majestically. At the same time, the aura of a powerhouse swept out from Zhu Yuan's body, causing the revered elder who came to report the news to take a few steps back. This revered elder was an early pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, but he was forced to take a few steps back by Zhu Yuan's aura. One could just imagine Zhu Yuan's strength. The Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land. It was a sixth-rate saint nation. A country like this was completely different from some countries on the mortal continent. Those who could become the emperor were all outstanding people in the imperial family without exception. As the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan was one of the few refined Saint Stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Not only that, but he was also the youngest refined Saint Stage powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It was only natural that an ordinary early pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his aura. It's an unknown powerhouse who killed revered Elder Hua without even showing himself. The imperial family's revered elder did not dare to hesitate and quickly answered Zhu Yuan's question. Killed Huijin without even showing himself? Refined Saint Stage powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan's expression turned even graver. He's at least at the refined Saint Stage. Moreover, it seems like he's not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Under the circumstances where he didn't show himself, he killed revered Elder Hua with just one strike. The imperial family's revered elder began to sweat again when he recalled the scene earlier. What? The moment these words left his mouth, Zhu Yuan's expression changed immediately. He was confident he could kill Hu Jin without even showing himself. However, he did not have the strength to kill Hu Jin with just one strike when he did not show himself and Hu Jin was already prepared. Such strength. He's at least at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. The moment Zhu Yuan thought of this, his heart jolted. In fact, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family only had one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. He was also the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. What's so special about that person's attack? Could it be Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? Zhu Yuan asked in a deep voice. Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was also the only person in Windfall Nation who was on par with the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I don't think it's sect leader Ziyun. Based on that person's attack, he should be a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Yes. Did that person say anything? Chapter 1711. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the two people who were blocking by Li Hong's path calmly. One of the two people was wearing a dragon robe. His identity was obvious. He was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. Although this was also Duan Lingtian's first time meeting Zhu Yuan, he could guess his identity based on his attire. After all, the dragon robe was the emperor's exclusive attire. Although this was his first time meeting Zhu Yuan, it did not mean Duan Lingtian did not know him. Not only that, when he was still a revered elder of Situ clan, he had heard of Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, more than once. He knew he was one of the most powerful people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a refined saint stage powerhouse. The other person was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. Coupled with his messy long hair, he looked like a human-shaped lion from afar. Since he's standing next to Zhu Yuan, this person must be one of the refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. While Duan Lingtian was speculating, Zhu Yuan and the other person who blocked by Li Hong's path did not make things difficult for him. Instead, they looked around as though they were looking for something. After a while, Zhu Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Friend, I'm the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I wonder if you can come out for a chat?" Zhu Yuan's tone was very polite. He did not seem like the emperor of a sixth-rate saint nation at all. The Windfall Nation's emperor? At the same time, when Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan's self-introduction and saw the dragon robe he was wearing, he immediately regained his senses. The person who was blocking his path was actually the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. However, he was only slightly surprised when he found out the other person was the Windfall Nation's emperor. He did not feel anything else. So what if he was the Windfall Nation's emperor? Behind him was a powerhouse who was not afraid of Master Yun, who was treated as a VIP by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. That was his junior brother's friend. Let's talk about it when everyone's here. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, said faintly. His voice was still pretending to be hoarse, and no one could associate this voice with his real self. The voices came from all directions and entered the Zhu Yuan duo's ears, causing them to involuntarily frown. Wait until everyone is here? What did he mean? Soon after, a middle-aged man and an old man appeared. Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him finally reacted and understood what the hidden powerhouse meant. Master Yun! Uncle! After the middle-aged man and the old man appeared, Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him hurriedly bowed. The first person they bowed to was not the old man, but the middle-aged man. After bowing to the middle-aged man, they bowed to the old man. Although the old man was an elder of the Zhu Yuan duo, he did not dare to overstep his boundaries in front of the middle-aged man. Therefore, when the old man saw the two of them greet the middle-aged man first, not only was the old man not angry, he even felt that it was normal. In fact, this person was a powerhouse from a quasi-third-rate force. Although his strength was nothing in a quasi-third-rate force, he was almost invincible in Windfall Nation, the peak of the refined saint stage. In the history of Windfall Nation, perhaps there were powerhouses who had broken through to this stage, but there was almost no one who stayed in Windfall Nation after breaking through to this stage. Yes. The middle-aged man merely responded indifferently when Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man bowed to him. On the other hand, the old man responded with a smile. However, when the old man's gaze landed on Bai Li Hong, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a grave expression. "You're Bai Li Hong?" When Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan addressing the old man as uncle, he could already guess his identity. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one person who was addressed as uncle by the Windfall Nation's emperor. He was none other than Zhu Wuxia, the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. Faced with Zhu Wuxia's condescending question, Bai Li Hong frowned but did not reply. Although Zhu Wuxia was very strong and could easily kill him, Bai Li Hong was not someone who was afraid of death. Naturally, he would not bow before Zhu Wuxia. Moreover, he had a backer, so there was no need for him to be afraid of Zhu Wuxia. Ha! Zhu Wuxia's expression turned grave when he saw Bai Li Hong merely glanced at him indifferently after hearing his words before ignoring him. As the strongest powerhouse in Windfall Nation and the imperial uncle of the Windfall Nation's emperor, put aside the fact that he had a transcendent position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, even outside the Windfall Nation's people who knew about his identity were both respectful and fearful of him. However, today, he was ignored by an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. This was undoubtedly a form of humiliation to him. "How dare you?" When Zhu Wuxia's expression turned grave, two loud voices resonated in unison. It was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, and the curly-bearded man next to him who were glaring at Bai Li Hong. Their words were filled with rage. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, not only was Zhu Wuxia the strongest powerhouse, but he was also the pillar of support for the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man's eyes, Zhu Wuxia was not only the guardian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also their senior. A large part of the reason why they could achieve their current cultivation was because of Zhu Wuxia's unstinting guidance. A teacher was like a father. In their hearts, Zhu Wuxia had long been their father. However, someone actually dared to ignore their father. Moreover, this person was only an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. How could they not be furious? "Zhu Lai, kill him!" Zhu Wuxia's eyes gleamed sharply as he shouted coldly. "Yes, imperial uncle." The person whom Zhu Wuxia addressed as Zhu Lai was the curly-bearded man next to Zhu Yuan. When he heard Zhu Wuxia's words, he immediately flew out and dove toward Bai Li Hong. He was like a goshawk that saw Bai Li Hong as its prey. No matter what, Zhu Lai was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. The moment he made his move, Bai Li Hong felt pressured, causing him to feel a little suffocated. Even his waist, which was as straight as the shaft of a spear, was gradually bending down. "Humph!" At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air as a golden sword ray flashed across the sky. It appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye before disappearing in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, Zhu Lai, who was originally charging toward Bai Li Hong, retreated in a wretched manner. What a fast sword! After retreating, Zhu Lai only felt that his back was full of cold sweat. Just now, that golden sword light had almost brushed past his head. Fortunately, he did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Bai Li Hong earlier, so he managed to stop himself in time. If he had unleashed his full strength, he would not have been able to stop himself due to the inertia. If that was the case, he would have definitely died. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, whether it was Zhu Lai, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Muxiai, or Master Yun, all four of them were looking at Bai Li Hong in unison. Naturally, they were not looking at Bai Li Hong. Instead, they were looking at a young man who appeared after the golden sword ray appeared. The young man had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, other than Master Yun, who claimed to be from a quasi-third-rate force, who was looking at the young man with disdain, Zhu Muxiai and the other two had a solemn expression on their faces. This was because they knew this ordinary-looking young man's cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Zhu Muxiai was a match for someone whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. However, faced with this expressionless young man, Zhu Muxiai did not feel confident at all. Even he could clearly feel the threat contained in the golden sword light that flashed by just now. When one's cultivation base reached his level, one would have a particularly sharp sense of smell in many aspects. This ordinary-looking young man before him gave him a dangerous feeling. Humph! A refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family actually dares to kill a pristine saint stage martial cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Finally, the young man Duan Lingtian disguised as spoke. His voice was still hoarse. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Lai's expression turned grave. That's only if you can leave the palace alive and spread the news. Zhu Muxiai sneered. You're that intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Zhu Muxiai indifferently. So what if I am? Zhu Muxiai continued to sneer. If it was said that he was still wary of Duan Lingtian in the beginning, after he obtained the support of the middle-aged man next to him, he no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a threat. Perhaps this young man was stronger than him, but he could not be compared to the person next to him at all. The person next to him was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, the person next to him had even transmitted his voice to him earlier, saying he was confident he could deal with this young man. For this reason, he was not worried at all. It seems like you've taken him as your backer? Earlier, he had seen the hint of fear in Zhu Muxi's eyes when he looked at him. That was the behavior of a weakling. At the very least, Zhu Muxiai had admitted he was no match for him. However, Zhu Muxiai had acted out of character. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess why Zhu Muxiai acted out of character. It was most likely related to the middle-aged man next to him. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's emperor Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai had addressed this middle-aged man as Master Yun. The middle-aged man was none other than the martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was also the guest of honor of the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the person who severely injured Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Chapter 17:12. Ziyun was Tian Wu's master. She was also his senior. The reason Ziyun was heavily injured was because she had helped Duan Lingtian's senior brother out of the predicament for Tian Wu. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Ziyun a favor. So what if I am? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Muxiai smirked. He looked as though he was certain he had Duan Lingtian under his control. Although you're not related to Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't have coveted the Devil Seal Tablet. In fact, the Devil Seal Tablet is something that our Master Yun is determined to obtain. In terms of strength, Master Yun is a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. You're no match for him at all. In terms of the force behind him, Master Yun is from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Debussy Subterranean, a quasi-third-rate force is the top first-rate force. It's not something the force behind you can compare to. When Zhu Muxiai reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's important to know one's own strength. You might be strong, but you're still lacking if you want to get your hands on the Devil Seal tablet. Zhu Muxiai had heard about Duan Lingtian's objective before he came here. Naturally, what he knew was made up by Duan Lingtian. A quasi-third-rate force? The Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing Zhu Muxi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then, he began to size up the middle-aged man, Master Yun, next to Zhu Muxiai. You're from a quasi-third-rate force? Hermf. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the middle-aged man raised his head proudly and looked down at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. I'm Yun Kuan, a disciple of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Kuan's tone was filled with arrogance. This was his pride as a disciple of a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. If it was the Azure Cloud Mansion in the past, although it was also a quasi-third-rate force, its deterrence in the WCI subterranean was limited. After all, there was still a certain distance between quasi-third-rate forces. In the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion could only be considered as the weakest among quasi-third-rate forces. However, ever since the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new mansion master, it began to prosper. Currently, it had even become a giant in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, Yun Kuan, naturally, did not expect the young man standing in front of him was none other than the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the only son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master who was revered by everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was all because of Duan Rufeng that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to achieve its current status in the WCI subterranean. If Yun Kuan knew Duan Lingtian's true identity, he would have been scared out of his wits. In fact, in the eyes of the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, Duan Rufeng was a godlike existence. He was supreme and inviolable. However, Yun Kuan was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. Similarly, Duan Lingtian was unaware of his own identity as well. Although he knew his father was in the Dao Martial Saint Land and had recruited some powerhouses, it did not cross his mind that his father was the leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, his father was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion that had risen to prominence in recent years. In the WCI subterranean, the only quasi-third-rate force that could contend with the Azure Cloud Mansion was the Mountain Shade Black Market. Even the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, that Duan Lingtian planned to join, was slightly weaker in comparison. Naturally, the difference was not that big. Perhaps the Azure Cloud Mansion could annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion if they fought. However, in this battle, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely lose more than 80% of their strength. Due to this reason, even the Azure Cloud Mansion would not rashly provoke the Mystical Sky Mansion. If they really fought, the result would be a loss of 800 of their own men. Even if they managed to annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion whose strength was greatly reduced would still fall. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Put aside the other quasi-third-rate forces, as the archenemy of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mountain Shade Black Market would definitely not let go of any opportunity to strike the Azure Cloud Mansion when it was down. Naturally, it was a little far-fetched to talk about this now. Don't tell me you think you're the only disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yun Kuan indifferently and smirked. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only was Yun Kuan stunned, but even Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai were stunned as well. Could it be that this ordinary-looking young man with extraordinary strength was also a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? You're a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force as well? Yun Kuan raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly. Although he was polite, he could not hide his arrogance. The Azure Cloud Mansion was an outstanding quasi-third-rate force. Unless they were the juniors of some high-ranking officials in the quasi-third-rate forces, he did not take any disciples from other quasi-third-rate forces seriously. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face deepened as a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. How dare you trick Master Yun? Zhu Muxiai was the first to regain his senses when he saw the mockery in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. He did not expect this fellow to be so daring. After finding out Yun Kuan was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, he still dared to tease and provoke Yun Kuan. Was he really not afraid of death? Or did he think he was a match for Yun Kuan? Although Zhu Muxiai was filled with righteous indignation, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. He was happy to see this scene unfold before his eyes. As for Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, they were also rejoicing in Duan Lingtian's misfortune when they looked at him. The young man in front of them was so powerful that their Windfall Nation's imperial family could not do anything to him at all. However, they were unwilling to let him go just like that. No matter what, he had killed more than 10 people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. They could not wait to kill him. I assent this junior brother? At the same time, Bai Lihong finally regained his senses. When Duan Lingtian appeared and spoke in a hoarse voice, he could tell it was the voice of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian had found a helper. You don't even need to use your territory, and you want to fight me, Yun Kuan, with just a lousy sword? You're seeking death. After Yun Kuan's territory was formed, he noticed Duan Lingtian had only taken out a sword and did not have any intention of forming a territory. He could not help but have a mocking expression on his face as he sneered. Why would I need a territory to kill you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently in the face of Yun Kuan's mockery. Based on his words, it was as though he was certain Yun Kuan would win. Duan Lingtian's words entered Yun Kuan's ears. When Yun Kuan saw Duan Lingtian's indifference, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. You're seeking death. Chapter 1713. Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai smiled when they saw Yun Kuan making his move. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the scene of the young man being killed. However, their smiles froze soon after. From the moment they started laughing to the moment their smiles froze, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that ordinary people could not even react in time. The reason their smiles froze was because the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. Yun Kuan made his move furiously. His speed was so fast that even the three of them could not catch a glimpse of it. However, in just a blink of an eye, Yun Kuan's figure that had disappeared from their sight appeared again as a sword cry reverberated in the air. However, Yun Kuan's figure appeared in a different way. To be more precise, Yun Kuan's body that appeared before their eyes was split into two from top to bottom. After a while, a dazzling stream of blood spurted out. Upon seeing this, Zhu Muxiai and the other two were dumbfounded. Yun Kuan, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was killed in just one move. At the same time, Bai Lihong could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Yun Kuan was dead. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The progress of his junior brother's cultivation base was so fast that he was almost numb to it. A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage was killed by him in just one move. In other words, with the help of that powerful sword, his junior brother's attack was comparable to the attack of a great saint stage powerhouse. Only an eminent saint stage powerhouse would be able to kill Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, in just one move. In fact, Yun Kuan was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force. Apart from having a powerful cultivation base, his technique was definitely not simple. He might not be the best among the martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was definitely stronger than many people. However, such a person was instantly killed by his junior brother with just one move. He did not know when his junior brother made his move. He did not even hear the sword cry. Naturally, he knew the sword cry must have been there. However, it was too short and his cultivation base was too low. He did not hear it at all. As it turned out, Bai Lihong was right. He did not hear the sword cry, but Zhu Muxiai and the other two whose cultivation bases were at the refined saint stage heard it. Naturally, Zhu Muxi's cultivation base was the highest, so she could hear it the clearest. It was precisely because of this that Zhu Muxi's face instantly turned ghastly pale when she saw Yun Kuen's corpse falling from the sky. Her body started to tremble involuntarily. Yun Kuen's death was something he had never expected. His heart trembled when he recalled how he had used his connections to provoke the young man in front of him. If the heavens gave him another chance, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke this young man like before. Damn it! It was all Yun Kuen's fault. If he hadn't sworn that he could take care of the other party, I wouldn't have provoked him like that. Thinking of this, Zhu Muxi looked at Yun Kuen's body that had been split into two and gnashed her teeth in hatred. I can't believe I'll be able to cast such a powerful sword strike when I activate the Jasper Celestial Sword with my current Sun True origin. No matter what, Yun Kuen was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was killed by me in just one strike. Unknowingly, the dazzling golden light on the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had completely vanished. Duan Lingtian reached out to stroke the Jasper Celestial Sword gently as he muttered to himself. Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian took Yun Kuen's spatial ring, he shot out like a cannonball and appeared in front of Zhu Muxi, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai in just a flash. At this moment, the three of them had a grave expression on their faces. Fear and terror could be seen in their eyes. Why? Are you scared now? When Duan Lingtian saw their expressions and gazes, a devilish smile crept up on the corner of his mouth as he mocked them. My lord, I, Zhu Muxi, have eyes but failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, my lord. With your strength, the Devil Seal Tablet will definitely be yours in the end. What a joke! That Yun Kuen really thought he was invincible just because he was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Little did he know there's a reclusive expert like you in this world. My lord, Zhu Muxi said to Duan Lingtian with a flattering expression on his face after he took a deep breath. At this moment, he no longer looked as majestic as before. He looked like a street boy now. When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw the expression on Zhu Muxi's face, they could not help but be stunned. This was their first time seeing their imperial uncle lose his composure like this. It was as though he was a completely different person. However, they did not know Zhu Muxi was scared out of his wits. If he did not mock the young man in front of him earlier, perhaps the young man would not have bothered with him with his strength. However, the problem was he had mocked the young man earlier. He knew if he was in the young man's shoes, he would not let him go so easily. In fact, after killing Yun Kuen, Duan Lingtian did not plan to do anything to Zhu Muxi and the other two. Moreover, he did not take Zhu Muxi's words to heart at all. It was as though he was walking on the street and a dog barked at him. He could not possibly run over and kill it, right? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Zhu Muxi's flattering expression, he could not help but feel disgusted. He raised his hand and casually swung his sword. A sword ray swept across the sky and killed Zhu Muxi before he could even react. Yun Kuen, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by his Jasper Celestial Sword. Let alone an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although he had only casually swung his sword earlier, and the force was far from the sword that killed Yun Kuen, it was still not something Zhu Muxi could block or react to. Imperial Uncle! When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw Zhu Muxi had died just like that, horror dawned on them as they cried out in grief. However, their eyes were bloodshot, and they did not dare to show any signs of hatred. Who knew if this young man in front of them would also kill them and eliminate them when they were filled with hatred? Although they really wanted to kill him, they knew they did not have the ability to do so. The only thing they could do now was to try their best not to provoke him. Perhaps they might be able to save their lives that way. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai at all. Although it was as easy as pie for him to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, Both of them were refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family after all. If both of them and Zhu Mu Ci died, the Windfall Nation's imperial family that no longer had any powerhouses to restrain them would fall into chaos. If the Windfall Nation's imperial family was in chaos, the complicated relationships would spread out. The entire capital and the entire Windfall Nation would be in chaos. At that time, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son, who were relatives of the imperial family, would definitely be implicated, and the Situ clan would be affected as well. The Situ clan was where his family and friends lived. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to the Situ clan. For this reason, he did not kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li. I'm determined to get the Devil Seal tablet. If I find out that the Windfall Nation's imperial family has made a move on Duan Lingtian's companions and alerted him, I'll definitely kill both of you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li coldly before vanishing into thin air before their eyes. As for Bai Li Hong, he did not bring him away. With his disguise, he was a stranger to Bai Li Hong. They did not have much interaction, so it was not appropriate for him to bring Bai Li Hong away. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that although he had left Bai Li Hong behind, as long as Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, was smart, he would not make things difficult for Bai Li Hong anymore. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Bai Li Hong did not encounter any obstructions when he left the imperial palace. He returned to the Situ clan without a hitch. The entire Situ clan was in an uproar when they saw Bai Li Hong, who was abducted by the imperial family's revered elder 2 months ago, had returned. In fact, nobody thought Bai Li Hong would be able to return. Bai Li Hong could either obediently become the exclusive saint inscription master of the Windfall Nation's imperial family or die. In their opinion, Bai Li Hong only had 2 choices. However, it did not cross their minds that Bai Li Hong would actually return. This was akin to a sheep escaping from a tiger's den. Master Bai Li. When the clan leader of Situ clan and his son learned of Bai Li Hong's return, they personally came out to welcome him. Apart from the joy on their faces, there was also a hint of guilt on their faces. They felt guilty for being unable to stop the imperial family from taking Bai Li Hong away. This was especially true for Situ Hang, the young master of Situ clan. When he saw Bai Li Hong had returned, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He still remembered Master Duan had specifically asked him to take good care of his family and friends before he left. When Bai Li Hong was taken away, he felt very sorry for Master Duan. He even punished himself by kneeling in front of the wall for more than a month. Now that he saw Bai Li Hong was fine and had even returned to the Situ clan, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after the pleasant surprise, everyone in Situ clan, including the clan leader of Situ clan, was curious about Bai Li Hong's experience. In their opinion, it was impossible for the Windfall Nation's imperial family to let go of a 4-star saint inscription master so easily. This could be seen from the fact that Ziyun, the sect leader of Driftblaze sect, was severely injured when she went to the imperial palace to ask for Bai Li Hong. It's a powerhouse who saved me. Naturally, Bai Li Hong would not tell them the truth. This was also what his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had told him. That powerhouse was interested in the Devil Seal tablet in my junior brother's possession. However, he was afraid that if something happened to me after I was abducted and tortured by the people from the imperial palace, my junior brother would be even more cautious and hide himself even deeper. For this reason, he saved me and warned the Windfall Nation's emperor not to have any ideas about me. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Situ Hao, Situ Hang, and the others were shocked. Even that was possible? What an eccentric powerhouse. However, it's fortunate that you met this powerhouse, Master Bai Li. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to return so quickly. One of the Situ clan's elders sighed emotionally. It was impossible for him to return so quickly. based on this, one can see how fast that sword was. Bai Li Hong said again. Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was instantly killed with just one sword? The group of Situ clan's members, including Situ Hao and Situ Hang, were shocked again. Bai Li Hong casually said a few more words to the Situ clan's members before he bade farewell and returned to his residence. Before this, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were still unaware of what had happened. However, since Duan Lingtian had said Bai Li Hong would return today before he left, they did not leave immediately and waited in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. All of you. The moment Bai Li Hong entered the courtyard, he saw Feng Wu Dao and the others were all there. All of them had a worried expression on their faces, and he was instantly touched. Master Bai Li. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong had really returned, they were pleasantly surprised. What? Don't tell me all of you didn't believe my words before this? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also returned. After he returned, he removed his disguise and revealed his true appearance. When Bai Li Hong saw the familiar figure in front of him and the familiar face after his disguise, he could not help but feel excited. He walked up and patted Duan Lingtian's shoulder before he sighed emotionally. Junior brother, I can't believe you've already attained the strength of the eminent saint stage after more than a year. The strength of the eminent saint stage. When Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others heard Bai Li Hong's words, they were dumbfounded. Eminent saint stage? Currently, they were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, they knew what the three words eminent saint stage meant. The eminent saint stage was also one of the cultivation stages in the saint stage. Entering the saint stage from the saint rudiment stage was the pristine saint stage. After the pristine saint stage was the refined saint stage. After the refined saint stage was the eminent saint stage. Master Bai Li, you're not joking, right? You're saying Duan Lingtian is an eminent saint stage powerhouse? Chen Xiaoshui gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, you've really broken through to the eminent saint stage? Nangong Yi gulped. He could not help but ask after a long while. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from Bai Li Hong, who seemed to be deep in thought, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others sighed in relief. So Master Bai Li is really joking. Master Bai Li, please don't joke about this in the future. My little heart can't take it. Nangong Yi said with a bitter expression. You're saying your little heart is dirty? Who are you trying to fool? Chen Xiaoshui said disdainfully. When Bai Li Hong saw that the atmosphere had become lively again, he shook his head and did not say anything else. I haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage yet, but due to certain reasons, I can cast an attack that's comparable to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Of course, it's only limited to an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. When Bai Li Hong did not intend to explain, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. Apart from Bai Li Hong, who had an expression of realization, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were dumbstruck again. They only regained their senses after a long time. Monster! Freak! Nangong Yi and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and only managed to squeeze out two words after a long time. In this case, Duan Lingtian, you're the one who personally rescued Master Bai Li? Chen Xiaoshui asked again. Let me tell you. Bai Li Hong took over the conversation and recounted the whole story. Although he was only recounting what had happened, Bai Li Hong felt as though he was in the same situation as Bai Li Hong. Master Bai Li, aren't you too amazing? You actually swaggered out of the Imperial Palace from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Although I wasn't there at that time, I can see the expression on the faces of those fellows in the Imperial Palace. Chen Xiaoshui and Nangong Yi sighed emotionally. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian just like Feng Wu Dao and the others. What shocked them the most was Duan Lingtian's strength. Yun Kuan, the disciple of the quasi-third-rate Force Azure Cloud Mansion, whose cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by him with just a strike of his sword. Ling Tian boy, no matter what, Yun Kuan is still a disciple of the quasi-third-rate force Azure Cloud Mansion. I wonder if he's an important figure in the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he is, I'm afraid the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily. Feng Wu Dao said solemnly. Upon hearing his words, Sima Chong Feng and the others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. So what if the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily? Don't forget that I didn't use Duan Lingtian's true appearance to kill him. If the Azure Cloud Mansion wants to find the murderer, they'll have to find him first. Unlike Feng Wu Dao and the others who were worried, Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was not worried at all. Instead, he was very calm. Feng Wu Dao and the others were also worried. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were instantly enlightened and relaxed. Uncle Feng, I've already learned about Tian Wu's departure. However, she didn't look for me. May I know if she's returned recently? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Feng Wu Dao. She hasn't. Feng Wu Dao shook his head. Although he knew his daughter was protected by a powerhouse, he could not help but feel worried. Perhaps that powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in Windfall Nation. However, he was nothing in the outside world. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Don't tell anyone about my return. With the words I've said in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, the Windfall Nation's Imperial family won't dare to make things difficult for all of you anymore. All of you stay in the Situ clan properly. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll come and take all of you away. Don't slack off on your cultivation." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong and the others knew Duan Lingtian was going to leave. For a moment, they were very reluctant to see him leave. However, they also knew the Windfall Nation was not Duan Lingtian's stage. The sea was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide. The outside world was the most suitable stage for a monstrous martial Dao genius like Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Situ clan and the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian went to the Drift Blaze sect. When he arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, he learned sect leader Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate. He instantly realized sect leader Ziyun's injuries were not light. Tell sect leader Ziyun that I've avenged her. Since sect leader Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not disturb her. He asked one of her direct disciples to pass the message on his behalf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, sect leader Ziyun's direct disciple scoffed. She knew who the person who injured her master was. Although this gigolo whom her junior sister had taken a fancy to had a good innate talent and strength, how could he possibly be capable of dealing with a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian could see the other party's disbelief, but he did not bother to explain. He believed the news would spread to the Drift Blaze sect from the capital in 2 days at most. It's time for me to go to the mystical sky mansion now. If he had the chance, he would definitely return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Renzhong. After entering the mystical sky territory, Duan Lingtian randomly found a city to settle down in. He even found a restaurant to sit down. Before Duan Lingtian could even warm his seat, 2 voices entered his ears. "Hey, did you hear? The young mansion master of the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, is dead. Moreover, he was killed by someone during the Rising Sky ranking battle. I've heard about this as well. It's said that a monstrous sectless cultivator appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district some time ago. Moreover, he was chosen by both the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion at the same time. However, that sectless cultivator is really something as well. He actually stood up the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Actually, this is understandable. With his innate talent and strength, let alone a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to recruit him. Moreover, it just so happens that the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone is going to open soon. Not only that, but they're also recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. That person's decision to join the mystical sky mansion was the right choice. I don't think he stood up because of the mystical sky mansion. As far as I know, before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, the news of the mystical sky mansion recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 had yet to spread to the Rising Sky mansion's district. The two of them discussed animatedly. When their words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. It did not cross his mind that the matter he did in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had spread to the Mystical Sky Mansion's district. Not only that, but his name, Li Feng, had also attracted many people's attention. It said that the Mystical Sky Mansion recently announced that if Li Feng, the person ranked first on the Rising Sky ranking, is willing to join the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion will directly give him a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. There's no need for him to compete with the others. Moreover, the Mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort in nurturing him. The Mystical Sky Mansion is really generous. However, this also shows how desperate the Mystical Sky Mansion is for talented people. That Li Feng has a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. Even if the Mystical Sky Mansion doesn't directly give him a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, with his strength, won't it be a piece of cake for him to obtain a spot? Due to this reason, the Mystical Sky Mansion's promise is useless to Li Feng. Perhaps, Li Feng doesn't care about this promise. However, the Mystical Sky Mansion has already announced that as long as he's willing to join the Mystical Sky Mansion, they'll spare no effort in nurturing him. Naturally, apart from cultivating, he did not forget to hug the Jasper Celestial Sword and further comprehend the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian had already witnessed the might of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Due to this reason, he decided to fully immerse himself in the Sovereign Heart Sword and no longer study or cultivate other martial tactics. After all, the other martial tactics in the Tao Martial Saint Land were nothing compared to the Sovereign Heart Sword. There was no need for him to neglect the essentials. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that a few months later, Han Shuanai's master had returned to the Green Wave Han Mansion and brought Han Shuanai and the three little fellows away. Brother Lingtian. Han Shuanai, who was heading to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, turned around and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression on her face. Chapter 17:16. In the deepest part of the mountain range behind the clouds, there were 4 steep mountains standing there. They were like 4 pillars that pierced through the clouds. If one looked closely at the sky above the 4 mountains, one would see a huge island hovering in midair after the clouds drifted to the side with the wind. The island was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a celestial island. The island did not have any support, and it just hovered in the air. With just a glance, it was visually stunning. That island is actually hovering in the air? Goodness, how did they do it? Many people were gathered near one of the steep mountains. Some of them had a shocked expression on their faces as they stared at the island hovering behind the clouds. In their opinion, this hovering island seemed to defy common sense. Naturally, there were also many people who remained calm. Some of them could not help but mock. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Don't you know that a powerful formation can support an island to hover in the air for a long time? This is the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate after all. It's not strange for such a formation to appear here. The formation was supporting the island. In the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Lingtian, was also looking at the hovering island. The island floating in the air gave him a visual shock. How strong is the array formation to hold up such a huge island? Not only that, but the number of saint stones required to support the operation of the formation must be an astronomical figure as well. Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding of formations. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the crowd, had disguised himself as a handsome young man. He was dressed in green, and his arms were wrapped around a simple and unadorned sword that looked extremely ordinary. This sword was none other than the Jasper Celestial Sword. Due to the fact that today was the day the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, recruited Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40, Duan Lingtian had also awakened from his closed-door cultivation and made his way to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate in time. Naturally, the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate was not open to the public, so it was difficult for ordinary people to enter. Today, due to the fact that the Mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40, the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate was also open to the public. Not only could Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 enter, but their friends and family could also enter. Naturally, the entrance was limited to the foot of the mountain in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The Mystical Sky Mansion's estate was divided into 5 locations. One of the locations was the floating island where the high-ranking officials of the Mystical Sky Mansion usually stayed. The cultivation environment there was much better than the other 4 locations as well. The other 4 were the 4 steep mountains that were like pillars that supported the heavens. On top of each steep mountain there was a hall. The Mystical Sky Mansion was divided into the Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Between each palace there was also a competitive relationship. For example, the Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 that the Mystical Sky Mansion was going to recruit would be divided among the 4 palaces. As for the Saint Stage geniuses who were divided up, they would have to fight for the qualification to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in their respective palaces. The quota for entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the same for every palace. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something as he raised his head abruptly. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure walking in the air from afar. Behind this person were 2 young men. Based on the faint aura they emitted, it was obvious they were at the Saint Stage or above as well. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. He was none other than the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang. Previously, when Duan Lingtian participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle, Lu Hongguang was one of the hosts, and he took good care of him. At that time, Lu Hongguang and Renzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, both of them wanted to recruit him into their respective forces. In the end, when Duan Lingtian found out the Mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40, he stood Lu Hongguang and Renzhong up. Now that Duan Lingtian saw one of the people involved, he could not help but feel his cheeks burning even though he had disguised himself. It seems like the temptation of the Saint Martial Secret Zone is so great that even Elder Lu has brought people here. The 2 people behind him must be at the pristine Saint Stage or above as well. Judging by their ages, they're not even 40 years old yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the 2 people behind Lu Hongguang. It's Elder Lu from the Raging Wave Mansion. Lu Hongguang's appearance quickly attracted many people's attention. No matter what, the Raging Wave Mansion was still a 4th-rate force in the Mystical Sky region. As the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, it was only natural that many people recognized Lu Hongguang. Many of them even stepped forward to greet him. The Raging Wave Mansion is the first 4th-rate force to come today. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 young men following behind Elder Lu should be the 2 most outstanding people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion. They're called Lu Jian and Li En respectively. I've heard of Lu Jian before. He's Elder Lu's nephew. Not only is his innate talent high, but due to the fact that Elder Lu has spared no effort in guiding him, he can be considered as one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion. Li En is not simple as well. Although he's a rising star, his innate talent is not inferior to Lu Jian at all. Although he's not as strong as Lu Jian now, it's only because he's younger than Lu Jian. These 2 people are also Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Raging Wave Mansion. I'm sure they followed Elder Lu here for the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone. Of course, even a 4th-rate force would be tempted by the Saint Martial Secret Zone. As the crowd discussed among themselves, another person from a 4th-rate force appeared. This fourth-rate force was another fourth-rate force in the mystical sky mansion. It was called the Tyrannical Saber Mansion. There were a total of 3 people from the Tyrannical Saber Mansion who came. The person in the lead was a burly man with a curly beard who looked similar to Lu Hongguang. However, he was much taller than Lu Hongguang. He was a head taller. The most impressive thing about him was the wide saber on his back. The saber was 3 meters long. It hung on his back, looking majestic and domineering. Elder Lu, the Raging Wave Mansion is really early. The moment the burly man with a curly beard who carried a 3-meter-long saber on his back appeared, he looked at Lu Hongguang and laughed heartily. It was obvious he was familiar with Lu Hongguang. Elder Lin. When Lu Hongguang saw the burly man with a curly beard, he did not hesitate and greeted him with a smile. Elder Lin. At this moment, someone exclaimed in a low voice, "Don't tell me it's the 3rd elder of the Tyrannical Saber Mansion, Heaven-Splitting Saber Lin Kuang? It must be him." Although Elder Lu is only the 2nd elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, his strength is in no way inferior to the Grand Elder of the Raging Wave Mansion. I'm afraid Lin Kuang is the only elder with the surname Lin in the Tyrannical Saber Mansion who can make him treat him so politely. Although Lin Kuang is only the 3rd elder of the Tyrannical Saber Mansion, even the Grand Elder and 2nd elder of the Tyrannical Saber Mansion don't dare to take his heaven-splitting saber head-on. That's right. I've long heard that the Tyrannical Saber Mansion's 3rd elder, Lin Kuang's strength is in no way inferior to the Raging Wave Mansion's 2nd elder, Lu Hongguang. Judging by Elder Lu's attitude, his strength must be as strong as the rumors say. Otherwise, Elder Lu wouldn't treat him so politely. Many people began to talk about the curly-bearded burly man, Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang was also the Tyrannical Saber Mansion's 3rd elder. Behind Lin Kuei, there were 2 young men and a young woman. The 2 young men were still fine. Their bodies were sturdy like Lin Kuang, and they were filled with masculine energy. On the other hand, the young woman at the back was not delicate like an ordinary woman. Her body was hot, and she exuded masculine energy that only men should have. With just a glance, one could tell she was a heroine. Most importantly, she had a devilish face. Her willowy eyebrows twitched as though they could speak. The Tyrannical Saber Mansion actually has 3 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. In the distance, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. In fact, even the Raging Wave Mansion only had 2 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Since it was not his first day in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Duan Lingtian also knew about the Tyrannical Saber Mansion. He knew the Tyrannical Saber Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were 4th-rate forces in the Mystical Sky region. They were also the only 2 4th-rate forces in the Mystical Sky region. This woman, soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there was a woman among the 3 young men from the Tyrannical Saber Mansion. The woman's appearance was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. Coupled with her devilish figure, she attracted the attention of all the young men the moment she appeared. Since the Mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, there were a lot of young people. Most of them were young men. It's really a small world. With a raised brow, Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently swept across the distance. He saw another familiar figure leading 2 people in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they had already arrived near Lu Hongguang and the other people from the Raging Wave Mansion. The person leading the 3 people was none other than Renzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Behind Renzhong, there were 2 handsome young men. As they stood there seemed to be an invisible aura emanating from them. It felt as though a gentle breeze was caressing one's face. It's the people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. The person leading them is the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Renzhong. Soon after, someone recognized Renzhong. As time passed by, more and more people from 4th-rate forces arrived. They were all led by a high-ranking official from their respective forces. Usually, there would be 2 or 3 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 who came. Naturally, There were also some fourth-rate forces that had 4 Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 who came. As time passed by, noon gradually arrived. It's time. The people from the mystical sky mansion should be here soon. All of a sudden, someone said, "That's right. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."